Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad that you are out there watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us again on Mtembei TV to your favorite program, Open Forum Political Discussion on the latest development on our political front. Things are getting, clearer and also confusing, even as we quickly approach some deadlines here and there. There is a serious cleanup with the Jubilee party. I don't know where that is going to end us. I would want to hear your views. There is Missteps by Kenya Kwanza Alliance in Kilifi. What is your take on the same? Then there is the DAP-K, new but vibrant party sweeping across Bungoma and Trans County. What is happening in that part of the world? Is Fort Kenya still alive? And the other parties in the place? Well, it is time for us to discuss that in depth on this great program. So I welcome you wherever you are around the world. Please make Mtembei TV your station of choice on getting accurate political analysis on all political matters from ordinary people like you and me who wants to understand where the country is, where the country is headed, and which steps must be taken in order for us to correct our wrongs, to do the right thing. Thank you so much, those of you that are joining. Well, the link to use to get into the studio is right now on the comment section. You click on the link, allow StreamYard, the app that we're using, to have full control over your camera as well as your audio. And then you will be in studio for us to have this lengthy discussion. And in case you come to the studio and find the notification that the studio is full, you keep trying until you triumph. You don't quit at the first attempt. There are people will be dropping out, then you get in like that. That's how we operate here. And the show runs for close to 8 hours. So if you miss the first hour, try the second hour until you get in. Thank you so much, those of you that are coming in. We are glad that you're out there. Shadi Comedian following. Thank you so much. From you say following Naskai T Karish, teacher Check-ins Mwangi, thank you so much. Kwa Ben, asanteni sana na washukuru. Karibu kwa show. Tuna Nse Bahati Estates well represented. Asante sana, karibu kabisa kwa show. Kuna Tera, you're welcome. Watching from Nyeri, karibu sana. Gloria, hello to you. Thank you so much for choosing Mtembei TV. Kuna Supuya Chawa, streaming live. Uta, she would, Nandi Hills, thank you so much. Some of your shorthands are really tempting, so I don't want to mess them up. Alaska, Kipngeno, kwenda huko fala hii. What is your problem? The show is just beginning. What's your problem? Why are you beginning on the wrong footing? Makasembo, thank you, watching from Mombasa. Karibu kwa show. David Mwangi, karibu kwa show. Josek Wakoma, thank you so much. Hello from Nairobi. Here there is Rose Farrar present. Karibu sana. Kuna Ruda Naliaka, thank you so much. Is it Ruda or Roda? Whichever. Eriko, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kujumuika na Mtembei TV. Naamini kwamba unatupata kwa njia ambayo ni safi na tunasikika vizuri. Kama kuna hitilafu yoyote, naomba tu unijulishe ili mitambo ikarekebishwe, tusipate mushkil mahali popote tunapoendelea na matangazo ya leo. Leo tunaangazia KKA, Kenya Kwanza Alliance wamekuwa Kilifi. Nini kimefanyika huko? Kunaendaje na hiyo alliance? alafu kuna hii party mpya inaitwa DAP ama mbolea ina sweep across Bungoma na Trans Nzoia kwa njia isiyokuwa ya kawaida. Nini kinachoendelea? Wote ambao mko maeneo hayo, mtuambie ni nini kinachoendelea. Ni tsunami ama ni siasa tu ya kawaida? Alafu kuna usafi unaendelea katika Jubilee. Usafi huu unatuelekeza wapi? Jubilee itainuka tena ama kuna vile imeisha? Kulingana na watu wa UDA, Jubilee ilikufa ikazikwa, haipo tena. Sasa leo hii kuna usafi unaendelea huko. Ni haya yote yanatuelekeza wapi na tunatarajia yepi? The link, I'm sharing it again. Thank you so much. Those of you with interest to get in the studio, please, let's do that so that when the conversation begins, it cannot be stopped in any way. We are glad that you are following. Please, let's keep it at Mtembei TV. And if you're able to get us, let us know where you're watching from and whether you can get us clearly. And also invite somebody to join. Invite somebody to join the discussion, to watch with you, so that we can have our entire world tuned into Mtembei TV and get the latest on our political analysis. Thank you. Thank you, all of you that are coming in. We are glad you're here. And it is time to get talking. Well, gentlemen, good evening. Bantu Warrior, hali vipi?
Nzuri sana bwana Bernard, asante.
Naona umeng'ara kweli. Hali naona unaendelea vizuri.
Asante sana bwana Bernard, hali mzuri sana. Nimefurahi kukuona hapo na najua uko busy sana. Asante.
Haya, karibu tuambie mapana na marefu kwa kifupi.
Asante sana. Kwa saa hii ni mapema, lakini nataka kuwasalimieni nyote na wenzangu ambao wanaanza kuingia hapa, Mr. Oma na wengine Kenya. Yangu ni kuongea kulingamana na mswada wa leo, ni kuhusiana na KKA, Missteps in Kilifi, na DAP na clean up ya Jubilee. Kidogo nimeifuatilia kidogo sana kulingamana na KKA Kilifi, ni kwa sababu vijana ilibidi hiyo kiwanja ambayo Tanga walikuwa wanataka kutumia kwa mkutano wao, sijui kama huwa wanavamia tu, wakiona ile kiwanja hakuna mtu wanaanza kuvamia, ama wanafuata sheria kuomba ruhusa. Vijana usiku walifanya kazi hapo, wakadismantle hizo stage hapo. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni shida yao, sio shida yetu. Na kulingamana na Bungoma nimefurahi sana kuona vile wananchi Mulembe, sisi ni wale Mulembe wa zamani sana kutoka wakati wa 80s, wengine hawajui, lakini sisi ni Mulembe. Tumemwaga damu hapo City Stadium Kasarani hapo, tumemwaga damu kwa sababu ya Mulembe, na tukawapelekea kikombe mpaka Bungoma huko Kakamega ya FC Leopard ya Eastern Central tulipochukua hiyo kikombe. Kwa hivyo tunatoka mbali sana na Mulembe. Na upande wa Jubilee wengi sana wanaanza kuongea kuwa imekufa, haina tena maisha, lakini nafikiria wamekosea. Jubilee bado iko na itarudi tena strong vile vile, na tunashukuru sana tumefanya kazi pamoja na Azimio ama ODM na Raila na president wetu Uhuru wanashirikiana kufanya kazi pamoja. Sidhani kama Jubilee itaweza kuanguka ama kufa. Ni kwa hayo tu hivi sasa. Asante sana bwana Bena. Asante.
Okay, asante Bantu Warriors. Wote ambao mnajumuika nasi katika comments, karibuni sana. Kuna Matioli Kangu, karibu kwa show. Fatuma Nasimiyu, karibu kwa show. Princess Ziana Mpole anasema mambo poa. Karibu kwa show. Kuna Alum anasema Ndeto karibu. UDA ilikupaka wapi? Ilikupeleka wapi? I think that's a question. Probably Ndeto will respond to that later on. Mike Njoroge, keep up the good work. Nimepotea sana, but I'm back. Karibu kabisa, tunakungojea. Karibu kwa show. Eugene Mpa, wherever, Japan, karibu kwa show. Bakiz Muhammad, we are glad you're watching. Thank you. Habari ni nzuri. Mimi ni shujaa. I would not read that one. James Owiti, karibu kwa show. Mreithi Nambae, karibu kwa show. Of course, the veteran David Olo, I'm around. Please, shika doria. Lakini kwa nidhamu. Haya basi, turejelee mada yetu, Mr. Wangira. How are you today?
How are you, Bernard?
I'm well. Good to see you, sir.
How was your day?
My day was a bit busy, but manageable. We thank God.
Thank you. Okay, so let me give my contribution starting from Western. Looking at the meeting that took place in Bungoma, there's something that I've noticed. You remember in 2013, there was this saying that accept and move on. You remember when we were being told to accept and move on? So I think the Luya people must have adopted that saying to their good, because looking at what is happening in Western today, in the name of the democratic, in the name of the DAP party, my conclusion is that the Luya people have accepted. The Luya people must have accepted that Musalia Mudavadi and Moses Wetangula are no longer their leaders, and they have now moved on, and they have now acquired another set of leadership in the name of Oparanya and Wamalwa. I think just a day or 2 days ago, we saw Oparanya mobilizing big crowds in Kakamega, and today we saw the crowds that were mobilized in Bungoma. People can claim that they were ferried. People can claim that they were paid to attend the meetings. But the bottom line is that Oparanya and Wamalwa are now succeeding to eat in what was Wetangula and Musalia Mudavadi's stronghold. And to that, if I was Musalia Mudavadi and Moses Wetangula, that should be very scary for me, because if that is the stronghold that I was relying on to bargain, and it's being eaten in the manner that it's being eaten up, then they shouldn't be as comfortable as they seem to be as they campaign in Mombasa. Moving on to Kenya Kwanza Alliance, what Kalonzo Musyoka calls Kenya Kwisha Alliance. You know, when Wetangula and Mudavadi joined Kenya Kwanza Alliance, they joined Kenya Kwanza Alliance as core principles, what they have been claiming when they were in NASA, that they were core principles. But I'm seeing them becoming more invisible as the Ruto campaigns go on. Even today, when they were in Taita Taveta, I didn't see much of the Musalia Mudavadi that I want to see in the campaign as a principal in a political alliance. I didn't see much of Wetangula that I would like to see as a principle in an alliance. And if things continue the way they are, then they are going to be eaten up in this one Kwanza alliance, and they'll become any other ordinary member of the alliance. And finally, I want to finish by looking at the Jubilee parliamentary group meeting that took place in State House. You know, they say that cool water run deep. And of late, President Uhuru Kenyatta has been that cool guy who talks very little. You know, even reading him has become almost impossible. To know what he's up to has become so impossible because he doesn't talk much compared to what William Ruto does, because William Ruto talks and talks day in, day out. Uhuru Kenyatta does very little talking. There are two quotations that are attributed to President Uhuru Kenyatta that I want to quote, and that could help perhaps to further analyze what Uhuru Kenyatta is up to in the 2022 general election. In one of the quotations today, he was quoted as saying, "This is a marathon, and in a marathon, one must know at what point to sprint. This is a marathon, and in a marathon, one must know at what point to sprint." Then there was the other quotation here where he said, "In a battle, you don't shoot aimlessly in the dark without knowing where the enemy is." There are people who have been busy shooting aimlessly and wasting their ammo. In the end, they will lose to another who may have less ammo but is more strategic and right on target. So the words here are being more strategic and being right on target. So if you analyze what Uhuru Kenyatta is trying to do, he's just trying to be more strategic and to ensure that he's right on the target as we move towards 2022. So to those guys who have been dismissing Jubilee, you know, they said, I remember our brothers in Uda said Jubilee ilikufa zamani, Jubilee was dead, Jubilee is dead, they're just waiting for its burial. You know, I see them getting surprised because the machineries that are going to be deployed between today and the 26th of February could just shock many people who had dismissed Jubilee. Because if you are good at mobilizing, and that's one thing that the president can be good at, depending on looking at the mechanism that he's enjoying on the ground. He has the state machinery, he has the money. With the state machinery and the money, you know, you can mobilize as much as you want. So those guys who are dismissing Jubilee and saying that Jubilee ilikufa, I see them getting their shock of life. And again, as we move towards 2022, Jubilee members are telling Uhuru Kenyatta one thing: don't leave us, don't abandon us, remain our leader. Second thing is they're telling him, guide us. Third thing, they want Uhuru Kenyatta to ensure that Jubilee does not die. So as we move towards August 2022, Jubilee could just become a serious party in Central Kenya. And it could just end up winning as many seats as any other party. And it could also end up, you know, overshadowing UDA, that was seen as the main party in Mount Kenya. That's all I have to contribute for now. Asante sana, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wangira. That's an interesting perspective. We look forward to engaging further. For the rest of us, please, let's keep the conversation going. Just ensure that you keep civility in your contribution and your chats. Respect one another. We have a country called Kenya that is our main interest. regardless of our political differences. At the end of the day, Kenya must win, and it only wins when we secure the future by interrogating the present and ensuring that wrong people don't get into office. So let the conversation be open and let it be frank, but with ensuring that Kenya is safe and secure. God bless you all that are joining us. We are glad that you are out there following. Please invite somebody to join into the discussion. And let me quickly also bring in this, that our Operation Jaza Lorry campaign will be ending officially on Sunday. And we still need everybody to contribute as much as possible for us to Jaza Lorry. So as we talk politics, let us also engage our generosity in ensuring that the people affected by drought in Marsabit gets help to some degree, form of relief for them. That is what the Kenyan spirit is, and that is what being human is all about, empathizing with those that need to be empathized with and being there one for another. We will never be more human than we care for another human being. So we are all being called upon to arise and take an action, do something. No amount is too small, no amount is too big. Let's do our very best as we trust God to do the rest. So please, as we continue with the chatting and the discussion, let's begin to receive some contribution. The past two days have been quiet, and the extension of the campaign was requested because this is the week for payment in some parts of the world. And so please, let me begin to see some M-Pesa SMSs coming in on those details. Let me just go through them, then we get back to the discussion. M-Pesa buy goods till number is 9205481. The name will be Mtembei TV. And those of you in the diaspora, you use 254-718-454585, Bernard Ingozi. Please, let's do our very best, because Lori Ikombali na kuja, we have not crossed over the 150K figure. Our target was 1 million. So please, let's do our very best. It's important so that by Tuesday, Wednesday, Lori iwe imeanza safari ya kufika Marsabit, watu wapokee rasilimali ama msaada wao kwa wakati ufaao. And then you don't have to do the money if you have the cereals that you want to contribute, a sack of maize, a sack of rice, a sack of beans. Anywhere you are, we can arrange for its pickup, and then we will be able to help fill the lorry for us to help the people in Marsabit. I believe that is what we need to do because it's the right thing to be done. God bless you. Well, sasa tumsikilize nani huyu Swale. Swale, namna gani? Swale upo? Okay, naonekana Swale hayupo. Turudi kwa Omar. Omar, how are you today?
Sijambo. Siku nyingi naingia na natoroka. Kwa kidogo nikizurura hii Kenya. Nikienda Western huko, nikikuwa Mwea.
Tupatia hali ya joto ya nchi.
Sasa hii jua inawaka. Kama huko Western iliacha kama jua inawaka. Lakini Wakenya wajambo wote. Yangu si mengi. Yangu ni kuangalia hali weather vile inaenda. Kuna wakati babu yangu alikuwa akiniambia mjukuu wangu, usikuje kudharau watu wazima, yani wazee. Mjukuu wangu akaniambia utajifanya wewe unajua sana, lakini mzee na hiyo umri yako nayo ndio anajua zaidi yako, anaona mbele, anajua maisha, anakufunza maisha vile utakaa. Nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu, kuna pahali sijakataa, kuna pahali niliteleza na kuna pahali nilifuata vile wazee walikuwa wananiambia. Hiyo ndio maisha. Sasa mimi nimekaa katika hii nchi yetu ya Kenya, nikapata huzuni sana katika kuangalia watu kudharau wazee, haswa nikizungumza katika sana sana wa vijana na wasichana. Ni watu wanajitia wanajua sana, lakini mzee anamwangalia tu. Mfano vile nikizungumza hivyo, inakuja katika upande ya deputy president. My mom ni Mkale kutoka Rift Valley, sehemu kunaitwa Mulot. I think umeshasikia huko Narok, imepakana, ni Masai na Wakale. Juu mlima ni Wakale, chini huko ni Masai. Madhe kuna kitu aliniambia nikashangaa sana. Akaniambia yeye ni Mkalenjin na yeye ni supporter wa William Samoei Ruto, huyu deputy. Lakini madhe vile anaona mambo inaenda, anamuonea DP huruma sana. Hii siasa ya Kenya, hata vile nilikuwa naambiwa, siasa ya Kenya ina wenyewe, na kama siasa ina wenyewe ni kukubali hii siasa ina wenyewe. Na mimi tangu niangalie siasa yote vile DP anapiga, madhe anamuonea huruma sana, na mimi pia upande kwangu namuonea huruma DP. Kitu ya kwanza kujipiga kifua. Kitu ya pili, aheshimu wale wamemshinda umri. Ni shida, yani ni aibu sana. Utapata wewe ni kijana, lakini kuna upande mwingine pia unaona haya, unaona ule mtu anaitwa second command, anadharau mzee, anamtusi kila siku, pahali akienda mtu wa vitandawili. Hakuna lugha nyingine DP anaweza kuzungumza, aseme nitawafanyia hivi, vile anasema tutaongeza 50 billion. I think so. Kuna ile ya Jubilee alisahau, hii ni 50 billion. Jubilee alisema 100 job, kuna sijui viwanja atajenga, kuna ingine anasema 100 billion. Yani hii Kenya kuna watoto wa kudanganya. Hata pahali akienda akizungumza sijui 50 billion sijui nini, unajua kuna baadhi ya vijana wanamwangalia DP wanacheka tu. ahadi uliahidi ya kwanza haujaitimiza. Hii unaweza kusaidia Wakenya kweli? Ahadi mwingi, lakini Wakenya, unajua Wakenya wakikaa wamesha kusoma, yaani wamemsoma DP tabia yake. Hatumchukii DP, lakini DP ile mambo anafanya inakuwa katika nchi ya Kenya si nzuri kabisa. Kitu ya kwanza, mimi nikiangalia mtu kama yeye anadharau bosi wake Uhuru Kenyatta na kuwa na huzuni sana, kwa sababu Uhuru Kenyatta ni leader. Mimi si Mkikuyu, lakini Uhuru Kenyatta ni leader. Hatuangalii Uhuru ni Mkikuyu, tunaangalia uongozi wake. Uhuru Kenyatta kama yeye angekuwa ni mtu ni mtu wa mbio mbio kama deputy president, hii nchi ingekuwa imeungua. Uhuru Kenyatta amekuja kujua hii nchi wakati atatoka ataacha legacy, hii nchi ikuwe peace, yani Kenya ikuwe peace. Lakini kuna watu wanataka power, yani wanajipiga kifua kila siku, mimi naweza kuongoza, wachana na ule ameshindwa. Wewe kama uko deputy saa hii, ni nini imekuzuilia? Kama uko deputy, ile mambo unatufanyia, Wakenya power watakuamini kweli? Tusidanganyane. Ile wako na huyo anaitwa DVD imemshinda kwake Western imechukuliwa karibu yote, wajumbe wote wametoroka. Ni kama anachukua bodi ya gari anaacha engine. Mtu kama Wetangula anachukua anachukua bodi anasahau engine Western, watu wanamtoroka wote. Watu kama Wetangula na Mudavadi wanaweza kumsaidia kweli? Watu wamechoka sana, yani Wakenya wamechoka kusema kweli, kwa sababu hii Kenya vile anasema DP ni ya watu wote, si ya watu wachache, tunakubali. Lakini ile mwenendo anaenda, unadharau leo, unadharau kiongozi wako ule uko naye kwa hiyo kiti, ule uko naye kwa power sahihi. Wakati utashika uongozi wako, hautadharauliwa vile umedharau mwenzako, utadharauliwa kusema kweli. Hata saa hii I think so, kuna baadhi marafiki zangu wa Kikuyu wanasema wamechoka na DP. Wamekuja sasa kufungua macho, wameona vile anadharau mtu wao, haifai kabisa. Hiyo tu ndio nilikuwa nataka kuzungumza.
Okay, thank you Omar kwa maoni yako, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Kama hakuna swali tunaenda kwa yule anaifuata, and I think Master is gone. Nilikuwa nataka kufuata mkururo kama vile watu waliingia. Bwana Ndeto, vipi?
Poa sana Bernard. How are you?
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Wow.
You're looking mheshimiwa.
Wow, thank you so much. You know, I normally appreciate and follow you, although sometimes I do not come in the show.
Yes, naona mriziki kupeleki vibaya.
Yeah, you know, with the God side, you can lose nothing. You know, even the health comes in abundance, as well as even the followers in a party. They all come in abundance.
I love that word, abundance. Now,
yes,
wow,
thank you so much. And let me start by greeting everyone. It has been some time since I made my contributions. And today I can see the topic is well structured. Kenya Kwanza, Missteps in Kilifi, then there is a DAP, Tsunami in Bungoma, and also Jubilee cleanup. Wow. Let me start by commenting on some of the panelists, what some of the panelists have brought on board. about there is this Omar. He has indicated that DP is disrespecting his elders. And let me tell you something. You cannot just rule out and say that when DP talks about that he is going to bring a revolution, which Raila Odinga has not brought in Kenya, and also what did Raila came to do in Jubilee, you cannot say that that is disrespect. You know, we have seen him talking about, you know, when Raila Odinga came in Jubilee, everything went like in scatter. So, and it is the truth. Let me tell you that the very same mzee unasema anakosa kuheshimiwa, nimemuona Nakuru akiita kila kitu yenye DP anafanya takataka. Nimemuona kwa rali mingi akiita DP mwizi. You know, if you come here to sugarcoat how your mom is really like anahurumia DP, I think those are crocodile tears. The way, you know, you started very well. I thought even you support William Samoei Ruto, only to identify that you are fighting a ground on how to dismantle the bottom-up economic model. And let me tell you, your mom is right. You know, when you like spare someone or you have mercy on someone, you pray for him. And let me tell you, if there is something that will build the basis of our 50th president, it is the prayers from those old, from our mothers, from our pastors, all over in Kenya. You cannot tell us that DP is not respecting the elders. Well, I saw Babu Owino 2 days ago saying that they want to like kill DP politically. They bury him, then they water even the flowers on the grave, you know, and it was on the face of Raila Amolo Odinga. I wish, because that's hate speech, I wish he condemned it immediately. So what you are telling us, you just want to sympathize with the Kenyans who do not know. I can assure you, you are so much behind. Kenyans are well enlightened, and they know it is Kenya Kwanza, pesa mfukoni. Let me move to the other point on, you know, people are talking about Mudavadi and Wetangula. They are left like empty what? Pilipili isiyo kwa chakula yako inakuasha nini? You know, since these two gentlemen, they joined UDA to form the Kenya Kwanza coalition, it has been fantastic, and it is giving even Raila's team not sleepless nights. I saw Redama Olekina in Kajiado, I think it was yesterday, and he is really pleading that, you know, we should also go and convince Akina Oka so that they may not also be swallowed by a UDA. Let me tell you, wherever you are stepping on as Azimio, you are also, your time is so limited. And today I was very happy to discover that even Moses Kuria, it was all choreographed to bring all these Azimio people into circles, to even make the political bill become a law. You know, they thought that Ruto is sessile. He cannot change the way he used to say that, you know, I will go with UDA to the ballot. And politics is dynamic. We keep on changing and growing every day. So when you say that, you know, Azimio is becoming gigantic and UDA is shrinking, you know, we are shrinking so as to accommodate more parties, like the Chama cha Kazi. And very soon, I am really waiting to see the direction of Oka. Wherever they go, well and good. They do not have much impact on who will win in the election. Parties like DAP Kenya, you know, these are people who are public, the officials of this party are still public servants. I wonder what the constitution talks about public servants with politics. And, you know, the reason why you say President Uhuru is being disrespected is because he is also not taming his team. Those people who are at the front line, the CS, I think it is a high time they should be winding up in their respective ministries instead of going out to bask. You know, that's the very same way, they will lose even various resources in various sectors. Then you fight who stole the resources. People will start blaming the deputy president did not do what in the IBEC, he did not do what, and yet we know you are dismantling your own people so that you can start blaming another person. I'm telling you that the rate at which I've seen young people in Nyandarua, the rate at which I've seen young people all over in Kenya coming to pick the voters card, I can tell you 2022 election will be a real revolution. And you know where all these young people are heading? They are going to Kenya Kwanza coalition because it is composed of young people. It is composed of leaders with a vision, leaders who have good manifestos, something that can be understood by everyone, not in a coalition where we have promises of being given some handouts, which will never materialize. If the cash transfer program for old people to date is still creating a lot of issues, what about the 2 million households you are telling us that they will be given 6,000? That's a sweetener. We need real things. We need something that will lead to results. And that is the bottom-up economic model. Wait,
mambo ya bottom up.
I'm about...
Ameiba pesa sana, arudishe pesa ya Kenya.
Yes, I really had Babu Owino talking about that the people will remain on the ground, then Raila will be streaming or will be bringing money on the ground because someone stole. I want to tell you that what you are saying is you don't see any sense of changing our economic model, changing the dynamics of our economics. And that's why we are saying we cannot vote for Azimio. We shall remain in Kenya Kwanza, UDA, ANC, Ford Kenya, Chama cha Kazi. All those parties will come together, and very soon you will see not just another quick, but we are going to tremble the whole of this republic, economically, politically, because as a young man, I am so energetic. I feel I can still bring a revolution too, Bernard. You know, so don't dare say that Jubilee, dare say that UDA is shrinking. As I conclude, I saw a meeting of the Jubilee, and you can tell it's a dead party on arrival. And whatever you are saying that you know, wait for a minute, wait for what? Until there are regional leaders where? Who are these people? Tell us by their names. Jubilee is dead. If it has members, they are not more than 10. That's why even I saw someone saying that, you know, even currently the party with very many young MPs, it is ODM, followed by UDA, followed by Jubilee. Then I was wondering, if we were able to garner 140 votes in the parliament in the last bills, what are you telling us? Are you telling us that Jubilee has less than 10 members of parliament? Because if that is the case, if ODM is ahead, then it should have 141 and above. So stop cheating Kenyans. Jubilee has no structure. Jubilee is dead. Jubilee is crippling. Jubilee will take people nowhere. So thank you so much. And I really support William Samoei Ruto because he is a strong Kenyan and he has the manifestos that we need as Kenyans here on the grassroots. Thank you so much.
Question.
Order, everybody. Order, everybody. Everybody mute your mic. Order. Okay, everybody mute your mic. The standing orders are, if you want to interject anything, you lift your hand, you'll be picked on. you speak to each other through the chair, not directly. We don't want confrontations on this platform. So that is how to go about it. No unmuting until it's your turn to speak. It is that important, and we stand to keep it that way. And Deto, before Wangira asks a question, Deto, just answer my question. Has the president been disrespected by the deputy president, in your opinion?
No, he has not been disrespected. The deputy president has been speaking the truth.
No, I'm talking about respect.
In terms of respect, Bernard, I've not seen in any way that the deputy president has disrespected the president. Okay, so there has not been any disrespect according to you. So what truth has the DP has been speaking about the deputy about the president? One, you know, in 2018, after the handshake, it seems it was a good thing, but it was not planned. It's something that people are not mobilized to await the outcome about, because despite that we see its impact maybe to the Kenya being so stable, in a way, it brought a lot of hatred among leaders because they were not engaged at the primary level.
You have hold on, Deto. You have spent your time explaining, so I would prefer straightforward answers, not another story, because your time for submission is finished, and I patiently waited for you to finish because I didn't want to interject you. So tell us, the truth is the president Nimtapeli, together with his brother Raila, wametapeli DP Ruto nini, lini, kwa nini?
Okay, nini, jibu ni hili Bernard. President alisaidiwa sana na deputy president kukuwa president, na akamwambia yake 10 na atamsaidia pia aweze kupata yake 10. Sasa tunaona ashabadilika, amekuwa kitu ingine. Anasema ataunga baba. Baba hakukuwa pale kwa meza wakati walipokuwa wanatafuta kura ili waweze kushinda baba. Hiyo ni ya kwanza. Lini ilikuwa pale ya Furaha Stadium Nakuru. Na hata president aliomba, yeye ndiye aliomba. Na akasema hiyo maneno amesema yatakuwa ya ukweli na ukweli kabisa. Sasa sijui ni nini imemuingia kwa akili yake akawa na hiyo mabadiliko.
Swali la mwisho, Ndeto. Mkataba wa Jubilee unahusisha Kenya wapi?
Sielewi Kiswahili sana, Bernard. I would hope to use English.
The agreement between Jubilee leaders about Jubilee Party and how Jubilee Party will organize themselves for 2022 elections. Where does Kenya come in that? Because the presidency belongs to Kenya and Kenyans decide who becomes president. It is not an individual decision and it's not a party decision. It is a Kenyan issue. So how does Jubilee agree on how to exchange power, and then you want to ransom Kenya or deprive Kenya because of your agreement? We are not Jubilee, we are Kenyans.
Bernard, the president who is leading Kenya today is voted through Jubilee Party. So the ruling party today, it is Jubilee. And they have a right to have any conference, to have any meeting, so that to place the house into order. And in any way, they have also to discuss that, see, we started as very many MPs, like 172. Currently, we are 5. What exactly happened? Where did this 169 go? And we were left with only 5. So, as well, we are in a democratic nation. They should not take side, but they should always ensure that the service delivery.
You are avoiding to answer my question. That is your Jubilee agreement. Okay, it's not a Kenyan agreement. It's not part of the Kenyan constitution. Why are you causing Kenyans to suffer for your disagreement in Jubilee as your party? And now you want to punish Kenya because Jubilee did not keep the promise to another Jubilee leader.
Bernard, let me give you an example. If today a young man impregnates a young lady, there is feeder, and you may disown the child or the mother, but if DNA test shows that you are the father, wewe bana utachukua majukumu yako. And that is exactly what happened between Raila and Uhuru and Ruto. So there is no way he can disown him just because he has ended his second tenure.
Kenya. It was not sharing Kenya, it was sharing Jubilee. Jubilee is not Kenya.
Yes.
Are we on the same page up to there?
Actually, that is why we are moving all over in Kenya to tell Kenyans Jubilee, what we have done.
And want to move on. Let's agree. Jubilee is a political party in Kenya, but Jubilee is not Kenya.
That is true, Bernard.
Good. Now, if that is the case, then Kenya owes William Ruto nothing. It owes Uhuru Kenyatta nothing. Let Jubilee Party, which is a small segment of the Kenyan population, or rather a part of the Kenyan population, sort their issues of their promises among themselves without causing us as Kenyans to suffer because of them. The office we are trying to get an occupant right now is a Kenyan office provided for by the Kenyan Constitution. It is not provided for by the Jubilee Constitution.
Bernard, so, let us not assume. Kama
DP alitapeliwa na mkubwa wake ambaye ni kiongozi wa Jubilee Party, hiyo ni masuala ya Jubilee Party, sio masuala ya nchi ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo mtuachie nchi ya Kenya, ninyi mkatatue masuala yenu ya Jubilee. Naomba nani twende mbio mbio kwa kuuliza maswali, na please be very brief in answering the questions. We must move on very fast. Wangira, your question to Ndeto. Make your question very brief, please.
Bwana Ndeto, how are you?
I'm very fine.
I love your energy.
Wow, thank you so much, Wangira.
I have like two questions for you.
Yes.
Question number one. You talk of a revolution, and a revolution from UDA. For some of us who have studied the theory and the history behind the revolutions in the world, some of the revolutions in the world, tell me, in the manner that UDA is structured, how can it trigger a revolution? Question number two for you. If you listen to what Raphael Tuju said today, and it has even been quoted by the Star, I think the Star, he was on Inoro, he was in Inoro today, and Tuju said that immediately after the 2017 elections, it was William Ruto who first approached Raila. And his main reason for approaching Raila was that they worked together with Raila to sabotage the government of President Uhuru Kenyatta. So if what Raphael Tuju said today is true, and some of us would want to believe that it's true because the same thing has been said by Murathe, don't you think that all along William Ruto has been that wolf that has been wearing the sheep's skin in Jubilee? Finally, this is the final question. You have raised the issue of kumi yangu, kumi yako, that President Uhuru Kenyatta told William Ruto, kumi yangu, kumi yako. And the kumi William Ruto doesn't seem to be coming, or doesn't seem to be coming his way. Now that his kumi is not coming his way, don't you think that William Ruto is engaging in what we call it's either my way or the highway? Thank you. Those are my 3 questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Wangila. And let me start by touching on what Bernard had said. You know, Jubilee, you cannot say that just because the issues were between the president and the deputy, they should just end like that. Remember, these are leaders who are representing people from various regions. So whatever they said, they did not say on their behalf. It was on behalf of the people they represent. Going to the question of Wangila, the first one.
Order,
on
Neto, one moment, Neto, before you go. Who sent Uhuru Kenyatta to go and promise William Ruto 10 years? Did you?
It is
because from
it is the Council of Elders, because we needed to bring this nation together.
Where is the memorandum to exhibit that?
Bernard, you should come one day in Mount Kenya. I take you to some of these elders.
In fact, you are the people who say the mountain can be gotten without elders, without anybody. Anybody can climb and carry the mountain with him. Now you are bringing in the Council of Elders, sending Uhuru to go and promise Ruto 10 years. How is that possible? In fact, I mean,
the elders that we were refuting that they do not belong are the self-proclaimed elders who appeared in Kiambaa claiming that UDA has no popularity and they are going for Jubilee. That's the elder, because it was a conspiracy. So that to bring shame and also to
question. Did you send Uhuru Kenyatta to go and promise William Ruto 10 years of presidency?
Of course, yes, as a community. Because we needed
you are the community spokesman.
I can tell you because Bernard, ukikaa karibu na kitu yoyote utaweza kubenefit hapo karibu na utaweza kuijua vizuri. Hata ng'ombe.
You're not being serious, but in the interest of time, just go to your next. Okay, Mkenya has a question. Selina has a question.
Let me answer the one for Wangira first. Wangira has asked about.
I also have a question.
Okay, a minute, please. Wangira has asked a very good question that if the structure of the UDA that it has currently, it can bring any revolution. Let me tell you, William Samoei Ruto, who is our team leader, is a very good politician as well as a leader. This is because he foresaw that, due to the time factor, when the time for campaigning will come, every person in a way will be at helter-skelter. So he started very early to link with the people on the ground. He has not been passing through the leaders. He has been going ground to the community people, to the community leaders, to the people directly. And that's why we are very certain that we are going to win this election, because those people who will safeguard our interests, it is not the political leaders, it is not the regional leaders, it is people of Kenya, the Wanjiko. So that's why I'm telling you that the structure of UDA is as massive as even as GR.
The
second point.
Those are rhetorics.
Hold on. Everybody stay in order.
Can you wait if I answer the second question? Let me go to the second question.
Ndeto, let's do this. Ndeto, you are not answering the questions. You are campaigning instead. And I think that means you are spending our time for no apparent reason. Please,
Bernard, you cannot say I am campaigning.
You say you don't know the answer, will help you get it.
Okay. Let me answer the second
Mama
question.
Selina, hold on, Neto, hold on. Mama Selina, ask your question.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. Wacha niulize swali yangu, alafu niko karibu kuingia kasi. Nikimaliza kama utanipatia nafasi niseme kidogo. Nataka nimwambie, nilisikia akisema, Ula alisema, kuna mtu aliongea akasema mama yake ni Mkalenjin, na akamwambia vile heshima. Nataka kumwambia, mimi ni mama Mkalenjin, na sisi tunafuata heshima. So kama viongozi, kama kuna chambo vijana wawezi sema kwa sababu ya wasee. So nataka nikwambie, amesema ukweli kwa Wakalenjin mzima wako na hiyo, na ndiyo sababu unaona deputy president wakati alikimbia peke yake, hakuna mzee ama mama hata moja wanafuatana na yeye. Amefuatana na vijana Macrumen Sudi, hata hakuna zaidi ya hawa, na ndio sababu unaona Rift Valley imenyamaza. Ya mwisho nilisikia tena akiongea, anasema Central kwanza, akasema ni wenyeji, alafu akasema wakati ya Jubilee wasee ya Central waliongea na Uhuru wakamwambia. Sasa nataka nimuulize, hao wasee ya Central ndio wenye wamesimama, wale wanaitwa Council of Elders, wale wengine wanakiita kiama, wamesimama wote kama jamii ya Central na kupeana direction kwa vijana yao. Alafu ya mwisho Bernard, kuna vijana na si ya upande moja, karibu Kenya and parts of the world wamekataa kuheshimu, wameona. Lakini Biblia, hata kama wewe si Mkristo, inasema ukiheshimu mtu mzima na siku zako zitaenda. So hiyo mbio wamekimbia kama vijana, na wale vijana wanasema wanafuata. Ya pili, ninaona ndugu yangu ametoka Central. Kwa nini ni watu ya Central ndio wanateta zaidi? Ni kama kwamba hawa ndio wanajua Ruto kutushinda. So as good as you are saying, aliingia 4 years kufanya campaign, pia na kuuliza kwa nini alitangulia kufanya campaign badala ya kufanya kazi. So hayo tu ni maswali. Alafu Penat, ukipata time unipatie ndiye niingie kazi. Asante.
Okay, thank you Mama Selina. Mkenya, I hope ni swali.
Yeah, the question. Question number 1 to Ndeto. How many votes did Ruto bring on table and how many did Uhuru bring on table? That's question number 1. Question number 2. Assuming that Uhuru stayed with the G7, Kalonzo and Musalia, and Raila ran on his own and Ruto also ran on his own, how many votes will Uhuru get? Then question number 3. When you are wedding, you say for better, for worse. But if your couple tries to poison you, will you stick to the couple? Then just a comment as I end. When you go to a war, in combat, there are some soldiers who face forward, there are some who face backward. The one who faces forward cannot claim that he helped the one he owes, the one who faced back owes him. Because they both protect each other's life. It is symbiosis, a mutual benefit. So that's it, Bernard.
Bernard, can I carry on? Okay, thank you so much. And Serena Sego.
Sorry, I was on my call. WG
Okay.
had a question. I want all the questions to be finished. You give one response to some of them.
Yes, I have a question. Ndeto said that UDA has progressive leaders. I would like him to mention those leaders that he says that are in UDA. He said they have progressive leaders who will be able to take this Kenya forward. I want him to mention a few by names and their track records. What makes him believe that these people have achieved from their experience, with Kenya, and they are capable of taking Kenya far. He said that. The other thing he says that Jubilee, the entire Jubilee, the former Jubilee left. They are with UDA. Is it not so, Deto? Am I right?
Thank you so much.
Wait. I just want you to confirm so that I give you the question in that line.
Yes. Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay, so if that is the case, then it will be it will suffice us to say that the bigger portion of the former government of Jubilee, the one for 2013 to 2018, moved to UDA. So it means the failures of that government of Jubilee, like the debt crisis and what, the majority of people who are behind that has moved to the other side. So what should we expect if they did not bring that development from 2013 to 2018? That what new thing will they do in order for us to achieve that progressive development that you are suggesting? Can you answer those ones first?
Thank you, WG. Ndeto, please give your brief responses as fast as possible.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. Let me start with the questions from Serena Sego. Nafurahia sana Serena Sego kuona kweli uko hapa na sisi na ya kwamba you are really following, you are a mother figure and we do respect you so much. And I know what we can get from you, it's something that even can transform our life. Kuna kitu umesema kuhusu wazee. Ile kitu nitakuambia ni ya kwamba it was in 2006 niliona wakati Mishuki resign kukua the Mount Kenya Kingpin, yeye alishika wazee kaidli mwenye amefungulia nini afunge bana. Kaidli mimi nasema wakati Mishuki resign kukua sasa the Kingpin wa Mount Kenya, hand over Uhuru Kenyatta kwa wazee, na hawa watu ndio wamekuwa wakielekeza huyu president wetu. In 2013 tuliona alichaguliwa na ikakuwa mzuri. So and whatever that the move the Mount Kenya makes ni kulingana.
Neto, hold on. When was Michuki the kingpin of Mount Kenya?
Yes.
How did he become? Because I'm not aware.
Hey, follow history Bernard. Soma vizuri kwa history. Kwa sababu wakati pale Kibaki alipomalizia tu mambo yake, immediately he was among the people mwenye alisaidia kufanya Uhuru akuwe kingpin of Mount Kenya. That's what I mean.
You said when Michuki finished being a kingpin, he handed it over to Uhuru Kenyatta. If I had
He was.
Okay.
Follow history vizuri.
It is not true, but carry on, please. We are in the
okay. Thank you. Let me get to the point I was trying to get from there is sisi kama wa jamii ya Wakikuyu tunaheshimu sana our elders. Now whatever the direction they take us, because they are our elders, we really follow them. Number two, Serena ameuliza that Ruto started campaigns very early. Na ni kama kuna kazi amefanyia wa Kenya. Mimi nitasema hizo campaign alikuwa anaenda as the principal assistant of the president to follow various projects. Kama zinakuwa implemented, kama zinaendelea vizuri, because that is his duty. Na venye alikuwa popular, hawa watu wakaanza kuona ni kama anaweza geuka hata huyu mkubwa wake. And that's how hatred started coming in. So hajakuwa akikampeni bure, alikuwa anaenda kuangalia project. Let me get to the question imeulizwa na Mkenya about how many votes did Ruto brought on the table. Nitakuambia hivi, Ruto came with 3 million votes. Uhuru Kenyatta came with about 5 million votes. Let me tell you that combination to bring 8.2, it was not a joke. Were it not for a strong man like William Samoei Ruto, hakuna mahali Uhuru hangekuwa president. That's what I mean. Another question, if Uhuru, Musalia and Ruto wamewekwa kando, Uhuru anaweza gather kura kiwango gani? I can tell you today it is not like 2017. Leo anaweza pata kura kidogo kwa sababu wamelose popularity pale Mount Kenya. because of some reasons here and there. The other question is, talk about it during a wedding ceremony that the bride or the bridegroom aweke poison pale, ati kama unaweza mtrust tena. Let me tell you, hiyo poison unatuambia na hiyo venye umepeana even example ya 2 soldiers, mmoja anaangalia nyuma mwingine mbele, huyu mmoja ashutiwe. That is what we call carelessness. When you are dating, kwani ni mambo gani ulikuwa una test? It should be trust. So as when you are coming together and you have made a decision, unajua huyu mtu mwenye unaenda kuoa ni nani. So kama amekuwekea poison, that means you never took your notes very well when you are dating. Then let me go to WG. Let me go to WG. And he has asked that who are these progressive leaders in UDA? I will tell you there are very many. The list is very vast. Nitakupea example moja kama huyu Gachagua. This man, he has constructed a market that is the largest in East Africa. Enda Madeira utaipata. And also the project ya vijana wadogo who are MPs like Dede Nyoro, a guy you cannot compare with a person like Babu Owino. Ukienda huko Murang'a, darasa hata ni za tiles. Enda hapa Kikuyu ina Kiambu, utapata barabara zote ziko na rami. Those are a few examples, and if there is time I can still keep moving. Then finally, kuna swali imeulizwa about whether the former Jubilee.
Bernard,
let me finish, then you come in. You have said like, that the former like Jubilee members ndio wameingia kwa UDA, na kwa sababu sasa Ruto ni kama alienda na hawa all the members of the Jubilee, ni kumaanisha wale wote wenye walikuwa wabaya ni kama ni yeye amefollow na wao. Wacha nikuambie, leo hii ukapata watu 9 kwa 10 wanasema wanakuondokea, usianze kuangalia shida useme ati wao ndio wabaya. Kwanza jichunguze kama kiongozi wao. Inaweza kuwa ni wewe mbaya, inaweza kuwa ni wewe unaongea vibaya, inaweza kuwa ni wewe uko na kasoro, sio hawa viongozi. Kwa hivyo mimi nitaachia hapo Bwana Bernard, na kama kuna swali lingine iulizwe.
Okay, thank you Ndeto. I think we have delivered that for long enough. I wanted to rest there, not because that you have given the answers to the questions, but we will revisit. Let me leave it there. Mama Selina, make your submission so that you go on duty, and then we can carry on with the rest of the floor. Please, Karibu.
Thank you Temba. Naona nataka nikatiliane tu yale mambo niliona Bungoma, alafu Kilifi kidogo. So ingawa nataka kusema ile mkutano niliona ikiwa Bungoma ya kwamba ilifana sana kwa upande ya Azimio, kwa sababu all councillors wenye governor Kwanza kutoka governor wakaenda councillors, wakaenda former members of parliament, na wale wanasimama wote walihamia hiyo chama mpya. So ni Mudavadi ilikuwa imeanza kustorm Kakamega, na hatukukuwa tumeona anything from Fort Kenya kwamba uko Bungoma. Lakini for today, hata kama watu unaweza kuwa kiongozi kwa China lakini you don't have crown. So ukweli ni kwamba Western wameamua, wako kwa Azimio, na hata wakasema speaker, Senate speaker ndiye UDA walikuwa najaribu kumwongelesha aone kama atasimama governorship. Hapo naona imeteleza, na kwa sababu tunafuata hii siasa kwa ile kitu tunataka ni amani, ni kwamba Wakenya wameamua. Mandugu zangu kutoka UDA na hizo chama zingine tunasema muna bahati, kwa sababu deputy president bado ni mtu ya miaka 50 hata hajafika, Kwa hivyo batu wako na time, ni nyinyi mjipange 2027 ama 2032 mtakuwa mumetoshea, kwa sababu hiyo mambo ya bottom up ama vile mnataka kusaidia Wakenya, mtakuwa mumerudi vizuri na kujua mtasaidia Wakenya aje. Mkutano ya Jubilee pale State House Senate ni kwamba yes, Jubilee wanasema tulikuwa tumepatia time the president afanye kazi, kwa hivyo hawangekuja kupishana na watu walitoka chama. Na nikaona hata mwingine alitukonfamia ya kwamba by next week tukiendelea, kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Rais ataenda Central, ni kama hata wale wako kwa UDA saa hii ni vingumu sana, na ndiye sababu unaona mkutano yao. Nataka kusema ile mkutano niliona again ya UDA, hii t-shirt watu wanafalishwa, ni kwamba unapatia mtu t-shirt unamulipa ndiye akuje mkutano, ama ni watu wanaenda kujinunulia t-shirt alafu wanakuja mkutano. Nikiona ile mkutano ilikuwa Bungoma, niliona watu wametulia na wamejaa, lakini hawakukuwa na hiyo t-shirt ya kushangilia. So tunajua history ya Kenya, tunajua ile watu wanalipa watu alafu sasa na kupatiana manguo, na hata hiyo watu inaweza kuwa wanapepwa na hatutaki kuamini hivyo, lakini chenye nataka kusema ni kwamba Wakenya wamerefuka, watakula pesa, watakuja mkutano, lakini watu wamejipanga. Ile kitu tunataka ni kwamba tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 watu wanataka amani. Mkishindwa mkubali mumeshindwa, kwa sababu hakuna vile mtashindana na Wakenya. Kenya ni wameamua. Raila alikuwa na kura zake kama si 5 ama 4.5 anahitaji kura ingine ndiye apate 50+1. Anahitaji kura kidogo sana, na hiyo kura kidogo sana Mheshimiwa Rais atatiliva kwa Central hata akipata 20%. Mtu alisema aoni Kalonzo analete nini. Kura za Ukambani ni 1.5, na hizo ndiye kura ilikuwa na Raila, na kama itarudi kwa Raila sasa, ile kitu nataka kuomba ni kwamba ni mzuri vijana, hiyo chama ni ya vijana, wachipange na hiyo chama, hili baadaye watakuwa viongozi, watafika 30 years alafu 40 alafu 50, hata wakikuja kuongea watakuwa wamefanya kujua wase mahali. Kura si vijana wanapiga, kura inapikwa na wamama, kura inapikwa na watu wazima, na vijana wale wanajitokezea kwenda kwa mkutano hawana makura, hawachakata kura. Nataka kuuliza ndugu yangu kutoka Central, kwa nini turnout ya vijana Central kwa kupiga kura ni chini mno, ya kwamba hata wajafika sijui penat kama hata wamefika 200 ama hata wameshinda kwa Central mzima, ya kwamba hakuna mtoto yao anasimama ako kwa ballot. Saa hii wangekuwa wamekata kura hata ile msichana ya 16 years. For now unatuambia vijana, lakini vijana hawana kura. Na hata hizi mkutano unaona vijana wanaimba, wakiruka, wanafaa t-shirt, ni wale wanakuja tu kwa sababu wamekosa kitu ya kufanya. Hakuna kazi Kenya, so wakati viongozi wanakuja kusimama. Penat sitaki kuchukua nafasi mingi, nitakuwa nasikiza. Nikipata time usiku ninaweza rudi, nisipopata time naweza kuwa tu na keti hapa nikisikiza vile viongozi wanasema, but around 4 around 5 naweza ingia tena kidogo. Lakini nataka nishukuru, hii channel inafunza watu wengi, na tunataka viongozi wengi watoke watuambie. Otherwise mi nataka watu wametoka Western pia watuambie ground vile iko. Mtu asiwe anatoka kama mimi natoka Rift Valley. Najua saa hii tuko na silent majority, wamenyamaza, na kura ya Rift Valley mtashangaa, hamutaamini, kwa sababu hatujui kukaa opposition. Moi alituambia msikae opposition. Moi alituambia sisi hatujui kutafuta sana, tusikubali kukaa nje. So I'm telling you, kama Wakenya wameshikana, tuko na vijana, tuko na Gideon, tuko na Ruto, so tunaambia wakale, tuko na mkono mbili, ya right na ya kushoto. So kijana yetu ya right aendelee, kijana yetu ya kushoto ashikilie, hili kesho wa right asiposhinda, tuko na ule wa kushoto atatushikilia kwa serikali. Kwa hivyo nataka kuongera Gideon na wengine ya kwamba simama hapo, sisi tutakufuata, na wakati unaenda kunegotiate na Uhuru Kenyatta, umwambie Wakalenjin wako nyuma yake.
Okay, Mama Selina, you're done. Your audio went off. Okay, thank you very much Mama Selina kwa maoni yako na mchango wako kwa mjadala wa leo. Naamini kila mmoja anaelewa kinachoendelea. Naomba tuendelee na mchakato huu kwa kueleweshana na kufundishana. Naomba let's work hard to remain as truthful as possible. Propaganda mingi inachanganya tu, lakini hata ileti kura, inaleta kuchanganyikiwa tu, na watu wakishachanganyikiwa basi ndio hivyo. Sioni kama kutapatikana na suluhisho. Siku ya when is the last day for the voter registration? Is it today or tomorrow? WG? Just check and confirm. I think it should be either today or tomorrow, the last day for mass voter registration. So by Monday we'll have known how many. Sorry?
6th February.
6th.
6th. So there are remaining 2 days. So after 2 days we'll know how many young people registered, and then we'll know whether there is a revolution or not. But as at now, if there is any revolution, it's not coming from UDA. It will come from elsewhere. That is from where I sit. Otherwise, naomba sasa tufuate mkururo. Mkururo ulikuwa after Naftali. Are you there? Naftali also Osero. Naftali, are you there? Naftali, si unaongea? Okay, inaonekana your gadget is not well configured. Tutatupa wewe nje alafu tarudi baadaye. Make sure that you configure your gadget properly so that you are able to speak tukikusikiliza. Okay, and then if that's there is who else? I think Mkenya. We'll have Mkenya, WG, then Thomas, Jared, then Kishere Pius. Pius or Pius.
Can WG go?
Mkenya, karibu tafadhali. Let's pia tuweke muda ili tusikae sana.
I'm struggling to hear you. Can I come after WG? I'm struggling to hear you.
Oh, if you are struggling to hear me and come after WG,
I can't hear you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone.
Confirm, WG. Confirm, is it my mic or is Mkenya?
Bernard, you are not clear. WG is clear.
I'm clear, Bernard.
Who else can hear me?
I can hear you clearly.
Bernard, I can hear you clearly.
So Kenya, reboot your system.
I can also hear you.
Everybody's mic. Thank you. So WG, make your submission as Kenya organizes his gadgets. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Bernard. I would like to state that the way the UDA guys are getting everything is quite wrong. They've been so confused that I think they don't know where they are coming from and where they are and where they are headed. They are not very sure. Because if you listen to Ndeto, how he was bringing up his points, is full of assumptions and no confirmation of the facts that he was talking about. However, let me just make some observations regarding Jubilee meeting today. I tend to think that so far it's a confirmation that actually the Uhuru Kenyatta was not being there's been this notion that Uhuru Kenyatta was cheating or lying to Raila Amolo Odinga regarding his support. So it has come this far, and we find that it wasn't a lie. It is true, and he means what he's saying. And so those who are oh, anadanganya, he will eventually go back and support William Ruto. Oh, whatever crossed their way between him and William Ruto, we are yet to know. But it seems it must have been something very serious, irreparable. So Jubilees are serious. They are making their way, and very soon they will officially combine force. I mean, in books. The other thing is that the DAP-K Kenya is emerging as a serious outfit in Western, especially in Bungoma. And you see, the Bungoma votes had been quite elusive for our side of coalition, be it NASA or ODM. So their emergence is a big plus for Azimio brigade. And William Ruto was performing so strongly until DAP emerged in that area. I don't have any question, even if William Ruto was there, but Kakamega mostly was behind ODM, Kakamega and Busia. That one, even we would have performed even better, even with the absence of DAP. But with the combination of DAP and ODM in Western, I think the thing is closed. It's a lock. Because if you see, even by today, we were still receiving some defections in large numbers. I saw the lady who was in Tangatanga. She had come back to Azimio through DAP, and so Western, they are like Musalia, go there on your own. And I think that one is a strong statement. There's no way you can find all leaders in one side and then you expect that the ground would be otherwise. Just like today, we can't assume that the North Rift can be favorable to to Azimio, since all leaders belong to the other side. So it will also be hard to assume that in Western, that the ground may speak otherwise, yet the leaders are in one corner. When you also compare when the question that I asked Nani Ndeto about the figures, the individuals on the side of Azimio and the individuals on the side of UDA. And Ndeto could not get enough answer. Instead, he was floating people like Rigathi Gachagua. Me, by the way, for the first time, I'm hearing about Rigathi Gachagua ever in my life. After in the teams of Ndindi Nyoro, in fact, even Ndindi Nyoro has been more popular than Rigathi. But when I asked that Ndeto should give me the performance of those people with the DP, you know, all he could say is the roads, which I believe was also done by the national government through being Nani Uhuru being in power. He had to the places, especially central, had to enjoy the trickle down effect of the national, the national cake. So it cannot be attributed to those people. But now look on the side of Raila Amolo Odinga. He has all the stalwarts, people who've held many national government positions, and they've proved themselves. And still, when Oka will join Raila Odinga, which I know is not a question of if, by now it is when. So when they join, then we will be having people like Martha Karua, whose work and record, both in her cleanliness in terms of corruption is something that is on the need to be seen. So Raila Odinga has people who can roll up development and achieve more or better for Kenya than the other side. Look at people like Kivuta Kibwana. These are people whose integrity and development records, talk for themselves. Oparanya, see what they've done in their time as governors, and their roles in the country as a minister of planning. You see, and now come to William Ruto himself. From the time of being a KANU youth winger to date, there's no single single development or something that can be referred to William Ruto that he helped do for Kenya. In other words, we only have a history of negativities littering his experience throughout. So when will he begin? Is he going to start today to bring those the good tidings for this country? Yet he has never, since the days of KANU. By the way, William Ruto started operating in government while Raila Amolo Odinga was still in opposition. He was still languishing in jails and activism outside in the streets. By then, William Ruto was already in government. And so there's nothing since that time to date, even after he became the deputy president. Back in the Rift Valley, there are people cannot pinpoint things that William Ruto has brought to that community. The only thing they can pinpoint very easily is the running down of their economy in terms of agriculture and those other things. It is littered, I'm telling you. But with Raila Odinga, his experience, what he's done, and what Kenyans can remember him for is plenty. And therefore, we cannot, fail to believe that there are things that he will bring up when he becomes the president. And therefore, that is the reason why Raila Amolo Odinga is our project. He is our project because what he started, this is the time he's going to conclude and crown it with his presidency. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, WG. Neto, what is it?
Bernard, I cannot allow what WG has said to just go like that. That Ruto has no track record of any achievement, even from the time he was an MP in Eldoret. Let me ask him 2 or 3 questions. Number one, are you aware that when Ruto was the Minister of Agriculture, that's the time Kenyans enjoyed subsidized cost of fertilizers? Number 2, are you aware when Ruto was the Minister of Higher Education, that's the time a lot of transition happened in our universities, and that's why we can achieve a very big number of university admission every year today. Number 3, are you aware that even currently, when Ruto is still in the Jubilee government, they have connected more than 8 million households to electricity and built more than 10,000 kilometers of roads? Are you aware of those questions? Kindly answer me if you have said that Ruto does not have any track record.
Neto, track record is when we can study somebody, his life, and be able to apply it to our own lives and want to become it. If you joined politics in 1992, you became Minister for Higher Education in 2007, Minister for Agriculture, 2007. So let's account for 92 to 2007. What was he doing? Where was he? That is the
We know he was an MP in Eldoret, and during his time, a lot of roads were constructed.
No, not activities. Give me policies.
Policies.
Policies, yes, policies that have resulted into improving Kenya from where it was.
Let me give you one. Yes. Let me give you 3 in a random. One is on the technical training institutions. We have seen Ruto since 1997. He has been supporting this policy, and today a lot of TVET institutions has been constructed. We have seen him launching. Even today, where he is, 5. In 2013, there was nothing in Kilifi. Today, we are talking about 5 TVET. So he supported in the parliament, and even today, he has become the deputy. He has helped to implement. That's a track record, Bernard.
That is not his policy. It wasn't his policy.
Policies are amended every day. What you started with is not what you end with.
Listen, Deto. There are policies that are started by people, yani the brain behind those policies. William Ruto, you cannot state that he is the one who began those policies. You see, even and then when we come to the, what did you say in 2013 that he started? You remember most
those
of
are
the
things.
things.
Don't undermine the institutions. They are called technical and training institutions. Hizi shule za ufundi wa mikono na hao ndio Wakenya wengi wako hapo.
Order between WG and Deto. Historically, all those TVET were called polytechnic. They were started by Moi, and they were part of 844 system. Thank you.
Bernard, there is a big difference between a polytechnic and a TVET. TVET is where even those who never went to school, they can be there. But for polytechnics, ni wenye walipata D+ kwenda juu na C. How ndio tu wanaweza qualify? It's a total difference. So usitu confuse huyo mwenye anasema
Of course
hivyo.
I know.
Mimi
Jeto,
nimestudy
what I'm
vizuri.
saying,
Nimekubali upangwingwi. Kaa tu hapo
nimekubali,
tafadhali. Naomba
Jeto,
hivi.
but what I wanted to remind you is that it was not, I doubt if it was begun by William Samoei Ruto.
No,
As in that was
TVET. We are talking of
WT.
TVET, not polytechnic.
It's okay. Order, let's do this, okay? If you change Kenya Polytechnic or Polytechnic name to TVET, that does not make you the author of the idea. So that you are not the one who authored the ideology, so you cannot get credit for it. You just go and check your guy very well. I would want to study William Ruto. I would want to study his steps, especially how he made the money and how he became prominent as a politician. If there is any book on the rise of William Ruto, I want to read it. How I can follow his steps from 92, 93, 94, 95 until today. Then I'll be satisfied and safe following him. But if he was asleep, 92 all the way to 2007, there is something amiss somewhere. And that is why it's very difficult to follow your leader. All the same, you have every right to follow him. I'm not discouraging you from following him. Anyway, naomba sasa tuokoe muda. Tafadhali ukipata muda wa kusubmit, take your 3 minutes, graciously articulate your point, and let's move forward. Mkenya, uko tayari?
Yeah, can you hear me clearly from your side?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I will be brief today. And when you talk of a legacy, you know, we just ask a simple question. What do you remember Jomo Kenyatta with? What do you remember Tom Mboya for? Now, there was a certain opinion poll which was done and was asked, who do you think is the most corrupt person in Kenya? I think Kenyans know the answer. Right now, if you're to ask Nani Mwizi, even if telling, so that's what I've stuck in the mind of Kenya. Now, to my contribution in the Kilifi, first I have to say that I don't support any form of political intolerance to whichever party. There was an issue in that land, so I thought they would have solved that amicably, but that does not justify the UDA tends to be destroyed. Then I will go to Bungoma, that is the DAP Kenya. DAP is a force to reckon with, And let me break this. If UDA people have not observed, maybe they have been silent. Now, if you have seen, there is a pattern in our politics which is being played. Now, we know the largest base where UDA enjoys support is the Rift Valley. And it is being bordered by Nakuru County. Then on the western side, it is being bordered with the Trans Nzoia, Bungoma. Now, UDA had really penetrated those regions. Now, there is something which is being created, a buffer area. So, on the western side, on the western border, we have the DAP Kenya taking roots to prevent UDA the gains that they have gained there. And if you ask yourself, why has Raila Odinga concentrated on the Mount Kenya counties which border the Rift Valley? Nakuru, Laikipia, Nyandarua. Do you think it's just wakes up and does that? He has been consistent there. So try to separate that influence or stop that influence from the border and penetrating. And I can tell you, the deputy president used to enjoy support in northern Kenya. You can see the UPIA party coming up. The coast, the ODM has that. I'm afraid to say that there may come a time that UDA may be confined to one area. I may be wrong on that, but time will tell. Then on Jubilee renewal, the president said that Jubilee haijakufa, but I'm of the opinion that walilala, hata kama they should have balanced. You balance politics and work. So that excitement which used to be in the Jubilee in Central, that excitement is not there as much. I'm waiting to see what the president will do. But I don't think even if you were to put much effort, the excitement will be as it was in 2017. And maybe these are the questions which the president may ask or play the cards. When he will just ask a simple question. Nilisema yangu 10 na ule jamaa 10. True. What situation were we in? Then he may, I suspect, he may say that we trusted this guy because I was the one on the seat, on the control. But based on 1, 2 things, I don't trust this guy anymore. One, we had a Tuju highlighting on that. We have also had the former MP of Molo also bringing that card that there was something which was planned against the president. There is also a reason story which is being asked. It is a sensitive one, so I want to mention it here. Why the president decided not to board the flight when he was in Kisumu at the last minute. Those are speculation. Maybe the president will speak about him. Then he may ask the Mount Kenya region, why was I taken to Hague? What were the allegations that were put against me? And if the were to answer correct, he will say, those people said, I was defending you guys. I was defending you guys. So he knows how to appeal. And there is a saying in the Gikuyu, I stand to be corrected, that the oil skin of the house is not for the stranger's back. And he may even explain that, yes, I'm supporting Raila Odinga, but I have not allowed ODM to dominate Central. If I'm supporting Raila Odinga and I have not allowed ODM to dominate Central, why should we allow UDA? Then they'll ask, let's support our own parties. And if that, I suspect in Kiambu area, Jubilee may enjoy support, then we'll have PNU and others. And that's how UDA may be phased out. Though as we speak currently, UDA is enjoying support there. And I must give UDA the good job that they have done. And the slogans, they were right when they started. The hustler, the rallying call, the hustler, it was resonating well. This bottom up, it's very difficult to explain. Mwakisema tuanze hapa chini, tuende juu. You know, it excites people, but when people sit down and reason, it does not sink well. Then there's a lot of slogans, due to kisema kazi ni kazi, sema pesa mfukoni, too much rallying call. It should be simple. Then what I would advise, I know I'm not qualified to advise the DP, what President Uhuru will say, let him take you to the humble stride. And I may be wrong on this, let him play the church card. Let him go back to the church Arambes in Central. Let him not engage Uhuru one-on-one. That will be dangerous to him, as people will suspect that all people will be of the opinion that you're finding our leader. So I think the best one is to not to engage him directly, may play the church card supporting, so to attract now the sympathy votes. So people will say, yes, our leader is supporting this person, but this person seems to be a good guy. But if you are to combat one-on-one, that one may make the people rebel against him at the end. So I may stand to be corrected. That's my I will be observing what's happening. So through then is when I will contribute more, given the politics. And also as I end, in Western, I'm observing date 12 and also date 15. They're very important in Western. Mukisa Kitui resigned in Octad. Why has he been silent? Maybe I'm monitoring all those, and when that time comes, we'll contribute. That's it, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Mkenya. Can we now hear from, is it Thomas?
Yeah.
Quickly,
So,
Thomas, please come in.
What I want
Let
to
hold
say,
on.
so what I want to to say about the current situation is that Kenya is a country that is really advancing in several situations. Now, when you look at the history of Kenya since we got independence in 1963, Kenya was having the colonial constitution, which was all about the hierarchy, and it was not really defining what leadership and management is. And when you look at the independence constitution, which Moi was using, and which Jomo Kenyatta was using, and up since that moment is when the Odinga's family and Kenyatta's family, they both brush shoulders, because when you look at the session of paper number 10 of 1965, it was all about the devolution which we are having right now. Now, when this Tanga leader, this William Ruto now is coming in politics in 1997, when he was elected the member of parliament in Eldoret, and after that he was made the assistant minister by Moi regime. So these are persons that believe in the spirit of Arambism. That's why you see him walking around giving churches money that is not accountable for, believing that when you give churches money, when you give groups, young people groups, you're manipulating their mind for the support. And Kenya is a country that is controlled majorly by the Catholic churches. Look at the stand of the Catholic; they are very quiet. No one is even talking about Ruto dream. Now, when you come to yangu kumi and yangu kumi yako kumi, I think Kenya is way beyond traditional representative system. We are a presidential representative system where a president is elected by the people. We are not in a situation where two people will just sit down and say at yako kumi and yanani kumi. We must encourage diversity even in leadership. It should not just be in our own tribal line. It should be in terms of leadership, and it should be in terms of even employment. Now, when Jubilee had a meeting today, you cannot assume that President Uhuru Kenyatta does not have any influence like before, because he never stood with these promises. He is the president of Kenya. We have the National Intelligence Security. They really know what really happened. And deputy president is someone that you cannot even trust. Someone has said a very important note, that they are having different slogans. Leo itakuwa ni bottom up, kesho itakuwa ni Asla Nation, kesho itakuwa ni kitendawili, kesho itakuwa ni yule mganga. So when you look at the combinations of all these words, it really explains who William Ruto is, because when you look at the Azimio plan on 31st of January, Raila Odinga was very clear on his standpoint. He is going to empower women, women-led groups. They are going to be given some funds to ensure that their business are doing well. And Baba Care. In most countries, for example, like we all know that US they were having what is called Obamacare, and in a good country like US, they also came up with an act that was supporting the needy family to ensure that they also benefit from health. Because how many people in Kenya are not health insured? Most of them, they are not insured. Now, Obamacare is coming to help these people, and everyone is going to benefit from health. When you say that Ruto is having a legacy, I think that is like
Obamacare or
daydreaming.
Babacare?
Babacare. There is this Babacare that Raila is planning to bring, and when someone is saying that that Ruto is having a legacy, I think you don't understand what a legacy means. Ruto has never been a president, that is number one. And Article 134 of our constitution clearly explains what the roles of a deputy president is. Number one is the title, to deputize the president. Number two is the chairman of the IBEC, Intergovernmental Budget and Economical Committee. And just recently, you had was Shiwanga, which also is part of that committee. She was saying that all the proposals they were coming up with to ensure that our counties are adding money, Ruto was always saying no, we are not supposed to add money, because this is a person that does not believe in devolution. He was the top person when Kibaki and Raila Odinga were campaigning for our current constitution about the devolution. He was the person who was really complaining about it. And right now, he really enjoys the fruit of that through joint ticket he got in our 2013, 2007 and 2013 and 2017 election. So you cannot say that Ruto is having a legacy when we all know that Ruto is buying maize from Uganda. Ruto is selling all his chickens to Ugandans. Ruto is buying eggs and selling eggs in Uganda. We all know
Bwana Thomas, ngoja kwanza. Ngoja. You have exhibit of that, or it is an allegation? If it's an allegation, you say it is alleged Ruto is selling eggs.
No, that.
If you want to substantiate it, then you give exhibit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Now it's everywhere alleged that Ruto is selling eggs, and we all know this one is not allegation. This one is confirmed. You remember Ruto was the minister of agriculture when Kenya was saying that we are not having maize in the country. Kenyans were suffering. They could not eat ugali. Where was maize brought from? Mexico and Brazil. Brazil donated so many tons of maize in Kenya, and at the same time, we have the Kenyan climate is a climate that supports the growth of maize. Mbona Ruto akusema that the so-called subsidized seeds zitumike in places like Kitale, mahindi zime. So you cannot come here and say that Ruto is having a legacy. That is a zero statement. Now, when you come to central Kenya politics, majority of central people believe in their people, and we all know that central Kenyans, they are always business people. And in every society, if you come to any society, number one, you visit the local leaders. Number two, you visit the business people, because these business people, through their investment, they are empowering these people. Now, if in the previous campaign, they said that they are going to support Ruto hiyo kumingine until 2032. And right now, they have said that we are not going to support you. In each and everything, there's a reason. Because Ruto is someone that after 2017, he was everywhere campaigning. And we all know who said tunatangatanga is the president himself. He said that badala watu wakuja wafanye kazi, wanatangatanga. And Ruto was not working. And it's very illegal. Ndeto, I want to ask you, you are the father of your house. You're the head of your house. You have maybe 3 children, and plus your wife. Your deputy in your house is your wife. Now your wife and your 3 children are not doing what you think is right. What you think is right for them, and you've promised them that if you do this thing, after maybe 5 months, you are going to benefit from its fruit. What will you do? Should you just sit down and say that, oh, my 3 children and my wife are not respecting what I'm saying, let me just keep quiet? You will go and seek help because you believe in democracy to involve everyone. And that is what Ruto was feared when he saw Baba now shook hand with the president. He knew very well. Just relax. Just relax. You're going to get time to.
You have asked me a direct question, and I thought you would give me a chance to answer you.
Jeto, you're out of order. Thomas, conclude.
Yeah, I'm concluding. So when Raila Odinga shook hand with the deputy president.
One moment, Alex.
Bernard, 2 hours when all of us have not made submission, 3 minutes is good to back. We can always come back. 12 minutes listening to a submission is not fair. 3 minutes is good. Please, Bernard. 2 hours we are here, people, we have not made submissions. We can always go back and forth. Please.
Okay, let me wind up. Let me wind up, Alex. So what I want to, when I'm concluding, I'm saying that Azimio is getting stronger. There is a total confusion in UDA, Jubilee, Maendeleo Chap, DAP Kenya, all they are going to support. They are going to support Raila Odinga, and our next president is going to be Raila Molo Odinga. Yeah, that's my submission.
Okay, thank you. Now, please, let's stick by the timing. I hate to interrupt you, and I also wouldn't want to stop you in 2 minutes or in 3 minutes. So please just make your points, substantiate as fast as possible so that you make maximum contribution within the framework of the 3 minutes. If there will be any extension, let it be because we are interrogating what you're saying. But giving us the whole of your submission for too long, please, let's not enemy. And I don't want us to get into the chaos of kuna watu wanakatwa wakifanya submission. Deto, what is it?
Bernard, I have only 2 questions for Thomas. Question number 1 is what he has indicated as the maize issue, maybe attached to William Samoei Ruto. I'm asking him, is he aware that the maize that we plant today, you cannot harvest and dry those and you replant them again and they germinate? They are GMO totally. So does it mean that who is the minister of agriculture today, many years to come, will be blamed that the traditional seeds of maize are no longer existing in our country? Number 2, he has given an analogy that I assume I'm a father of 3, then and a wife. Then, in a way, to some extent, a time comes, I suggest something, then my wife and my kids, they like oppose. One thing, even if we are in a democratic nation, we should ask ourselves, is who do you trust this man so much that whatever he says is totally true? You know, you can be wrong, and your wife and your kids can be right, and that's why they are diverting from your opinion. That is my point, Bernard. Let him answer me that.
In half a minute, Thomas.
Ndeto, I want. So I'm really checking on time. And Ndeto, I want to tell you that if you've not had farmers complaining that their maize are rotting, then I think you're not in Kenya. Number two, Kenya is not in the old traditional way of drying maize. We have several methods like electricity. They can do that. And the last point, you cannot say that deputy president was fully behind President Uhuru Kenyatta points when he was walking around, and 50% saying they did a good job, 50% a wrong job.
Yes, Alex.
Ndeto, yes. The Minister for Agriculture, if he has wrong policies, 5 years from now, we will see a famine must even go to jail. Some countries like Malawi, when they realize that you give a ministry to an individual and you give him the power to operate it, 5 years later, you realize that ministry was not doing well, they must take accountability. Then why do you take an oath of office as a minister for agriculture? You take an oath of office that you're going to do your best. So for you to insinuate that a minister today, if he makes error, because it has been a tradition for us that if a minister does anything, they are not replicated for what they do. The answer for your question is yes, but Kenya has not been doing it, and we ought to start doing it. If a minister today makes wrong policies in 5 years, in some countries, if a railway derails, he resigns right away. So the answer to your question is yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And about emoji seeds in Kenya, I need to be updated on that one because we have had a lot of debate on the same. I may be behind the news, but
give me a minute, David. Bernard, I feel something.
No, I want you to share me a link of that policy of emoji seeds for maize for farmers in wherever in Kenya, passed by the minister or whichever. I want to clear everybody who has not spoken before we begin to take the second round. So we'll minimize the questions so that we redeem the time. We get to Gishere Pius. Naftali, umerudi? I want to be sure. And Operation Fagia yote iko karibu kwanza. Naftali.
So I thought I was next, Bernard. Why you jumping up?
Ni wewe ama ilikuwa oh, uliruka, picha iliruka juu. Mimi nafuata huku mkururu wa chini. Sawa sawa, we'll go to Jared and si nilikuwa nimesoma hiyo list. Okay, Jared, Kishere, then what? Naftali keeps coming and going. Naftali, confirm if your gadget is working. Okay, your audio is not clear. When you log in, allow StreamYard to control your audio and your video. That's the only way to get in the studio and be able to converse. Right now, we can't hear you when you're speaking, but we notice you have unmute your mic, so that means your camera may be working, but your mic has a problem. Jared, karibu.
Thanks, Bernard, through you to every other panelist. You know, I am uncomfortable sometimes. It becomes we are forced to be here because you are our friends. whether you like it or not. So you will still remain our friends after this election is over. I'm very sure some of us, even these candidates, don't know us. They cannot even recognize us. But at least I can recognize you, Bernard. If we meet on the street, we can say we have seen each other somewhere. So just keep it cool. Now, I don't know if I need to submit or I need to debunk some of the allegations you have made against
If you
my
donate your
candidate.
time to debunk anything, just make sure you are using your minutes properly, as
Yes.
well as your submission. So combine everything in the 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yes. I will take my time to educate the panelists and those who are watching online, those who don't know, have an history of Dr. William Samoei Ruto, what he has done. Sometimes I think maybe they don't take time to research about this, and people are asking, who is William Samoei Ruto? I'm very surprised that they don't know. Maybe if you take time and follow his story, it might be encouraging to some of you are young people. This is a young man who graduated in 1990. By 92, he jumped into politics by joining the 1992 YK92 as the youth to support one political side, which was KANU. Whether you agree it was right or not, but he was contributing politically. He went ahead in 97 to actually, which people don't pay much attention, to throw down Jesile, who was a very prominent member of parliament of Eldoret North, to become still equally a young member of parliament. Now, this is
He
where the
rigged
story,
himself.
whether he leaked or not, but at least he was just a young man who fraud Jasira could have even leaked also, because that's why I'm saying those who know who Jasira was. He was actually appointed as an assistant minister. You know, think about that. This is a young man who has just fraud down Jasira and is appointed as an assistant minister of Home Affairs. You know, he has worked in Home Affairs, which is today we know that is changed to Matiang'i position. So he understands what is going on in Kenya. Maybe that's why he's doing what he's doing today. He has worked in the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, and you can see he has a variety of that. Those of people who he had worked for, he has surpassed them because he had a vision where he want to go. Some of the things which some of you also might not be aware is that, in fact, Dr. William Ruto has been an acting president in Kenya. I'm very sure that you want that history not to be known. So that he has been entrusted with the country for 2 or 3 days while our president was out of the country. So just pause there and think about it for 1 minute, that the country actually was left to his hands as an acting president, you know. So I don't know what happened from there, that at that time he could be entrusted, but now he could not be entrusted because of politics. That is for whoever who says. And I have had, I believe it, I don't want to mention, let me go through the chairman, Bernard. I think one of the panelists mentioned that, what was just supporting the allegation which Tuchu was saying, and Mr. Steven Murata say that. Now I wonder, how would you believe Murate and the Tuchu when the man himself in KTN interview said Raila Amolo Odinga approached him first? So who do we believe? I mean, is it an hearsay from Tuchu, or is what William Ruto said by himself? So it's up to you to choose who you can believe. And if it was when he came on a national TV and said, Raila Amolo Odinga approached me first to salvage this government, but I declined. I went and told the president. Why Tuchu and all these Murades could not come and dispute that fact? That tells you that they are waiting now when it is politics. And this is what is funny about this politics. I felt very bad today watching also even my good people from UDA like Mukomen trying to simulate that the changes in the constitution, the elections is about the leaguing, which is not. And those are some of the things which we will have to learn on how to tell the public the truth, because some of the followers just take what these politicians say. When Jubilee, ODM, and everybody is saying this was a bill which came from IEBC. This was not a government bill. So I feel very bad when we see the politics playing that way. But coming back to the point, what is happening in Kilifi, that is politics which should have been bypassed by time. We need to leave everybody to go anywhere, campaign. If you don't want to listen to somebody, just stay home. Don't come. Don't mess anything. Just go there. If you want to go listen, if you want to go collect money when the government is giving money, just go. But nobody's forced to come to the rallies. One thing, as I say, some of you have seen commenting about the president, the deputy president has not been accompanying these road trips now, which is happening. Now, what is the problem with you guys with this? Is it Odinga Alliance or something? What is the coalition, Odinga coalition? What is the problem? He's trying to showcase who he is.
Point of order, Bernard. I don't understand what he means by Odinga Alliance. Which Odinga Alliance?
Please, you gave me time, 3 minutes. I finish. Then you can ask. We don't have Odinga Alliance. You don't know it. There's a name
but
they
you
call
have
it.
already spoken for 8 minutes.
My friend Alex.
I'm not lying to you.
What clock are you having? The chairman is there. Okay, I'm gonna address the speaker. Bernard knows the time. I'm not going to go to bite you. Okay. Anyway, Bernard. Before I was distracted by my friend WG, but you can give him time when I finish. I was saying there is an Odinga Alliance. There is a name, I forgot the name. That's why I'm calling it Odinga Alliance. But I was saying I don't see their problem.
I will always remind you, Azimio.
Oh, okay. Asumuo, okay. That Asumuo or whatever. So
He's
what happens?
Trying to be cheeky.
Okay. The Asumuo you're saying, thank you for reminding me. Why are you worried? What we're trying to do is to expedite how we're gonna do the campaign. We want Mudavadi to start going by himself. We are expecting our next deputy president. Even though some of you said you don't know him, you don't have to know him, but there are people who know him. Okay, so leave us alone. If we are making, as I said, if your enemy is making mistakes, you should be happy. But it's because you are worried on what we are doing. That's why you keep following this. Other than that, another thing which I need to debunk is this saying, the saying which has come to, which we are now talking, we cannot differentiate it between, maize eco and Mexico. This is very clear. It was just mixing between English and the Swahili that maize eco. He was telling Kenyans, Mahindi eco. I wish he could have used the Swahili full, then you could have understood. But there was no Mexico. Okay. Other than that, I will stop there because I want to respect the time.
Jared.
Yes.
Jared. Kama mahindi iko, mbona kulikuwa na uhaba wa unga? Hiyo ndio swali la kwanza. Swali la pili.
Okay.
Ngoja nimalize maswali. Swali la pili ni kuhusu Biblia inasema tukiwa na mashahidi wawili ama watatu swala limepitishwa. So kati ya Mradhe na Tuju na Ruto ambaye alisema peke yake, gani ni la kuaminika, tukielewa kwamba anayevunja rekodi ya kusema uongo kama mwanasiasa hapa Kenya anajulikana?
I can answer you those two. Thank you, Bernard. One, as a leader, you need to give assurance to the country. If you cry when the country is crying, then there will be no confidence. So he was giving the assurance that the maize iko ndio watu wasiwe na shida. Maize ilikuwa iliangushwa huko Mombasa. So anyway, you say the Bible said. I don't know where the Bible says that exactly, but I also know that we like to hear from the horse's mouth. And if there is anybody who is of who we know as lied daylight, is the president who said 10 years for me, 10 years for you. And
no, Jared,
so,
Jared, you're trying to play politics. Hata kama uamini Biblia, wahenga wanasema msema pweke hakosi. The danger of one side of the story. If
UDA haina wahenga.
Report the same thing the same way, okay? If two people can report the same thing the same way, are more to be believable than one person saying the same thing and he's the only witness to what he is saying.
I agree what you say, but my question I'm asking, Bernard, from the time he said, I'm very sure years has passed by, when he said that in a daylight, in broad daylight on the national TV, why nobody disputed until now we have jumping to politics? That's all. If you can tell me why.
It was disputed. It's you is not aware it was disputed. For example, what was William Ruto to help Raila with?
In fact, you are even bringing a point which I didn't also remind you, that this same man, deputy president, he helped Moi to be in power through YK92 in 92 to be in power. In 2002, with the principle, he stood, knowing that things might be bad. He was man standing with the president of the current president. In 2007,
you're not answering my question.
I'm
Please
answering. I'm coming to you.
Don't use the time of my question to do your own campaign that cannot be historically traced.
I'm trying to tell you how he would answer Raila. How he would help Raila. Okay?
Yes. Why would Raila approach the deputy president when there is a national crisis, there is a standoff in matters governance?
Unless you don't know the history of Raila, then I might not be. I don't want to remind you.
It's not. It just tell me what would Raila stand to gain from the deputy president when there is a standoff between the legitimacy of the president and of course the people's president.
In 2007, how did the Kalonzo help Kibaki?
Sorry?
In 2007, how did the Kalonzo help Kibaki?
Kalonzo did not help Kibaki. Kalonzo joined the government. Joined the government at night.
Okay. What I'm trying to tell you, if Ruto could have come to the side of Raila, it could have legitimized. It could have legitimized the presidency of Uhuru. That's simple as that.
How is that possible, Jared? Even in your school of thought, the 2010 Constitution declares that your running mate becomes your running mate. You serve with him for the rest of the term, unless otherwise. So how would a deputy president become deputy president of Raila Odinga after they have been sworn in with Uhuru Kenyatta?
It was not about coming the deputy president of Raila, okay? It is taking the president off. He has overthrowing the president, basically.
No,
let's move
for
on.
your
Let's move
imagination.
on,
Thank you
please.
very much. Let's forget that. 2020 kwa kishere tukienda namna hiyo na tuokoe muda tafadhali. Tuache nini? Tuache propaganda mingi tafadhali.
Niulize.
WG, what is your question? Hey.
My question to Jared is, does he think that, please mute. You see, when Ruto, who is someone has, okay.
Please save time, WG, save time, please. There are so many people on hold.
When Ruto in 1992, or when he helped Moi to cling to power as a dictator, does he take it to be an advantage or something that we should talk about as Ruto's gain, or it's his weaker point?
Thank you, Bernard, for the question from my friend. It depends on how you look at the water, if it is half empty or half full. So I tend to look from half full, that anywhere you follow, like now you guys are following Odinga, is because you believe in him. And if he wins, then we will clap and say you did your job. But if William Ruto wins, we say we did our job. So if he was in the winning side, so I see it as a glass half full.
So he did well in helping Moi to sit on Kenyans.
WG, on that question has been answered.
On the winning side. This guy has taken 15 minutes.
Let's do this. I'll just throw this in and then we go straight to Kisheru. How come the DP has never said he helped Moi in 1992, 1997? You will talk about that later. Kisheru, please. Kishere Pius, come in quickly, please. These hands are too big.
Okay, unanipata vizuri?
Kabisa, endelea tafadhali.
Okay, Ruto, mi najua kwamba Ruto alifanya kazi na Moi, Ruto amefanya kazi na Raila, Ruto amefanya kazi na hao marais wote ambao wamepita. Na hakuna mtu ambaye aliwahi kusema kwamba ni mbaya kipindi anafanya kazi na yeye. Kwa hiyo sasa hivi ameamua kusimama mwenyewe, ndio kila mtu anasema kwamba Ruto ni mbaya. Mimi sioni kama Ruto ana ubaya wowote. Na tunapokuja kwenye siasa ina mafiga matatu. Tuna siasa, tuna mwanasiasa na tuna maendeleo. Kwa wale watu wanasema kwamba Ruto alikuwa na tangatanga, sio kweli. Ruto alikuwa anafanya maendeleo kwa sababu sisi wananchi tunapokuwa tunamchagua kiongozi, hatuchagui kiongozi aende kukaa alale alirelax. Na ili kiongozi ajue kwamba watu wa Mount Kenya wanahitaji nini, watu wa Central wanahitaji nini, ni lazima yeye mwenyewe afike pale. And that is exactly what Ruto was doing. Alikuwa anazunguka kutaka kujua kwamba kule watu wa Mombasa wanataka nini, watu huko wanataka nini, ndo wakaja wakamnickname kwamba anatangatanga. Lakini ukweli ni kwamba alikuwa anafanya maendeleo. Na ukiangalia kuanzia 2013 to 2017 2018 maendeleo na uchumi wa nchi ulikuwa unakuwa, lakini tangu Raila Odinga alijoin na handshake yake uchumi ulishake na ukaenda chini, na mpaka Uhuru mwenyewe our president akaja akasema kwamba every morning tunapoteza 2 billion. Sasa swali ambalo ninaweza nikauliza, kwa sababu hiki ni kitu kiko open, mtu kama mzazi, wewe una ng'ombe zako 10, kesho unajua kabisa kwamba Bernard ama Jared ndio walienda kuchunga ng'ombe zangu, wamerudi na ng'ombe 9. Kesho waende tena warudi na ng'ombe 8. Alafu uje uambie mama watoto na watoto wengine nyumbani kwamba kila siku ninapoteza ng'ombe moja, wakati unajua kwamba Bernard na Jared ndio walienda kutunza ng'ombe. Uhuru Kenyatta anajua kabisa ni nani amesimamia ule mfuko mkuu wa serikali pale. Anapotuambia kwamba 2 bilioni zinapotea kila siku, hiyo ni issue ya yeye kuambia wale watu kwamba bana hizi pesa zinaenda wapi, lakini amefeli kufanya hivyo kwa sababu ana uhakika zile pesa zinalika kivipi, zinatumika kivipi, ndio maana alishindwa kukama.
Okay, one moment Alex, what is your question?
Uhuru alisema hiyo statement katika muhula wake wa kwanza, na la pili Uhuru akafika mahali akabadilisha mpaka currency yetu kwa sababu ya hayo maneno. Ya tatu akamwachisha kazi zingine za kulaunch vitu za uongo, na Uhuru akapeleka mswada wa kusema dams zimeibiwa pesa na hizo vitu zote. Kwani hii yote ambayo alikuwa akifanya huku yaona?
Ndio maana ninasema kwamba kama ana uhakika kwamba mambo hayo yalikuwa yanafanyika, anashindwa nini kusema kwamba fulani ndo alikuwa anafanya na watu hao wachukuliwe hatua, kama sio chuki za kisiasa ambazo hazina malengo yoyote? Kwa sababu ninakumbuka, unajua mtu unapokuwa unaona kwamba huyu mtoto anataka kusimama mwenyewe, yeye anataka kumvunja miguu. Kweli ni kwamba 2013 Uhuru mwenyewe hao kina Kalonzo aliwatafuta kwamba umsupport, wakakataa. The only person ambaye aliamua kumsupport ni William Ruto, na yeye ya kusema kwamba mimi 10 na Ruto 10 ndo yeye ndo alimfungua Ruto akili ya kujua kwamba baada ya huyu ni mimi, na yeye akaanza kujiprepare mapema. So Uhuru asimlaumu Ruto, yeye ndo alimprepare psychology ya kwamba after me it is you. Cha pili, unaona sasa hivi Moses Wetangula na Mudavadi wamejoin UDA. Baada ya kujoin UDA ndo wanaonekana wabaya, lakini kipindi walikuwa kwa Oka walikuwa ni wazuri. Hatukuwahi kusikia kwamba kuna mtu amekula pesa ya makaburi. Hatukuwahi kusikia kwamba yule sasa hivi sijui hana lolote. Lakini after hawa watu wamejoin UDA wanaonekana wabaya. Kwa hivyo what I want to say is that when in politics, kama vile Mama Selina alikuwa anasema kwamba respect, tuna respect watu wakubwa, sio kwenye siasa. Usitegemee kuheshimu, hakuna heshima kwenye siasa. Wapinzani wale hakuna heshima, kwa sababu nyuma mtu ambaye tunaweza kusema kwa taifa letu kwamba hana heshima ni Raila Odinga.
Kishere, tafadhali.
Naam.
Naomba katika madai yako uwe na dhibitisho, sio kuripoti. Pili, mada ya leo tunazungumza kuhusu mkutano Kilifi. DAP party Bungoma. Sawa.
Yep.
Yeah, so hizo vitu zingine zinaweza kuwa mfano, lakini ziwezi kuwa subject, because we are turning the debate into something else that it was not supposed to be. Sijui kama tunaelewana.
Bernard, mute sisi wote alafu unmute. Sasa kuna echo fulani, sisi wote tu mute alafu unmute.
Kishere's nini ndio iko na echo. So bwana Kishere nasema hivi, tunaweza peana mifano kwa matukio tofauti, lakini tukae katika mada ya leo ili we do justice to the topic of the day and contribute. Then there is Jubilee cleanup. That is the 3 aspects of our debate. All right. Secondly, the story of Ruto analaumiwa, anaonekana mbaya kwa sababu amekataa ama ametengana na fulani. That is something that has been said, but it is neither here or there. Ayezi kwetu wanasema, wewe ukipita kwa boma alafu mtoto akufe, upite tena mtoto mwingine akufe, ukipita ya tatu mtoto mwingine akufe, kuna kitu na wewe. Wewe huwezi kuwa eti ni wewe tu ati unaonewa. So it is not possible that everybody you have ever worked with ends up complaining about you. There has to be something. You are we call it the common denominator into the fraction. So you should tell us, what is it with the DP that makes him to be branded that way? Inaonekana Kishera
Bana.
Yes, Thomas. Thomas,
yes, I want to add a very supplemental point on what you've just said. To Jared and that my friend who speaks a very good Swahili. In 1992, Ruto stood with Moi. And why is it that when we come to 2002, now the preferred candidate was Uhuru Kenyatta? So they should tell us what is really wrong with this guy that ikifika time anafaa kuwa president anageukwa.
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Naomba sasa tuende kwa nani na tukimsubiri nani arudi ajibu maswali. Ni Alex eh?
Ni mimi.
Haya,
shukrani sana. Na kuna comment Stone PK amemeka hapo nzuri sana kuwa when we are taking too long, we are lowering the quality and the sweetness of the debate. I will have 2 points very quickly. Today, I was very, very happy for what I saw in Bungoma. I didn't know much about Jacob Juma. In fact, I used to follow him once in a while because he used to make some comments that used to turn to be true. But when he died, I was amazed of the influence that he had within the politics of Western Kenya. Jacob Juma was a friend to almost all the politicians. And there was an allegation that Jirongo made that made me sad, that the person that killed Jacob Juma was one person. And Jirongo went forth to even say that I have seen this person kill another person in front of me. And that person never went to court, and he did not even retaliate. And that kind of made me start disliking that person. And that person is our deputy president. So when I saw today the Mlembe Nation equivocally reject the deputy president, for me, it was not political. For me, it's for the allegations of which Jirongo had said. Jirongo said it immediately. Jacob Juma died. He said it at church, and he said it during the funeral. And we do not know the truth, but at least the deputy president could have come back and said, no, this is politics. But for me to see the Mlembe Nation today reject totally anything to do with UDA, it is making me happy, because you cannot allow people to finish your own people. If there are leaders who have intentionally been finished politically by others, are the Luya leaders. But today the Luya leaders have come out to be some of the strongest leaders in the nation. And therefore, I am glad for what is taking place in the oath that took place in Bungoma. The other thing is the allegation of Tuju. You know, the deputy president seems to be guessing some of the strongest allegations we have ever had in politics. And if I was the deputy, some of these allegations, I must rebut them. Tuju is coming and saying that he wanted to impeach, the deputy wanted to impeach the president. He went and wanted a meeting with Raila so that Raila can come to his side. That is a strong allegation that the deputy must address. He should not just politic with it. That is a strong allegation. And if it's true the president is not going to relent. As we saw today in the meeting in State House, the president did say, and I have never understood, and as Manyora said, we have understood less the president than any other president. If that is true what Manyoro says, and the president say, wacha tufanye kazi, wakati wa siasa utafika. And today the president says, wakati wa siasa umefika. If that is true, that now the president wants to play politics, William Ruto should be very afraid, because the president has the tools and has every reason. So Jubilee, the UDA should not play with that. UDA should come. In fact, even the MPs who are working today with Ruto should relent and go back to the president and say sorry. Because when the president says now ni wakati wa kupiga siasa, I think that is totally different. So UDA should be prepared that now the president is coming to defend his legacy. And now the president has said who is going to support. It's no longer what we think about. It is what has come from his mouth. So Jubilee should address this. Why is the president now supporting openly one person called Raila Odinga and not William Ruto? They came together, he supported him, we don't disagree with that, but the question that you must answer is, why is he not supporting William Ruto? Stop being cheeky and sly about that question. I have finished my submission. 3 minutes on top.
Alex, unajipenda, tutakushtaki baadaye. All the same, thank you very much. Those are soul-searching questions that need to be given proper answers. We hope they find right answers. But going forward, I wanted to say that UDA is talking about a revolution. If they want a sample of how a revolution looks like, they should go to Western Kenya right now and understand how a revolution is engineered and caused to happen. But they are going around and saying Project Imradi, that cannot result into a revolution. My free advice for them. Now tumsikilize Niston PK.
Thank you, Bernard, and all the panelists. Hamjambo. Somebody has not. Oh, thank you, Bernard. Today's matter, very good. And but before I go, anyway, let me go straight to the matter. I wanted to answer that question that Bernard has posed to people. You will never get that answer from UDA guys, never. But you can always get them from your colleagues in Azimio, because Azimio is carrying very sober people. UDA is carrying liars, including my panelist Jared. What he tells you are lies. They are not propaganda. You know, people mistake.
Mind your language. Mind your language. Yeah.
No, liar is not bad language. Even Ruto keeps on saying he's lying. They have.
Jared is not complaining at least, Bernard.
In the Honorable House, trying to mislead the nation, or mislead the panel, or mislead the audience.
Okay, but the guy he supports is a perpetual liar in this country. And lies are not propagandas. Propagandas are different from lies. You know, I've sent you a clip I want you to play to these people so that they can know who a liar is and what a lie, you know, what it means to tell a lie. We have known in this country the biggest liar, of course, who lies without a blink, without even shying off. We know who it is. And he has taught all his followers. They tell you blatant lies in the daylight, not even at night. And that's why, for me, from next week, I'll not even be debating with UDA guys, because they will make me tired. And I need energy to campaign for Azimio. Okay, now I want to look at the Kilifi issue. Well, Kilifi was unfortunate because, I mean, people don't need to destroy others, items for campaign and all that. Just like when you find my poster and you don't like my face, you are not supposed to tear it. It is wrong. However, we also need to know that Kilifi is aggrieved. Kilifi has never forgiven that one of their own was shot. It's a case in court. I don't want to dwell in that. When a soul is lost, because of political whatever, it is very expensive. So Kilifi is bitter about that, only that they are quiet because that matter is on court. That you can take to the bank. So anything could have happened. In fact, those guys have been mourning up to today. They've been mourning that boy or that guy up to today. So it's not that they really want to have those kind of things. Anyway, it's bad it happened, but people should know, despite we have freedom of going everywhere, you can't come to a mourning family and you start telling us your bottoms up and all these manenos. So, it's just like today, if you go and try and pitch a tent at Bahati, not Bahati, Kiambaa Church, and you start talking there about politics, what you will see, you may not like it. So we need to be careful. Then let me come to the storm and the tsunami that happened in Bungoma. I don't know what UDA will do, because that was a real tsunami. It is historic. And remember, the enigma was not there. UDA they may want to call it anything, whatever, because UDA, you tell them this is red, they tell you it's blue, it's yellow. This is green, they call it yellow. White, they call it yellow. Yani kila kitu kwao ni UDA. But today, whoever watched and listened to Bungoma, if I was UDA, ningefunga milango huko. Waliambiwa watafunga kama wamama. Those of you who listened. Yeah, they have said they closed it. Nobody can ever penetrate that region. And that was Bungoma. That was the Bukusu land, my friend. And there was mass defection. You think those people will go to wear yellow? Never. Never. And that is a tsunami that has swept off UDA out of Western. In fact, if you get any votes in Western, they may not even be more than 100,000. That, I think, can be banked. And it was very good, and it is coming. The next one that will be there with Baba, it will be something, and again, unbelievable. And they were saying it doesn't need to go there sooner. Let him dwell with other places. So that was very good, and we are following forth. That is the first. Manake sasa tumeweka gear 2, level 2. Ile ingine ilikuwa ni warm up. Sasa tunataka kuwa sweep, and then by April we bury UDA completely. There is something I wanted to talk about, issues being raised that Ruto, when he was in whatever with Moi, nobody raised issues when he was. People don't raise issues when you don't matter. Okay, right now, when you try to say you are going to be the president of this country, everything will come. Every mistake you did in your nursery school, itatokelezea. Whatever you did or anything you did in the village, itatokelezea. But when you are running there as an MP and all this, we leave that to your constituents to do that. But when it is national, tutatoa mambo yote. And then this adage of saying that it has not been proved in court. How many cases have been proved in court for these political people, rich people? Very few. Ile kesi mtu anakuwa tested, ana trial, anafungwa, ni wale ni maskini. All the rich guys are working, but we know they are thieves. We know even some are murderers. Okay? But if you tell a common man like me and you who is debating at Mtembei to bring proof, we cannot. Okay? So one is, like, again, when people are saying that the president should tell people what went wrong with him and whatever, and Ruto. If I'm Uhuru, I would not come to tell you for what? Did you tell him to go look for Ruto when they were being threatened with ICC? No. Okay, but they quickly, came together. And let me tell you, they are not friends. Don't lie to yourself. And Uhuru and Ruto have never been friends. Take that to the bank. They have never been friends. In fact, Ruto's friends, if you tell people to show you Ruto's friends, you unaweza pata hata watatu. Ruto has no friends in this country. Okay? Ruto buys short-term friends because of money. Akina Sudi, they are leaking his butts because of tupesa hapa na pale. Okay? So Uhuru and Ruto came together just for convenience to save themselves from the hooks of ICC. It's common knowledge. Even an nursery school kid knows. Okay? So hakuna urafiki ilikuwa pale na tusijidanganye hata tusidebate hiyo. All right? So these are people who came together because of a threat. Okay? And truly speaking, the gentleman abused the coming together because he came together and fought and he thought yeye ndiye amefanya Uhuru president. Again, I want to debunk that. Ruto did not make Uhuru president. Kalenjin vote is 1.6 million, my friend. Okay? So that's another lie. He never made Uhuru president. Uhuru made him DP. Okay? That UDA guy they can take it to the bank. Ruto never made Uhuru president. Ruto never made Raila prime minister. Ruto never made anybody. Okay? Ruto just continues making his money from YK, where he kept on bringing 1,000 t-shirts, kutengeneza pesa. He's good at making his money, but he never made any leader anywhere. Yes, I think I'll come back later. Thank you.
Okay, Stone PK, thank you. Jared, what is it? I hope it's a question.
Yes, through you, my brother Stone PK has put an allegation that I was peddling some lies here. The least he could have done is also not to go to the same route, peddling some lies. I could have respected if he could have stuck to the truth. Okay? So everybody knows that, as one of my friends said, if Ruto could have not joined with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Raila was not to go even to the election, he could have taken it in the morning. So how can you say that Ruto did not help Uhuru to become a president for the 2 terms? At least you could have kept your side.
Jared, you are abusing our intelligence and our understanding of English language. There's a difference between joining Uhuru Kenyatta and making Uhuru Kenyatta president. So we shouldn't play around with words here.
No, I said by joining, he made him the president. If he didn't join him, there's no way.
To make. Make means you are the factor behind him. In other words, even Uhuru was not running for president. It is you that went and picked him and persuaded him to become president. And then
Jared is making his submission and indirectly.
That thing can only fit the 2002 situation, whereby Raila said Kibaki tosha. Kibaki ran into an unfortunate accident. Raila ran around the country and persuaded the whole country to vote in Kibaki. That one, if you say Raila made Kibaki president, that makes sense. But this one, it doesn't fit that situation anywhere, if we want to be honest. Let's do this. I wanted to play a video before we move forward. Let me find the video. Good. No, it's not here. Let's listen from Kawel first, as I prepare it.
Unmute Bernard.
Kawel, are you there? Kawel. Okay, it seems you're not there. let's go to P Power as I prepare the video.
Thank you, Bernard. I think today I was not intending to join you guys. I just wanted to watch. But when I listened to Jared painfully struggling to identify the legacy of Ruto, I said I have to join and call him out on it. And in fact, I found it rather unfortunate that he picked as the first legacy of Ruto to be the YK92. That alone makes us realize that Jared is not serious about the politics of this nation and even the health of this nation politically. That cannot be a legacy of someone. Secondly, he mentioned positions which Ruto held throughout or since he joined politics in the government, the position he held in the government. Those positions, he didn't tell us what Ruto did with those positions that impacted the nation positively. That is a legacy. When you talk about Raila pushed for multi-party democracy. That's a legacy. Raila pushed for the new constitution 2010. That's a legacy. So it is something that people can look back and say this was pushed by this person and it has impacted us positively. You can be given a position, but you do nothing with that position. Holding a position is not a legacy. What you do with the position becomes your legacy. It can either destroy you or make you better in the eyes of people. So that is what I wanted to tell him. So regarding the topic of today, Jubilee rebranding, I think it is an important and a crucial statement on their part, especially Uhuru Kenyatta. First of all, during that PG meeting, they confirmed that Uhuru would continue to hold to be the leader of Jubilee going forward. That shows that Uhuru's intention is not to go home, retire and go home. He intends to actively participate in the politics of the nation going forward, either through his members of parliament or otherwise. He's not retiring, going home as Kibaki did. He intends to remain very active in Kenyan politics going forward. And there is just this thing I just want to mention. One, I think DAP-K mentioned it. People are asking what Ruto has done, especially. There is a case where Ruto was found guilty to have taken Muteshi's land and was directed to return that land to the rightful owner. That was decided in a court of law. So there is a case that was decided by the courts. So of all these people, all these top leaders in the country, it is only Ruto who's been found guilty of trying to take or someone's land. And then today in Bungoma, Azimio that was led by DAP was a show of might and intention. And actually, I felt it was more of a message to ANC and Ford Kenya that there is a new kid on the block and it is sweeping. DAP is going to be so powerful. And eventually, I think, in these elections, it may completely destroy ANC and lock ANC and Ford Kenya out of Western region. So there is that growing exuberance. I think people are really happy. People from that side are really happy with DAP. You see a lot of people joining. It also shows that the people want to have to take part in the Azimio cake. Kila mtu anataka achukue ashike hapa na pale. So that is why you see DAP is engaged with rallies in that area, trying to have a foothold there and lock these people out. We see a lot of leaders coming on board, defecting to DAP and defecting to other parties affiliated with Azimio. And I think that is a good thing for Raila Odinga, because it is much easier to be sold by others rather than trying to sell yourself. So for him, half of the job is already done because he has people doing that for him, even when he's away, and those people can draw a lot of crowds, as we saw in Bungoma. That is all better.
Okay, thank you, P-Power. We appreciate you. Alex, what is it?
I don't know. I think P-Power is right. You know, sometimes these simple definitions like legacy, you know, I don't know why we want to pervert a simple definition of legacy. And I think through you, Bernard, Jared knows what a legacy is. It's not that he doesn't know. He knows. He's a learned man, and actually a very learned man. You go to Lindkunda, the guy has very good credentials. There was a young boy who came here. I could have excused him, who didn't know what dynasty is. And Themba had to take 10, 15 minutes to tell him what dynasty is. But not Jared. Jared bwana, usipeke watu ya UDA chini.
Okay, yes, Jared.
Just a 1 second comment. Did you realize, Bernard, that I'm pulling the crowd? Some people just join just because I've said something. You know, that's the kudos to me. Thanks, Power.
I didn't want you to mislead members of the public. I didn't want you to mislead members of the public.
Order. It seems UDA is they are what?
Chronic liars.
They like attention. So whatever you say about them, they just enjoy it because they think you're preoccupied by their. That's why I say the DP is an adolescent when it comes to politics. Now that is my personal opinion. Look for me if you want to reprimand me. But it's an adolescent. It's an adolescent who, when they see a small hair on their shin, they want everybody to see it because they are turning into a man or something like that. All this proving a point. It's not politics. They need to come and learn what politics is. High-tech politics, like the one Baba is playing. You don't see him sweat. He's just enjoying himself. And things are moving. He is yet to shout anywhere. He's yet to beg anybody. And things are moving. Those are the politics like the football I like. The football where you see the system exchanging. You see the game inasetiwa, vile players wanajipanga and things flow. Lakini hii yako happen, una happen Kilifi, una happen Kangemi, una happen huku kwingine. Those are accidents. We don't want accidents in Kenya. We want systematic politics that we can learn from and adopt, even as we aspire for future leadership in this great country. Now, tumsikilize Kevo. Kevo sasa. Jared ni nini? Okay, half a second. I give you 10 seconds.
Okay, I will take less than that. What I was saying is that if you see me laughing and always very jovial, I want you guys to adapt that politics is not that serious. After all this, we're going to meet somewhere. So I don't get offended when somebody says anything. This is politics. We don't take it too personal. That's why you say anything, I'm always laughing. I'm a very jovial person. I don't take anything personal. That's what I would urge everybody. You know, all of you are my friends. Thank you.
Sawa, thank you Kevo. Karibu tafadhali, maoni yako dakika ni 3. Unmute. Unmute your mic, Kevo. The mic is beside your name. Without yes. You unmute once, not twice. Yes.
Okay, thank you. It is my first time.
That's why I'm having some difficulties. But I want to thank you, Mtembei TV, for allowing me to be part of the debate today. From my side, I will take a neutral ground. I just have one thing to say about UDA and UDA in Central and NC for Kenya in Western. Actually, DP has been campaigning and he started very early. He gained the ground. He is very shrewd. He knows how to carry out campaigns. But unfortunately, I feel like this 2022 is not on his side. If I could have that opportunity, although I'm not entitled and I may not be in a position, but I feel like this 22 is not his chance. Maybe 2027. I say this because right now, even you guys, you can be, in a way, be convinced that Central Kenya is under UDA. But from where I am, I feel like in the next 3 months from now, even not 3, even 2, Central will have shifted. In Western, I believe Mudavadi and Weta, mostly Mudavadi, did one of the worst thing politically. How I wish he could have just gone, though he could not make it, but how I wish he could just have decided to go all the way to the last day. Because as we speak right now, honestly, things on the ground in Western, all odds are not favoring Mudavadi. So from that perspective, and also from a distance, you can see Kalonzo coming on board. And very soon you will see Kalonzo and One Oka, One Kenya Alliance being part of Azimio. That tells us that if the president will manage to convince, and he has a ground to convince his people, there are so many things that he can use to convince people from Central that Raila, it is the same president and his brigade that decampaigned Raila in Central. And it is the same president who can go back there and try to convince them, whereby the president is already on board. So I believe William Ruto can overtake from Raila, but after 2022. But for now, Raila has been struggling. He has been having genuine supporters, unlike Ruto. Actually, Ruto has followers. But if you look through, you will find majority or some of them, they are following him because of maybe tips. They are being given something. But Raila has been having genuine followers, genuine supporters, without even being bribed. But he has not been making it through. But this time round, I think this is his time. Ruto will come in after maybe 2027. That's what I have.
Okay, thank you, Kevo. What is it, Power?
I just want to tell Kevo, politics is very dynamic. Ruto's best chance, actually, to the presidency is 2022. If he misses 2022, 2027 will be a totally different game plan, because then even the small the support that he has in Mount Kenya would not be there. Right now, he seems so powerful because he has support there. Immediately, Raila's government comes in. When Raila forms the government, the central MPs or UDA MPs who will be elected using UDA in Central, most of them will cross over. And I'm telling you this because Kikuyus generally, the manner in which they play politics, they cannot be outside government. Always they would want to be inside. So they will be more likely be aligned with the government of the day rather than staying in the opposition. So Ruto might find himself in opposition with only MPs from Rift Valley. So that would complicate his math in 2027. I don't think he would be there in 2027. For him, it will be a long struggle to the presidency if he misses 2022.
And maoni yako Kipawa, and politics is a chance everybody takes. I believe the reason why DP is struggling in 2022 is because he got into the 2022 campaign with the 2017 script, and that limited him. Unlike Baba, who always starts on a new page, starts to write his own story on a different slide. So he's trying to stretch the slide, but the slide is limited because of that. And then because of that, he can't stretch it any further. And so he's already cornered. Amepitwa na wakati. 2027 will be complicated. Yes, because he has made many enemies. When you make many enemies and you don't have a doorway for reconciliation, it becomes very difficult for you to make a comeback. The greatest mistake is that the DP assumed that he is Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga is only one man, and not many can be him. So you can't assume that you are him. It's only Raila Odinga who can go to vacation for 6 months in the US and come back and still finds Baba while you are away. This and this happened. Some people, if they go 6 months, we don't hear of them, and that will be the end of their story. All the same, sitaki kunini, naomba nicheze hii video, alafu tuendelee na mazungumzo. Lakini, simu yangu iko wapi? M-Pesa sijaiona, atujazi lori leo, tunafunga mradi Jumapili. And we are not anywhere even 50% of what we needed to have. So please, not even a quarter. So let's work hard about raising the funds as we raise the temperature for politicking. It's important. The details are scrolling on your screen. If you need them to be posted, you request, I will post them in the comments, and let's begin to respond. No amount is too small, no amount is too big. Let's make a difference, be an extension of relief to the people in Marsabit for the drought situation. Well, this is the video. In fact, there are two.
Dishwa nyuma na viongozi matapeli. Watu ambao hawataki kusema ukweli.
We've heard, for example, that the government has lost 21 billion in Kimwarer and I don't know, Aror Dam. The money in question is about 7 billion.
I am pleased to announce that 5 stadia will be complete by April. And 4 will be complete by June.
Shida ya Kenya kubwa sana ni viongozi watapeli, waongo, wakora ambao wanasema hii wakimaanisha hii. Mimi nataka mnisikize hapa Kakamega. Hii barabara tunajenga kutoka Ibokolo pale chini. Ikuje hapo Idangalasi, ikuje hapa, iende Malaa, iende Navakholo. Kutoka Navakholo tumejenga mpaka Kakamega. Na kutoka Navakholo tumejenga mpaka Musikoma. Hiyo barabara imeisha.
The deputy president was in Shanda and is on record saying that the road is completed. My people almost fainted. People almost died out of shock. Because you see, when the number 2 of a country says the road is completed and people are planting bananas, we were in a shock. We didn't know which road he was talking about. It was amazing and horrifying.
viongozi watapeli, waongo, wakora ambao wanasema hii wakimaanisha hii, wanapanga ile wakipanga jamaa ingine. We want to be truthful.
Your Excellency, why did you lie to Kenyans on that podium?
The stadium in Chuka will be complete. In 3 months' time, the stadium in Moyale will be complete.
We are in 2020. Why did you lie to Kenyans about the stadiums?
Kwa mdomo moja, mimi si member wa chama ya UDA tukiongea saizi. Mimi ni deputy leader wa Jubilee. Deputy party leader wa Jubilee. Mimi William Ruto. Alafu kwa mdomo mwingine, in UDA, number 1, we have a track record. We have demonstrated that we built the railway, we built the roads, we connected electricity, we did TTI. We have a track record.
Now, I think you are just, anyway, let me not say that.
Mr. President.
Haya. Vijana we! Vijana we! Kiambu we! Hey! Hey!
Prepare for Raila as your 5th president. Prepare for Raila as your 5th president.
Break your table.
It seems this was too much that it kicked out the Bernard. DAP-K, can you take us through? You know, this was tough.
Ole, thank you. Welcome back, Bernard.
While I was away, what happened?
Bernard was planning, Gerard was planning.
Jared wanted to take over the show.
Jared was sketching
That coup will not work. That coup will not work.
You know, Bernard, please tell
Wait
your
video. Wait for the video.
Yeah, but tell them at least to be truthful. I was standing and saying, DAP-K take over. You know, sometimes.
The president.
Actually, I was being.
Vijana we! Vijana we! Kiambu we! Hey! Hey!
Prepare for Raila as your 5th president. Prepare for Raila as your 5th president.
Break your table.
Hey. Okay, now we can have response. Yes, Jared.
You know, there is one thing I agree with, and I have a lot of respect for Francis Atwoli. Many years back, he told us that Uhuru is too young to retire. He will give us problems, and the people did not see that. Yeah, he's gonna give us problems. Truly, he's gonna give us problems. So, one thing, the difference between UDA and Azimio, because I see some people saying a lot of things about me. So, on serious note, one thing about UDA and Azimio is that at least in UDA, we are prepared that Raila can be a president. But are you prepared that William Ruto can be a president?
No.
Maybe some years later. All the same, I just want to confirm that the road from Navaholo to Kakamega, okay? I was there 3 weeks ago. It is still not done as we speak right now. We had our car almost got stuck in the mud, or we almost got thrown. There's one river that is, the two rivers share one bridge. We almost got thrown into the river because the road is narrow, and then there is some contractors who they wait for rainy season. Instead of pouring maram, they come and bring loam soil and clay soil and they pour on the road, making the situation hard. So from that clip, I can confirm the deputy president doesn't know Navaholo. He doesn't know the road from Navaholo to Kakamega. If it is tarmacked, then he doesn't know that road, and we would want him to show us where that road is, because the only road that leads from Navaholo to Kakamega is one, and it is not tarmacked. Thank you. Do I a book? Ni swali ama nini? Tunataka tusikilize huyu Mkenya mwingine.
Jared hajamaliza.
Jared alikuwa amemaliza ama nini nyingine? Alisema to prepare for Ruto's presidency. Ruto may become president sometime, but not in 2022.
Kama hamtaki kuongea naweza endelea kuongea. Kama hamtaki kuongea mmeogopa.
Hello. Okay, thank you, Mutebei TV. It's my first time to be with you. I think I'm the only lady here. But as
you're welcome.
Thank you very much. As you can see, I'm a Kenyan, but I'm in diaspora. I'm in Spain. I heard you guys direct, and I said I have at least to put my little, as we say here in Spain, grano is like a seed, and grano like a seed, so that I can at least share with you how here in Europe, when it is politics, how things are done. Because as a Kenyan, I pity our young people there back home. When I see them going, chasing the politicians to get 200 shilling, to get 1,000 shilling, which won't help them for nothing. And also, I won't say that I'm supporting these or this political chama, but for me, what I would like to share with you guys is my experience. I've been here in Spain for a long time, and I have seen how these people do when it comes with politics. It's not cheating people, it's not going promising people Canaan when it is not possible. And also, as Africans, we are brainwashed by our politicians. When I'm saying this is, I don't think and I don't know how a person can promise me and can brainwash me, telling me that a wheelbarrow will help me in future, when I know automatic a wheelbarrow cannot take me anywhere. I don't need a wheelbarrow so that I can become rich. I need to know how if we have many Kenyans who are holding degrees and they are not working. We have many Kenyans who are suffering. We have many Kenyans who are dying. We don't have good hospital. We don't have good facilities. People are just running with our money. They are just there campaigning with our money. Like now, I just worry. Why? Because here, if you want any government office, you can't go campaigning. If you want to campaign, you have to resign and you start your campaign. But us, we are brainwashed. We go behind somebody. Somebody is our deputy president, and we are still campaigning for him to become president when that person has not even fulfilled the promises he made to us when he was campaigning to become deputy. So it's like us Africans, we don't understand how things are done. We don't see how the damage these people have done to us. We are just like, come what may, I get my 100,000 shilling, I get my 1,000 shilling, and that's all. We don't think about tomorrow. We don't think about our future. Like now, as we stay here in diaspora, we should be back. We should be there home enjoying with our families. But because there's nothing there to enjoy, because I won't get job, I will have to corrupt. I will have to give kitu kindogo so that I can get a job there. When I know if I go outside Kenya, I will get a job, a good job, without corrupting anyone. If I have studies, I have to leave somebody who has gone to school. Although we can't say the government should, but the government should do its job, should make the people, it's like the rich continue becoming rich, the poor poor. So when are we going to continue like this? When do our young people continue chasing the politicians so that they can get at least 100 shilling to go and buy drugs? Because that is a big problem which our leaders, they don't talk about. We have many young people who have gone astray because of using drugs. We have many youth there in villages who don't do anything. They just wait time of campaigns to go chasing the leaders, to go chasing those people. And those people, what they do is just brainwash those young people who don't understand what politics are. Why should I vote? And which methods, how can I, which kind of leader can I go and vote for? Because it's like we just vote to vote. We just but the corruption, I understand. The corruption is the big enemy of African countries. Here in Europe, I thank God, we don't have that much corruption. At least the government protects its people. But our country is like, you are not protected, because if you go against a leader, if you go against these people, it's like you become an enemy. So thank you very much for the chance. Hope we will have peaceful election, and hope we'll get a leader who can make us a country who will not cheat us, who will not make us go back to the Moi era. Corruption, toa kitu kindogo. We are tired of toa kitu kindogo. We are tired of corruption. We are tired of corrupt country. Thank you. Good night all.
Okay, thank you, Thomas.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to encourage our only lady that she's very safe under Azimio, because we are here for women empowerment. That is our point number 10 under Azimio points. Now, I want to go quickly. I don't know whether you're going to allow me to say something about the two clips.
Go ahead, make it.
Now, it is very dangerous for someone like a deputy president to stand somewhere and give a very false information that can be confirmed by the parliament that is a total lie. That is a gross misconduct that can lead to the use of Article 144 and 145. He should be impeached because he has shown a gross misconduct. Now, when you look at in most of the occasion, people have been assuming what Atwoli, the influence Atwoli is having. These are trade union leader. and in each and every time he meets investors, and he knows what is really going on. So Atwoli is really saying the truth, and he knows that the next president is Raila Amolo Odinga. Now, when you look at the like yesterday, I was just saying, when Ruto was saying that the number of studies they are going to do in the next 6 months is not different with what he's saying right now. He is going to allocate 100 billion and give Kenyans. He goes to to another place and says he's going to allocate another 50 billion, but it doesn't really tell Kenyans where is he going to get this money. It doesn't really talk about the corruption. And when you look at the clip, that was in 2018, and the handshake was already there, and that is the point that the Kimorer and Aror Dam was in question. And just imagine the head of IBEC, who knows very well the amount of funds that is allocated to different projects, is coming in a national television and saying just 7 billion, just 7 billion. And this is a project that can help. Actually, Kimorera and Aror was to be one of the biggest, the largest dam in Africa. And I was so sad to listen to my deputy president saying that just 7 billion. So, Jared, what I want you to help your UDA members, the only thing that can help UDA right now is to come out and acknowledge what the president has done, and fully, because I know in Kenya, if you campaign for like 2 months, everyone will forget about it. So the only thing that UDA can do is to acknowledge and respect our president, and everything is going to be okay. But for now, Azimio, 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 Azimio.
Okay, thank you. Let's listen to those people who have not made submission. Moses. Moses, are you there? And please, let's not stay behind the curtain. We are making the screen very dark, and when the screen is very dark, you notice that then the number of people viewing drops because it looks ugly. Nobody wants to look at it. So let's do our best to kutoka nyuma ya curtain. If your camera is working, thank you, thank you. You see the face behind the voice. You're welcome. Moses, are you there?
A big applause, Chairman. Bernard, applause to our Kenya, our lady.
Kenya, the spin agape. Karibu sana, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Isipokuwa umetuambia tu shida zetu, huko tuambia suluhisho.
Bernard.
Yes,
Bernard.
Oga Moses.
Yeah.
Oga Moses himself.
Yes, my
You're welcome.
How you doing?
We are great. We are great.
Yeah, man. I'm currently in Azimio.
Hey.
Yeah, long time.
Welcome to the bigger house. Move from small houses.
That house couldn't accommodate me.
Hey.
So I decided to move, you know. Like, can I express an opinion or somebody else was talking?
Yeah. No, go ahead. Go ahead. It was your turn. We are looking for you.
Thank you. Yeah, like I was saying yesterday, you know, Kenya is bigger than an individual's interest, you know. Like, you know, in the past, I've been a great supporter of DP or the UDA or the Hustler movement. But in a few days or few weeks ago, I've been hit with the reality, you know. If you heard Hassan Joho spoke the other day, it was like, you know, if you hear Ruto talking about promises, wheelbarrow, He has been the DP for the past now 9 years. So within this 9 years period, he did not know that people are jobless. Within these 9 years, the only thing he wants to bring to us is a wheelbarrow. And also within, when they were campaigning in 2017, it was Deputy Ruto who mainly talked about laptop to standard 1 kids, which never came to reality. You played a clip here whereby Ruto was talking about in another 6 months, we will have this stadium complete. In another 2 months, in another 3 months, in another 6 months. Where are they? In the same note, we have the same person talking about mamambogas and the piki guys. If you had, there was an interview in Citizen TV whereby Gladys Wanger and this big mouth lady in UDA, I don't know her name, Alice Wahome, they were being interviewed. And the lady couldn't even talk about this hustler movement after hearing the reality from Gladys Wanga. Wanga told her that he told her what Raila really stands for, and it really defines and depicted the reality that we needed to hear from the people who we want to lead us, Alice could not, the only thing that Alice was talking about was just like, after every elections, ODM has been known as the party of violence. He couldn't tell us like the agenda, what they stand for, apart from the pikis and the mamambogas, where Gladys Wanga really schooled her that in a country, you cannot only tell us that an economy depends on mamambogas and the piki guys, which is not right. It should be inclusive, include the teachers, the nurses, the civil servants, government workers. It's not only the mamambogas, it's not only the piki people. The economy should be inclusive, and that's what the Azimio stands for, And also talking about the Musalia Mudavadi, the Wetangulas, I don't think they really matter. Even if you look at them, if they call any meeting in Western Kenya, they can pull nobody out, like they can't have crowds. Compare their crowds and even the crowd the other party, the newly formed party for Eugene Wamalwa ahead. The other party is becoming more powerful than even the ANC, leave alone Fort Kenya. Because Fort Kenya doesn't even have a senator. The only senator is the party leader, So you question yourself when people are talking about, Western Kenya is shifting to DP Ruto. That's nothing. Wait, I had one member here talked about in the next 2-3 months, things are going to get interesting, which is going to be because Uhuru Kenyatta is also going to neutralize Ruto in central Kenya. People have been talking a lot about, Raila cannot get even 25% in central Kenya. I'm telling you, don't be surprised. He might get over 60%. Once Uhuru get out there, which he's going to do very soon, he's going to neutralize that wheelbarrow movement. He's going to neutralize that hustler movement. And there will be, even these MPs like Ndindi Nyoro, those people are going home if they are not careful. Just wait for Uhuru to come up and start campaigning, and it will be the Azimio moja that we have been waiting for, As we speak, won't take much time, but I'll wait to hear more views because I'm also here trying to focus at work. But thank you, and I'm ready to join the winning team as we keep on climbing the mlima. And also, just one point. Bernard is gone. Okay, he's back. And also another one point. People have been talking about that you cannot win a presidency without the support of Mount Kenya, which is a very big lie. In 2007, Raila Odinga won presidency without the support of Mount Kenya. In 2013 or 2017, he also got good votes without the support of Mount Kenya. So, let's just be real here. Anybody can be a president in Kenya, but we can't say that we need this particular region. Mount Kenya is like a big factor in deciding who becomes the president. That's a big lie. Anybody can become a president with other community support without the support of Mount Kenya. Like in 2007, Raila clearly won the presidency without the support of Mount Kenya. So thank you. I rest my point.
Okay, thank you, Moses. The best president for the country is one voted for by all Kenyans from all walks of life, because your vote is your voice, and you need to put your signature on that particular president. So let's not have regional presidents, presidents made by various regions. Let's have a Kenyan president, and that's why I want everybody to make use of the remaining 24 hours to go and register as a voter if you have not yet registered as a voter. Usikae tu hapa kutupigia kelele za UDA na Azimio na huna kura. Wewe kwanza, wewe ningekuitia Kibaki akuambie hiyo, lakini sio mimi. Lakini ni muhimu uhakikishe kwamba uko na kura yako. Kama uliregister 2010, 2017 au 2013, nenda uhakikishe kwamba Chebukati hajakutoa. Chebukati anaweza kufikiria ulikufa akakutoa. Nenda umwambie umefufuka, umerudi. Jina yako irudishwe kwa kitabu cha wapiga kura. So usikae tu hapo unasema mimi naendanga tu napata jina yangu inapatikanaga kila mara. Make sure you confirm, and it's 24 hours that exercise will have closed. If you want to change your voters, whatever, polling station, you want to shift, you used to vote in the village, you want to vote in town, that is available, but you have to visit either Huduma Center or at the constituency IBC offices. You can't do that at the polling station registration desk. You go to either Huduma Center or at the IBC constituency headquarters. That's where you can now transfer from one polling station to another. If you want to make those changes, please make them now, because after this, IBC is going to prepare the register, the final register that will be used for the elections. So you can't make changes after the register has been done until after the general elections. Please, let's apply ourselves to the same. Having said that, I also want to encourage us to participate into Operation Jaza Lori, the initiative of Mtembei TV and Mtembei Foundation. We are raising funds to support the people affected by the drought in Marsabit. And the details are scrolling on the screen, and I've also shared them in the comments. Please, let's pull in as much as possible so that we are able to fill the lorry with foodstuffs. If you have rice, you have beans, you have maize, we need it. We put it together and go and distribute to the people on the ground. We are liaising with the people on the ground so that when we arrive, we'll be able to reach the real people that need help, because we realize that just going and working with some existing organizations may also land us into not serving the really needy people that need that particular help. So please, I want us to begin to make the contribution. We are closing this on Sunday night. So we have less than also 48 hours to get this thing in. And we are not yet at a quarter of our target. So tuendelee kuchanga tafadhali. Kama unahitaji details, nitarudia kuweka hapo. Mikono ilikuwa imeinuliwa, ilikuwa kuchapa nini? Kuchapa IBC ama Moses? Jared.
Unajua sasa watu
Mimi
wamehamia.
nilikuwa nataka tujaze lori kabla hatujaingia siasa. Tumepiga siasa nyingi sana.
Let me finish, Alex, before you can come with. I knew that's what you're coming with. Bernard, I want to respond to two things, and don't get tired because I'm the only one left in this jungle. But I will continue pushing it on. First, I want to thank my brother Moses for seeing the right. For us, we are seeing the right at the end of the tunnel. So just join the wider road, but the narrow road is the one which leads to somewhere. But I wanted to get a comment to my sister from Spain. Thanks for what you're doing there. For insinuating that we are is a wheelbarrow. I've never seen anybody talking about oranges. I don't know what will be the alliance of the symbol. A wheelbarrow is just a symbol. Okay, there is nothing. It's just a symbol to show that we are serious, to make sure that the bottom of the pyramid, we want to put them into work. It's not. Don't take it just directly that it's just a point of information. It's not oranges, that we are distributing oranges. No, that should not be taken that way. It is just a symbol, a party symbol. It's just to make it sure that it is very clear.
Seriously taking us back to the 16th century, and you want to
symbol.
slow the economy to an extent whereby we should abandon everything digital, we go manual, and really slow down so that we use wheelbarrow to drive this economy. That is a very
so the future is oranges? Is the future oranges?
Bernard, the
is
other
the future
day,
oranges or avocados?
Bernard.
Oranges are timeless.
Is it oranges or avocados or tea or what? So
oranges are timeless.
Let me ask a question.
Okay.
Point of order.
When were oranges invented, Jared? When were oranges invented?
So, you are talking about
Goja Moses.
Have you ever seen let me
You're breaking up, Moses.
You're talking about oranges.
Order, everybody. Order. Thank you. Everybody mute your mic.
Let me ask
everybody mute your mic. Tunaenda quarantine tu sahi, tunaanza kwenda quarantine kwa sababu watu hawataki kutii sheria. If you shout without order, unaenda quarantine, unakaa hapo kwanza, ujipange, ndio utarudi baadaye, kwa sababu kila kitu mpaka ifanywe in order and decency. That's a biblical requirement. Where is Alex? Yes, Alex.
Here.
It is Alex.
You know, we are not here to be insidious and mendacious. Even up to last week, Moura was distributing wheelbarrows. I mean, what? You think we don't watch, or you think we just come here and talk things we don't watch? Mwaura said it's not just a symbol. That is the future you have. It's in the wheelbarrow, not on the wheelbarrow, in the wheelbarrow. That is what he said. That was his speech. Bernard, you need to give this guy that clip where Mwaura was distributing even last week. Let's not even go far. You have never seen us give people oranges. Right? Lining people and giving them oranges, but you have done that. Just acknowledge it has been done. It was a wrong thing. It should never have been done. But distribution of wheelbarrows has been done by your people. Acknowledge it.
Can I respond to that, Bernard, please?
If you want to acknowledge, yes. If you don't want to acknowledge, we're here to up.
Okay. First, I thank my brother Alex, who I really appreciate because he brings life into this show. Except that when he wants to attack, he goes to the comment side. That's where he's attacking me instead of attacking me directly. But it's okay. You have my number. Call me directly and tell me everything you need, my brother. Maybe you might convince me. But that aside, we have seen even in rallies where there are oranges. And I don't know who is Mwaura and the deputy president. Mwaura is trying to do his speech. We are talking about the deputy president and the party. So can you differentiate between this? That is a party symbol, and if you go to the registrar, that is a symbol of UDA. And now we're going to tell you how it will be Kenya Kwanza, pesa mfukoni, kazi ni kazi. So come on, man. We have to go past that.
Jared, don't run away from that. Acknowledge mistakes have been done. Even the DP, in his interview, he acknowledged it. So don't come here and say, no, it does not happen. It has happened. It was a wrong show, and it should have been a symbol, but not a progress machinery as a policy, which some people like Koril and Uhuru have done. Mistakes can be there, and we acknowledge them. But
Alex,
these people are telling people that a wheelbarrow is the future of Kenya. That is wrong.
Alex, through Bernard, there's a time there was Laira come up with a 2-horse race, and I saw somebody was one guy, Stanley Livondo, took it literally and took a horse and started riding in Nairobi, thinking that that's what Laira meant. So we cannot be blamed for people who just take things literally and start distributing wheelbarrows.
Jared, you are a learned man. You are responding to what the sister said. She was giving a preference and a comparison between Spain and the politics of Kenya. It was not Raila versus Ruto. I mean, stop insinuating and running away from reality. It was a reference of Spain and Kenya, and you are answering our sister. So why bring Raila in? He was basically telling us here, as people who are learned, when we are letting our people know our politics, how should we direct them? So where Kuleta Raila all the time, you are not helping it. Answer my sister. Don't bring Raila in.
My sister, I can tell you from here to Spain, the wheelbarrow is just a symbol. We are about putting money in the pockets of the 1 inch, the one who have been left. That's all I can tell you, my sister.
But excuse me, Gerard, you are talking as if I'm not a Kenyan. I'm a Kenyan. I was there last year. I saw how things were. I saw wheelbarrows being distributed like, I don't know like what. But you guys, you should remember one thing. We are technology. We are the era of technology. Imagine giving us wheelbarrows. It's like taking us like people don't think. It's like we don't have a second thought. Instead of helping youth people to know how now, how can you manage technology? How can you become digital? You are taking our youth back to start pushing wheelbarrows, surely. And looking the developed countries, we are now working with this one robots. It's not time of pushing. Everything is becoming it's becoming problem is Spanish. The words are coming out in Spanish, but we are not now that time when manpower was that was the only power which people used. We are in digital era. We are now working with technology. So taking me back, telling me that a wheelbarrow will make me rich. How? So you want me to become your slave when I know a wheelbarrow will make me a slave? And I won't get a chance to know how to live in this developing, progressing world. We are not time of our ancestors. We are going forward. We are not moving backward. We are not comparing ourselves with those people who used to investigate how to cook. Now we know how to cook. We need to go more than what we have. You can't tell me a wheelbarrow will help me. You can't tell me a wheelbarrow is symbol when I know people are being cheated. Wheelbarrows are being distributed to people, to young people, telling them they will become rich. If I am my task, how wheelbarrow will make me rich? It's taking me back to the slavery era. That I became a slave of my own, and person there is becoming rich from my own sweat. It's so bad. That is cheating our people, and so bad.
Aya, Madam Millie Odhiambo, please join us on this TikTok challenge.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you.
Why, Millie Omanga, my friend, I am sorry, but the feistiness, the fire is there. Unajua sometimes ukiona mrembo mtasi, una confusing jina. Ndio hiyo sasa. Now you must hold up. We need one more person. We need more MPs. Ndio tupange hivi, tunapiga line. Theuri. Na MP wa Lang'ata anaitwaje? Bas. Nikso lazima tu join. Enye tunakaa mahasla. Lakini hii, you know, they are always ready to fight us. So I think we give Madam Omanga, we give her the rake. Because wakiona na sufuria watasema, oh, unaona wamedharau wa mama. Oh, sijui uko TikTok. Bas, tumeona kule ukidance Arrow Boy. Unapiga look. Sasa mupige, watu wapige foleni hapa ni kama wana vote. Yes. His Excellency, in fact, Obina, this should be... Nanya hapa anakaa kupaka mafuta kwa nywele sana. Mkiona between Theuri na Nixo. Theuri achukue mafuta. Yeye anakaa kupiga look ya mafuta sana. Sasa, Your Excellency, you will hold that. Wewe unachoma, wewe. Unataka kunichomea, wewe unataka kuvunja, wewe simama huko. Sasa follow kamera. Mnataka tusome aje? Iko sawa. Sasa hapa ndio mnaona tunaambia watu warudi shule. Nimesema mpange foleni hivi. Watu wafuate. Wanasiasa nashangaa kantini na kuanga aje kama mnakuanga hivi. Sasa shida itakuwa ni hii video. Tusipoipata vizuri, where is Mr. Itumbi? He needs my... Where is he? Madam Anita. Okay, ndio huyu. Upige na hiyo. Sasa mimi nakaa hapa. Uko ready, uko BA. Unasema niko BA.
Niko BA.
Msione hivi look, tunapiga look. Sasa na Your Excellency umenichafulia nguo. Utanipea washing machine, si ndio? Sasa hapa tunaenda, lakini ile ngoma ya Moka ni Moka iko wapi? Ile afai kuna cheza, si ndio? Moka ni Moka icheza, alafu tunapiga hiyo ya TikTok, si ndio? Mr. Itumbi na force wame hapa. Unajua sisi watu wa TikTok lazima we direct the videos au wa jamaa waone. Haya basi, sasa hivi ni Twende kazi Your Excellency. Unanipeleka mbele msee. Hapo sasa. Unapiga left, piga left. Hivyo, piga left. Usichoke. Hapo. Haya yo Mogiri kuje basi. Haya. Makofi ya Excellency
I almost paid so.
Hapo iko sawa Your Excellency,
tusikuchekeshe sana. DP atakalia.
Na unafurahia hii rada. Abebwe sasa hapo sasa. Tunakubeba hapa.
Wacha tuone
akibeba. Lazima tubebe Obina, unafanya the honors. Let it be known. Basi sasa hapo.
Sasa hii ndio ufala daima.
Let it be known that Obina, this is a moment you must enjoy. Let it be known you're the first Nigerian Kenyan
to carry the next president.
Oh, that's what's up. Haya basi, Moka ni Moka.
I'm called a chauffeur.
A chauffeur. Haya basi, alafu unajua kitu Your Excellency kwa usanii, maneno na copyright, maneno na wasanii, tunasahau wasanii sana. I want to call the artists who actually sang the song, wa join kwa hii mlolongo because ni wimbo yao, wakali wao kuja. Sasa nyinyi mupange line wa kwanza hapa, si ndio? Pangeni line mu join. Wasanii. Haya, mmeambiwa na Itumbi. Wapatie tools, kushikeni tools. Mupange line hivi. Wewe unatetemeka nini sasa? Haya mko ready? Haya mko ready, si ndio? Haya, DJ tuanze tena. Obina, I need you to know this. Hey. Obina, if you drop it. No, uko sawa. Haya, DJ uko ready? DJ lazima ianze na speech ya. Haya, so now your excellency, I want to ask you to stand for 1 second. Simama hapo. Sasa wimbo, now it's like a music video for these guys, yeah? So when the song starts, you have to, swag, nini, mahasla. Hata sasa unajua uko na njaa lakini unapiga tu look, si ndio? Then ukae chini, sawa? Haya, twende DJ, I'll cue you. Twende kazi.
Una dance. Bas. Leo nataka ni dance na wewe, sini wa genge.
Alafu unaanza na dance. Hapo. Haya, alafu sasa unapanda gari, sasa unaenda. Haya, Your Excellency, unapanda gari. Gari ya mahasla, si ndio? Hii ni gari ya mahasla, si ndio? Hii sio wheelbarrow tena. Sema gari ya mahasla wewe. Twende. Obina, if you drop your...
Thank you, Ben.
I hope, Jared, you are proud.
There is the other link of Maura distributing yellow ones on the comment section. Yes. Now, it was Alex. Bantu, yes?
Yaani umenitoroka.
Ngoja kwanza Bantu amebeba mkono. Sikusema nikiona mikono ni
kulia wewe kidogo.
Yes.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard kwa kunipatia hii nafasi, na tunamkaribisha ndugu Patriot yuko hapa pia, nimefurahi sana. Stony PK, Jared, Kevo, Kenya from Spain. Mimi yangu ni ya kusema kulingamana na hiyo mambo ya leo ambao ni kulingamana na KKA Missteps in Kilifi, DAP-K Tsunami in Bungoma na Jubilee cleanup. Kusema kweli, Kilifi tunafanya bidii sana tuhakikishe Aisha Jumwa ameondoka kabisa hapo, kwa sababu huyo hakuna kitu, just an empty debe. Yeye ni mtu wa kudansi tu. Na upande wa Bungoma wameona ile ndio inaitwa earthquake huko Umlembe Nation. Na kwa upande wa Jubilee haiwezi kufa. Jubilee inarudi. Hata ukiona utaona Patriot pia yeye hapo ameweka hiyo the Bantu Warriors red flag. Jubilee bado iko. Haya, sasa nataka kuongea Bernard, ukinipatia nafasi, nataka kuongea kulingamana. Mimi nimeondoka hapo Kenya 86 ndio nilikuwa nimeondoka, na wakati huo wakati wa nyuma ilikuwa shilingi 20 ni pesa kubwa sana, na hii siasa ambayo inakwenda sasa tumeiona. Hii ni old stuff long time ago ya watu kupatiwa handouts. Hata mamangu pia alikuwa akipatiwa na Sharif Nasiri handouts, marehemu alikuwa akipatiwa leso shilingi 20, shilingi 10. Sasa hiyo ilikuwa pesa kubwa sana. Hiyo ni old stuff. Na ukiangalia hivi sasa, nakubaliana sana na sister Mkenya, huyu ni wakati wa technology. Hata robot wanafanya kazi. Hata unaweza ukaambia hiyo nyumba yako bila kugusa hiyo switch, unaweza sema light off na light inakuwa off, light on na light inakuwa on. Mimi I was in the two world, before technology na after technology. Nitaka kumwambia ndugu yangu Gerard, Alex, unasema huyu mtu amesoma, sijui amesoma nini. Mi sioni kama amesoma, kwa sababu
chemical engineering.
nafikiria aende akasomea hiyo kitu. Thanks Mr. Alex. Ukiangalia mtu ambaye amesoma, huwezi kudanganywa in a daylight kama vile unaona. Mtu ambaye yuko na elimu, huwezi kudanganywa na mtu ambaye huwezi kumlinganisha na Jaramogi Odinga. These two people, they are so different kisiasa. Sasa hatuwezi kuchukua nafasi ya kumpatia mtu ambaye he is not an honest person. Na kila pale kwenye ile matatizo mpaka ICC, ukiangalia corruptions na mambo mengi sana, sio mimi naongea, clips zinaongea, yeye yumo ndani. Kwa hivyo mi naomba hawa vijana wa leo wasiwe wajinga. Asante sana sister Mkenya kwa kuongea mambo kama hayo. Ikiwa watu hawezi kufunguka na mawaidha ambayo wewe umetoa, ni muhimu sana. Huku mimi nimezunguka nchi nyingi sana na nimeishi nchi nyingi sana. Election ni different na vile kwetu tunafanya election. Nimeishi Norway, Denmark, Spain, German, Belgium, Netherlands, England, na nimekaa yote miaka mingi sana. Kila hapo mali nimeenda nimeishi sana. Belgium, wote huko ni tofauti sana. Hakuna hii mambo ya handouts kabisa. There's nothing like that. Hakuna kitu handouts. You go to vote for someone who will do something for yourself and for your children. Sio kwa sababu unaenda tu kwa sababu unapatiwa pesa ndogo, ama unaenda hata you don't have time to waste kwenda kumsikiza mtu ambaye si mkweli. Ukiangalia ame let down the country, ame let down even our president, ame disobey orders, ame betray his boss. Hizo ni sifa nyingi sana ambayo huyu mtu yuko nazo. How can we trust him to be our leader, to carry the flag of this country? We have to be very, very careful. Very careful. Young people, musianze kurukaruka tu. Sisi tumetoka kwenye shida sana miaka mingi iliyopita, ndio maana tukatoka tukaja nchi nyingine huko. Kwa hivyo sitaki kitu ije wapatie nyinyi huko hivi sasa. Mfanye bidii, mchague mtu ambaye ata keep promises. Na mzee Jaramogi anawaambia saa yote, ahadi ni deni, ahadi ni deni. This guy is really serious, na track record yake, it can show what he has done. I can't go back to say anything about it. Na ukiangalia track record ya huyo mwingine, mnaweza mkaiona, it's wide open. Kwa hivyo mimi nawaomba ndugu zangu, fanyeni registration. Mkiwa na voti zenu is so what, usichukue kama ile voti ni kama tissue. Wewe mtu mmoja, voti yako ina matter a lot. It matters a lot. It can make a lot of change and to be a better country. Tuwe zaidi kushinda nchi nyingine. Tufanyeni bidii. Msikae mkaa unaenda unapatiwa shilingi 10, shilingi 20. Sister amesema shilingi 10, 20 hazisaidii kitu. Tomorrow utakuwa vile vile huko katika shida. Ukisema utakwenda kuwapatia pesa, Jeran anasema utakwenda patia pesa watu wa chini. He has to explain how utakwenda wapatia vipi hao watu wa chini. Naona. Kwa hivyo mimi nawaomba sana jamaa. Sina mengi kwa sasa. Asante sana Bernard. Niko na mengi ya kuongea lakini natoa nafasi kwa wengine.
So thank you, Bantu Warriors. Kevin, what is it?
Mimi nataka tu ni shukuru mzee ametuambia, and actually it's true. Vijana wa siku hizi hawa ndio hawaelewi hii maneno, wanadanganywa tu na mambo ya Ruto, wanaona uko sawa. And to be honest, if this election that is going to take place this year in Kenya, kama ingekuwa inafanyika kwa country kama tuseme hata UK ama Spain, I'm telling you, Ruto, the name Ruto could have been striked out, because in fact people are following. It's because I've been listening to people. You ask somebody, why is it that you subscribe to this person? Somebody just tells you, I feel that this is the right person because after getting something from somewhere, he shares with the people. He doesn't eat it alone. So you find people are following somebody because they believe if this person gets something, he will share with us. You see, these people make this person to feel like if I have something, then I will get the votes without even sweating, without even doing something tangible for them. Give this person votes. After getting the votes, he forgets you because actually he will feel that he bought that vote from you. So it is now time to repay. But if you look or you see someone like Raila, I've been asking some people, why is it that you don't support Raila? The guy tells me that this Raila is very stingy. He does not share with the people what he has, the little he has. That's why we feel that Raila, even if he gets the presidency, he will not assist me because he is stingy, is not sharing what he has. And these people, the way our sisters just said, we voters here, or we Kenyans, or we Africans, it's our leaders who are taking us back. They are the leaders that are bribing us to vote them, and then by the end of the day, we come out blaming, complaining, and not even knowing where the problem started with, and it started with us getting money from them, then voting them in. But what I would like to say, even if you are on somebody and you are working, you are somebody's deputy, this is your leader. If your leader tells you to go this way, why can't you follow?
Before you are taking too long, you are taking submission. There are people who haven't made their farm submission. Conclude, please. Kevo, umekwama tena?
Oh, okay. So in conclusion, I would like to argue those people who are subscribing to the narrative of bottom up. Those ones are just narratives. They are just words, sweet words, to make you feel like this is the right direction, to make you feel like this is somebody who takes care of us. This is somebody who will raise us. But the truth of the matter, you should know that this person is spending money on you. And once he gets your vote, that will be the end of the story. So you rather stand with somebody who has been genuine, fighting for democracy, fighting for the constitution, fighting for devolution, and trying to improve the lives of Kenyans, despite the fact that he has not been in government for long. Let us just give him, even if it's just 5 years, and then we see what he will have for Kenyans. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kevo, for your summary. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep the conversation going. And winning people over to vote rightly and wisely is our main mission. So don't let people vote the way they want. Let them vote the right way, the wise way, the progressive way, the making Kenya better way. So I see we get so at times we throw our hands in the air too quickly. So let's keep convincing our neighbors and our friends to vote rightly, not to vote for the handouts that they have been given by politicians. Now we have our own patriot. Patriot is adorned in Azimio la Umoja anointing. If it was in church, I would say anointing. I love that look. And I want to look like that. What do I do that I may be saved? Patriot.
Not in 2017. Tungekupata na hiyo red.
In 2017, it was dangerous.
Hata yeye hakuvaa hiyo.
Sasa hiyo ndio kala. Okay. Aya. Those are Azimio la Umoja outfits, available for anyone who needs them, whether you're in the diaspora or you are here locally available. We can get them across to you. Just talk to us nicely. So Patriot, karibu kwa mchango wako alafu tuendelee.
Yeah. Comrades, I want to start referring to you that way, so you'll excuse me. It's always a pleasure to have time to discuss here on Tembei TV matters Azimio la Umoja. You know, we've been having a virus, a pandemic, in the name of hustler. Researchers have taken time to look for a vaccine. They have taken time to look for what we call therapeutic protocols. I'm happy to announce that from research, we have found the best vaccine, which has very high levels of efficacy in terms of preventing and protecting you from this hustler pandemic virus. The vaccine is called Azimio. That is the vaccine. And for those who feel they don't want to have the vaccine for some reason, because there are people who are telling others the vaccine might have a lot of clotting of your blood, politically speaking, then the other thing to do, just go for the vitamin C. It is called the orange. This thing of, you know, wheelbarrow, just get, you have to get your vitamin C protocol, which is found directly in the orange. But if you fear the vitamin C as a therapeutic, procedure, then look for Azimio. Azimio is good across. It has been able to neutralize this virus. And the last encounter that scientists have been able to look into was a survey that was conducted today around Western Kenya. We expected a high mortality rate as it had been predicted by this month and this week. But apparently the good news I'm reporting is that the virus has been neutralized. It is really not as dangerous as it was. It's not life-threatening because people are taking Azimio. They are taking Azimio. They have taken Western. They have really taken the jabs. And I want to tell you, we are not worried. Western is protected. Na kweli kimeeleweka. And in fact, there was something I wanted to report to you. There was also a threat that was in the absence of Azimio, we would have easily gotten a breakthrough in terms of having a virus that was not going to be neutralized by this Azimio, to the extent kwamba tuliambiwa tungekuwa na mtetemeko wa ardhi, and I'm happy to report watu sasa wamejua na kimeeleweka. Hatutetemeshwi ngwingwi. That has been confirmed today, and I'll tell you things are good. Now, straight to matters that are understood by others. In case I was speaking Spanish or Portuguese, I want to make this simpler so that people understand. The issue of assuming that the hustler nation, right, exists in this country, it doesn't exist. In fact, it is not even a pandemic. It's not an epidemic. Is not a village concern. It is something that we will find new terms to describe, because when we look into the dictionary, somebody who hypes a connotation in a slogan like the one that we have, and it lacks the meaning. So it means we have to look on how to redraft, the dictionary to accommodate some of these things that do not make any sense. So as far as I'm concerned, as we speak, you cannot get it in Google, you cannot get it in the dictionary, it does not exist. Hakuna mtetemeko, hakuna hustler. Hata wamesema wheelbarrow sasa hakuna. In fact, they have made it extinct by themselves. They have said sasa hata wheelbarrow, just assume there was no wheelbarrow. So Western Province, as we are speaking, DAP, you need to know the meaning. Wanasema mbolea inayokuza viongozi wazuri. Uongozi mzuri. Hiyo ni mbolea ya uongozi mzuri. That's what they have confirmed. And I also want to tell you, now that we have Azimio as a vaccine, we have a therapeutic protocol that is mainly having the ingredient orange, which is vitamin C. So we are well, we are taken care of. It's not an issue now. The medical team have done their work. I want to tell you, Kenyans, you are safe in the hands of Baba. In Baba's hands, all that we can tell you as scientists, you are safe. And allow me to conclude by saying this, Bernard. I know this could still be jargon. Allow me to say this. People don't understand why we are donning these colors. Tunasema hivi, Azimio la Umoja, chama ni chama. UDA, kazi ni kazi. Kama kazi ni kusukuma wheelbarrow, tumekubali hiyo ni kazi yao. Lakini sisi pia tukileta chama inaitwa DAP, tulete chama inaitwa ODM, tulete chama inaitwa Jubilee, like the one I'm donning. Waheshimu, kwa sababu sisi tunasema chama ni chama. You cannot tell us you want us to respect your party. We respect, the functioning of something we don't understand the meaning in the name of a wheelbarrow. Unataka tuheshimu kama ni kazi. But when other people are teaming up to form a party, you tell them they are small in terms of legislation. Sasa, in my view, that is contradiction. The best thing you can do to this virus is to simply go for the vaccine as AstraZeneca. There is a booster by that. In Western, you go for a booster. There is a booster shot. The booster shot that you'll get in Western is actually, they're called, the DAP is a booster shot. You get AstraZeneca, get DAP as a booster, you're sorted. So I want to announce here that matters political worry that we had, that is not something that is going to be our concern. Our budget will be put to something else. Lastly, Bernard, I am predicting the man who is going to put and drive in the 6-inch nail on the coffin for UDA is His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka. Watch the space. I'm making this as a prediction. Watch the space. It is going to be just a few hours. To me, I'm predicting 72 hours from now, when you will hear Kalonzo Musyoka saying, the country, Kenya, is bigger than either me, Raila Amolo Odinga, or the president. I announce that I am supporting Raila Amolo Odinga as the 5th president of this country. In fact, let me tell you, I'll start celebrating. That's what we are waiting. It's a matter of time, and it's my prediction. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to get back to you, Bernard, because you can see I'm overwhelmed.
Okay, thank you, Azimio Zeneca and booster DAP with vitamin C in the orange. Hey, we are sorted, I agree. Alex.
I will yield my time to inawezekana nilikuona Poster Grounds. Umevaa yellow t-shirt. Wewe ongea kwanza.
Yes, thank you Mr. Alex. Anatumai mko sawa nyinyi watu wote. Naona DAP-K, Alex, Patriot Donning in Jubilee. What a time to be alive. To see watu wa Azimio now, watu wa ODM now wako in Jubilee attire. That's an interesting time. Yeah, nimesikiza watu wakiongea in this forum, and I always like the contributions that are being put forward. One thing that caught my eye inahusu how people fall to the lies of one Dr. William Samoei Ruto. Dr. William Ruto amekuwa na mauongo mingi ama mambo mingi ambayo amekuwa akisema, and a certain cliche of people, a certain group of people have been following him around wakisema is the right guy, but I would like to say that hiyo yote inakwanga uongo. What he always says, what he always tells people is the lies, and I think these kind of people, they suffer from what we call Stockholm syndrome. As in, if any of you know what Stockholm syndrome is, whereby you are used to what you have been ile kitu yenye umewekwa, we have been conditioned to something, and now that thing that is bad for you, now when you see it as just normal thing, hauwezi pingana nayo, it's just the way it is. And watu wengine wakijaribu kukuambia it's a wrong thing, you don't want to listen to them. When we listen to people like Ndeto, the way he articulates his point, honestly, such people, they are just suffering from Stockholm syndrome. They are programmed to follow what that leader is telling the public, and they don't want to listen any other thing. They don't know their rights. They think that this leader, whenever he comes, whatever he says, when he says that nimewapatia milioni 50, yani nimepatiana milioni 1 hapa, watu wachukue, he thinks that is what is supposed to be done, when in reality that's just a handout, na yeye hataki kuona that is a handout, you know. These kinds of leaders, they are not progressive. Hiyo video ambayo mmeonyesha hapo, ambapo our beloved DP anaendeshwa na wheelbarrow, that is not progressive, and some people were arguing here, they were trying to avoid that, wanajaribu kusema that is just a symbol. Clearly, yani everyone can clearly see that is not a symbol. That is what the chairman ama the deputy president anasema hiyo kitu ifuatiliwe namna hiyo. So those leaders are not progressive at all. They want to take us backwards. Wanataka kutupeleka karne iliyopita ambayo tulitoka kitambo. I like what Azimio is doing now, and there has been it has been reported today that Raila is going abroad, is going to do his foreign trips. But on the ground, we can see what Azimio has been doing in Western Province. Last weekend they were in Kakamega. Yesterday they were in Bungoma. I think they will go to Busia, and there will be other teams on the ground going around Kenya, sub teams. There is Azimio TAC, there is Warembo na Raila. There are many groups, and there are many other groups that are going to be on the ground. What I've noticed is when you compare these teams, like Azimio in Bungoma, the way they were, the population that was there, the people that were there to listen to what Azimio was saying there, and you compare to what Kenya Kwanza was in Nakuru, and when Kenya Kwanza was its coach, there was yes, Kenya Kwisha. You will notice that people they are losing their following. People are no longer being interested in what they are trying to tell Kenyans. Wakenya wanaendelea kuerevuka, Wakenya wanaendelea kujua ni nini ni nani watapatia kura ikifika Agosti tarehe 9. Another thing that I noticed, the DP was away for some days. He had gone to Dubai. Reports have emerged that he was talking. One of the points that he went there in Dubai was to talk to Moses Kuria. You know, it is believed that Moses Kuria is a very influential person in Central, and he can sway some votes to a certain place. But I would like to tell DP hapo hesabu yake ameanguka kidogo. Moses Kuria already told us, already told the people of the mountain that their spokesperson is Martha Karua, and Martha Karua recently signed some documents in relation to Oka, and we all know where Oka is headed to. As said by Patriots, we are expecting Oka to join Azimio in very few weeks or in very few months. With those few remarks, thank you, Mr. Bernard, and yeah, I am here to listen and speak. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Inawezekana. We appreciate your observations. Naftali, you are resilient. I hope this time it works. How are you? Yes, Naftali.
Guide him if it's the first time.
It is his gadget. It's not. He's unmuting very well, and it's like the audio is not working. Naftali, are you on? If you're on phone, remove the earphones. Remove the headphones and use free mic and see if it will work. Unmute. You have removed the earphones. Are you on? Okay, come to the private chat. Confirm if you're using a phone or you're using laptop. If it's laptop, it's different configuration. On the chat section, on the private chat section, confirm if you are able to get me. Okay.
Yeah, and Bernard, if I may interrupt kidogo, Alex said he saw me somewhere. I don't think it was me that he saw. Alex, can you record such a thing?
Now that one, mtaonana nyuma ya curtain. Museme vile muonana tafadhali. Hiyo ni ya kwenu. Msituingize ndani. But all the same. So you are using PC. Okay. You have an external microphone or you're using inbuilt microphone. Confirm, Naftali.
Point of order, Mr.
Okay, external microphone. Using the sound card. I will suggest you use. Hold on. First, I'm sorting out Naftali in a minute. You have a USB mic, or you're using the sound card. Okay, the pin. Change. You may be having your pin in the line in instead of microphone. Those ports in Akwanga, is it pink and blue and yellow? So differentiate. Check, one is mic, the other one is line in, and the other one is sound out. I think that's the only place you have issues. And then when you get to the app, you go to set audio. You must select the place where the mic is on the audio. As you get into the studio, you get the picture, and then the audio, you select the audio where you have put the pin. If it's mic, use the mic. If it's line in, it's like a line in. If you don't select that, you will not be able to converse. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best. Nani huyu? Yes, Alex. Okay, Alex yako.
Ako jikoni, Alex anaonekana.
Okay,
Mkoyo ni uko wapi wewe? Okay, thank you Bernard. Akija nitamwachia. Hey, welcome Patriot. You're looking very, very sharp. Lazima hata sisi tuanze kuvaa hizo uniform, and thanks for your presentation, scientific. I think that should reach the inner circle of WSR, daktari wa mimea. Mine, I would want to kind of, kind of debunk two things here. One is the shrewdness that has been alleged. Unfortunately, these UDA guys are out. But for the sake of us discussing, as we've been saying on this platform, we saw the risasi, or let me use the word risasi, although that is reserved for Baba. For WSR is risasi in terms of cards, his style, like when you're playing draft, you have 12 pande hii na yule mwingine na 12 huko. So the clever person, you play reserving, ndio usije ukapitwa na yule mwingine. But I think UDA walikuja because they don't know how to play draft or even chess. For them, they just kept on pushing those ndamas without being strategic, and more so because they were, kind of believing in buying people. As I said, money sometimes it can really kill you. So one thing, the guy believed that with money he would be able to buy everything. He would be able to buy Kenyans. But unfortunately, that has been nailed and put to naught in the two meetings, one in Kilifi and this other one in Bungoma. That one of Kilifi, I would say people should read more than just vandalization of the platform. For me, vandalization, I'm not taking it, as a serious thing. But the message is what I'm really looking at, because when you are not invited into a place, you just tell by one not finding people, or if you find people, they are indifferent. You find even people have not swept where you are supposed to sit. Okay. But because the people do not have much voice, and because people are forced into swallowing some of these prescriptions that are not very good, I think that's why they came and did what they did, just to show that we don't want to hear you. I mentioned on this platform that these guys have not healed the wound of losing one of their own, and no one has ever been apologetic to that. It's not easy when one loses a life, and then you still have somebody akizunguka all over anakuambia kiuno chake ni kizuri sijui whatever. That is mockery. I would equate the same with remorsefulness. I mean, the opposite with the remorsefulness that was showed by Babu Owino, because of the unfortunate incident that happened. I mean, the remorsefulness itself can even heal the wound so quickly. Yeah, you can imagine if he went around still dancing and, assuming and pretending as if nothing has happened. So people have to be very careful when you are doing politics. So the Kilifi incident, it was unfortunate, yes, but it was a huge message that politicians sometimes should be very keen to read the signs. That again is replicated in Bungoma. Bungoma, they were making a statement, so huge a statement that, look, our aim is, one, we've already made up our mind about Baba. In fact, that is, I'm lucky, I understand a lot of Luya. The message was that Baba, we have already tushamubandika pale State House. Okay, so these other guys here ndio walikuwa wanataka to make sure they have no life to even try to contaminate Western. That is what I read. They were making sure that hakuna contamination hata kidogo in West. And the statement was being made so loud to the people who claim that they still can control Western. And in fact, one thing that was so painful is that they already have a senator. So I don't know where Weta will go. It was so clear that they have Wamunyinyi as the senator. They pushed and they said they have a senator who is Wamunyinyi there, and they have Wangamati who is their governor, Tano Tena, and then Senator Wamunyinyi. So, so for me, Weta is gone. You know, it's gone, and he will not even see the whatever. Then they all resolved that Baba it should be home and dry. Then I also heard some people talking somewhere. I saw a clip that was being circulated that was claiming that Mudavadi will get one seat. And it was also repeated there in his village. I think that Mbunge there, but I think the speakers, two of the speakers stood and clarified that even that is one of the MPs of, is it Suba, who came and said, oh, even that one MP, we are talking to him and we will make sure he will cross over. And he was talking with a lot of confidence. So for me, just as Patriot has said that the Azimio Zenega has been there, I mean, is there, yes, it's working. So hiyo sasa tumemaliza hapo. Now we want to concentrate on, and then South Coast, Upwani, Mwashetani, that side, it's also clear because we had a small headache with Kwale. That has solved itself so quickly. So now we have all our guns towards Central. And Central, we opened up the doors with Muranga, so we want to go further to Meru, going all the way to the eastern. And with all that, with the energy that is there, I think we will make it, because the biggest headache is actually to get ourselves at around 50%. We are aiming at 70, but we want to land at 60, and we will be home and dry. Indeed, I wish this thing could be pushed a little bit nearer. Tumalize hii maneno tuanze kujenga taifa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Stone PK. Mambo ni kama hayo. Naamini kila mmoja ako tayari kwa mabadiliko ya kudumu na kujenga Kenya ikuwe bora kuliko vile imefika. Kuna baba hapa. Baba vipi?
Ala baba. Yes.
Ndio baba ama baba?
Ndiye baba mwenyewe hapa.
Haya.
Nashukuru Bernard. Leo ndiye nimewajoin. Leo ni siku ya kwanza, na mimi tu ni kuwashukuru kwa kazi mnafanya. Nitatoa contribution zangu wakati mwingine. Yes.
Carry on baba, unasema?
Ninasema it is my first time bana kuwa hapa, so ninawasikiza polepole, ninajaribu ku cope up with your conversations, so I'll make my contributions another time. Asante.
Okay, sawa, karibu sana. Tunashukuru kwamba umepata nafasi ya kuingia. Inakuwa ngumu sana kufika hapa. Sasa vile umefika, tulia hapo alafu utatoa mchango wako kabla debate ishi. Thank you very much. Yes, Patriot.
Najaribu kukumbusha baba kama the real baba, na vile baba anakuja anatanga haya, lakini sasa ya kuanza hivyo sio baba. Sio baba. I wanted to add it to yeah. So baba, you done to say vile baba. So next time tunajua ndio umeanza ingia sasa. Huyo ndio baba sasa. Huyo ndio baba. So I want to say something, Bernard.
Bernard,
That I
Baba mute. Baba mute.
Bernard, mute. One of, I don't know.
Thank you.
Everybody,
Mr. Speaker, I'm on a point of order.
I want your point of order to be clear by ensuring that the sound is clear.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I was saying, when you listen to the Bungoma declaration, I call it a declaration. If you followed keenly, there are 3 speakers that made me happy. There are 3 speakers who made me happy. And I'm happy that PK understands Luya. So it will not be very difficult for you to, I mean, it will be easy for me to pass the message. I wanted to actually share that with you, but I'm happy you had. There are 3 speakers. One is the Speaker of Trans Nzoia County Assembly, Werunga. The other one is Alachi, okay? And then the other one was the guy who is an aspirant, and he was the MC. Yeah, he was the MC. Yeah, the MC. Those 3 fellas, if you listen to them and you understand Luya, there are 3 things that you must have got from that. One, Wetangula is begging because yeye chuma chake kiko motoni na anaenda nyumbani as a person. Forget about the presidential thing. I'm talking about Wetangula. Walisema tunamkutafutia mwanaume ya nguvu. Mwanaume ya nguvu. And you know there is a way Luya speaks. Alihwenya kurero mundu wa mahana. Mwanaume yani Wetangula kwenye uchengo. Kwenye mundu abukule Wetangulengo. Sikila mungule inokare kama vi Trans Nzoia Bungoma. Samanyile kama kwa kena. You know that the way they spoke. I just got it and I almost wanted to jam up. And then the other person that is a person of interest, when you listen to that, anaitwa, for your information, let me reveal this to you. There is a reason why I'm donning red. The jokes aside, I think I need to make this clear so that you understand. Today, the president has made a serious declaration that he is supporting Raila Amolo Odinga. Jokes aside, today, amesema tumekuwa tunafanya kazi, sasa ni wakati wa siasa. To me, that was a turning point. And that's why from now henceforth, because, you know, the people from the mountain are my in-laws. So I've decided to give them the respect. This is how I'll be doing. You guys mubaki kwa ile ya blue, mimi sasa niko hapo. Kwa sababu hao ni mashemeji zangu na wamekubali tunatembea pamoja. Number 2, something else I wanted to make clear here is this. It has become very clear. Thank you, PK. That's nice. It has become very clear that it is over. You know, as I was saying, there are things I want to reveal here today that probably you didn't know. For your information, I was going to vie in one of the constituencies in Nairobi. I was going to vie in Dagoretti. I wanted to replace Honorable Simba Arati. That was something we were working, and we were at a very advanced stage until this evening, when we looked into what has happened in Bungoma. Because of the speech that was given by Honorable Alachi, the way she spoke, that made me decide to leave the race for her. In fact, so from today, I have decided to withdraw my candidature. I am supporting Elachi to replace Simbarati because Simbarati is going to be the governor Kisii. So ndio unaona nimekubali kwamba nimeingia ndani ya Jubilee. So you need to understand that. That is something I wanted you guys to understand. Kwa hivyo mimi niko ndani ya Jubilee na niko na support Elachi to be the MP ambaye anaenda ku replace sehemu ya kule nini hapa Dagoretti North. Kwa hivyo baba akishinda akinifanya ambassador uko ng'ambo, I think it will be good, and I want to be an ambassador either in Canada or probably Spain. Mahali nimeona our sister anatoka, mahali Mkenya Spain anatoka. And truth be told, when you look at Mkenya Spain, it reminds you of the beautiful mountain, how they look very nice. It has been nice. Some of us have been taking pictures, tunaweka huko, unaona watu wengine wana namna hiyo, na tutaendelea. Kitu mtakana muelewe, hatutetemeshwa ngwingwi. Sisi kutetemeka is not one of our dictionary, na ieleweke hivyo, ieleweke, because kueleweka imekuwa ngumu for some time. I think sasa imeanza kueleweka kwamba hatutetemeshwa ngwingwi. We are not the kind of people unaleta earthquake ambayo haieleweki, unatufanya tunawacha kuendesha magari zetu, ati pengine itakata barabara, and then at the end of the day inakula watoto wako. So that is what I found from Western. That is the message that came from there. But lastly, there's something I want to emphasize. When I looked at the body language of Eugene Wamalwa, Dr. Eseli, Dr. Wekesa, Wafula Wamunyinyi, the Speaker of Trans Nzoia County, and the galaxy is wide and big. And I listened to the voice. I understand Bukusu, by the way. I listened to the choruses that was coming from the crowd. Trust me, the election that was that happened in 2017, when I was there in Bungoma, I was in that Bungoma rally, the last rally that we had. Our crowd was a half. It was a half what I saw today. My fellow brothers, that the fifth president of the Republic of Kenya has been losing the election courtesy of fate. The same fate that has been making Raila Amolo Odinga lose the election is the same fate that is making him the president. We might not have an explanation how it happens. Some things become so mysterious. We need to do some studies. It will be probably an academic paper that needs to be looked into. But one thing I want to say, I am seeing Raila Amolo Odinga become the president of the Republic of Kenya. And I think that is the moment that we are looking for. But there is something I am seeing that is worrying. Something that I'm seeing that is worrying. Sasa mtu kama Wetangula akienda nyumbani itakuwa namna gani? Nyinyi watu ya Mlembe, mkipeleka mtu kama Wetangula nyumbani, surely what is going to happen? Naanze kumwona, nimeanza kumwonea not fair, because this is somebody who has been there. Hata kwake huko anaendanga tu na ndeke na anarudi. Sasa mwanze kupeleka sasa watu waliokuwa party leader. Mtu alikuwa tu party leader, amekuwa kiongozi, mkamtoa Senate. Mkamtoa kwa Senate, akang'ang'ana, niliona hata longi imekuwa ndoko. Sasa tena kutoka hapa alisasa nyumbani. Hiyo sio vizuri. Mngefanya hata utamaa pateko, lakini ubaya sasa, you see the election is happening. Mimi naona Mnyinyi amekuja, tumeleta hapo wale wengine. Kwanza hiyo watu walikuja na fujo sana, wacha nikwambie. Na mimi naona lazima tuone vile tutaenda, lakini tuwahurumie kitoko. Bernard, tuone vile tunahurumia hiyo watu, either wapate kazi. Ubaya Wetangula speaker mkulima, sijui, lakini Ruto yeye anauza mayai. Hiyo tunaweza anza kukubali mayai kuje Nairobi na magari kidogo kidogo iweze kusaidia. Because ni wa Kenya pia, tuwe na azimio la umoja kwa wale pia watapoteza ili kazi yao. Kama mtu alikuwa anataka wheelbarrow, pea yeye. Baba, mimi na appeal kwamba baba apewe watu wheelbarrow sao, alafu sisi tupate 6,000 ndio sasa ikuwe azimio la umoja baada ya kushinda. Thank you.
Patriot. Bufoli wa Kufoli alienda wapi? Anahitaji company. Mudi ya Wori alienda wapi? Wanahitaji company. So kama mtu anapelekwa nyumbani, hata kaa peke yake, kuna viongozi wengine ambao wanamsubiri akuje ajiunge na zizi la kondoo. Licha ya hiyo, Wetangula is a very good debater in the Senate. We would want him to be in the Senate. My suggestion is let him join DAP. We will nominate him as a senator. If he refuses, akuja hapa Nairobi, the Senate seat is vacant. He let him vie and if he wins, that is better. In fact, it will boost his political profile. Waache vijiji vitawaliwe na watu wa jogoo wa shambani. Jogoo wa mjini wakuje mjini. Why are they afraid of coming to fight here? Let Wetangula come here. Let Halwale come here. Let all these experienced politicians come and take seats here. BBI is coming. We will add more seats. Let them come and take Nairobi and provide leadership from this end. That is when they will be now principals indeed, equal partners and the equal principles. Yes, Tony PK.
Thank you very much, Bernard and Patriot, for that presentation. Babu Oria, asante sana. Wewe ndio sikuwa nimesalamu na Selina. Now, Bernard is being human, and I'll tell him it's true. Honestly, tunaonea watu wengi na huruma, but remember, these people were cautioned by one elder by the name, who can guess, by the name Francis Atwoli. You know, Kenyans, I want us to go back to our culture and start, what we call it, respecting wisdom. We should start respecting age. There is a culture that Wilbaro has started bringing, wakisema hatutaki historia, and our youth are almost buying that. That is the worst you can do.
50 president.
Vijana we! Vijana we! Kiambu we! Hey! Hey!
Prepare for Raila as your 5th president. Prepare for Raila as your 5th president.
Break your table. Thank you, Bernard. Now, Atwoli started warning, and you see, he's a very good mzee because he has a heart for Mudavadi, he has a heart for his fellow Luya Wetangula, and he told them, mukipitwa na hii wakati, you will go to oblivion. In fact, he has gone on very many programs saying that these coming elections, there will be economic transition, and the worst of it will be generation transition. Okay? So if you will not cross over as a leader, elected leader, you will have mambo yako ya siasa itakuwa imeisha if you are in the age of Akina Mudavadi and all these old guards. So he was telling them, you have to be very careful to be on the side that will be counted. And that's why he kept on saying, he talked of Buhungu 2 years ago. And he said that is the one that will give direction our Luya, because Waluya have been messed by the 2 trusted leaders, which is true. He said, Waluya walipatia hawa watu uongozi miaka mingi. Mudavadi has been there. He has not even been able to convene even one village meeting, leave alone whatever. So that's not a leader. So time has come when now we have leaders in Mlembe, the nation. They have come up, akina Washiali, anaitwa nani Daktari. All these guys are now revving to go. They've been very energetic, but in their respect to Mudavadi and Wetangula, they remained calm. But now they have realized miaka imeisha 60 na the only time Waluya walionja uongozi kidogo ni wakati wa Mudi Awoli na miezi 3 ya Mudavadi. So I mean, any community will really come and start saying, no, we have to rethink and re-engineer our destiny. So he warned them. And he has warned them, even up to now, he has told them, iko miezi 2-3-4 kabla ya milango kufungwa. Mudavadi, he has sworn na yeye atakaa UDA. That's okay. Yeye wacha akiumane huko. But Wetangula should quickly cross over to DAP. Swallow his pride, akae huko na he will be atakuwa afloat. I would just say like what Bernard has said. If he goes to DAP, tutamtafutia kiti. Azimio will give him a very, very comfortable seat. Otherwise, if he doesn't buy that, then of course atajoin akina Bifuli huko kuchunga kondoo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stony PK. We appreciate your contribution. Tuendelee katika mjadala wa leo. Naomba tumsikilize sasa Mama Selina amejoin na station gapi? Kuna Selina ama kuna Selina wawili? Selina Keindo.
Yes,
Kuna Selina wawili.
Imekuwa mbili, unaweza toa moja.
Kuna Keino na Sego. It's the same thing.
Toa Keino.
Toa Keino. Oh, Central hiyo China.
Aya basi. Mama Selina, karibu toa maoni yako.
Oh, asante sana Penat. Naona sasa siasa inaanza kuwaka moto, matumbo ya wamama na wasee inaanza kuingia ndani. Na bado sijui nani atashikilia watu Penat. Matumbo imeanza kujaa ya kwamba ukweli wasee walisema kutangulia sio kufika, na ni mzuri tuangaliange mambo ya zamani, kwa sababu hata kama hiyo wasee ama wenye walitangulia wakusoma, nimesikia mtu akiongea mambo ya wisdom na masomo ni vitu mbili tofauti, na hiyo tu ndio ingesaidia vijana wetu, kwa sababu sisi wengine tumekaribia hiyo wakati ya jioni. Tunataka kusema Kenya ni kubwa, lakini kulingana na vile nimeona Malindi, Kilifi, Bungoma, Jubilee. Sasa watu walikuwa nasema tumeondoka, nyumba ya Jubilee imeisha. Sasa Jubilee inaanza kukaa chini sasa. Unajua nakumbuka Rais Uhuru alisema ukiona baka amenyeshewa ama simba amenyeshewa usifikirie ni paka. Nakwambia hata hizi machama kidogo sasa tena yenye siko Central, sitapiti wakae chini na Jubilee wapate nafasi, kwa sababu hii wave inakuja Penat na viongozi wengine, watu watashangaa. Na this time round hata mtu hakuna hiyo ati kuipiwa kura ama watu wamejipanga. Unaona vile watu wanaongea. Nimeona hiyo picha ya Kiambu. Na wasee walisema ukweli, Raila ni mzuri, lakini tulikuwa tunamchapa kwa sababu alikuwa anapigana na mtoto yetu. So watu walielewa kumbe huyu mzee alikuwa mtu mzuri, lakini ni viongozi yetu walikuwa nasema hivyo kwa sababu angeshinda mtoto yetu. So mambo ya Central kwanza, na mimi nimekaa na hawa na nilijua na kuna siku nilikuwa K7 tukikuja hapa, nilikuwa namwambia Wakalenjin 4 years ago wakati walikuwa na celebrate, nikawaambia nyinyi mkitaka kuwin royal ya Central, ni mtoto yenyu afanye vile Moi alifanya na Kenyatta. Alikuwa na chapwa kofi, alitulia, alinyenyekea. Dakika ya mwisho Njonjo akasema ni Moi. Lakini unaenda kusema we ni acting president, unasema Uhuru ni mlevi, mimi ndiye naongoza. Sasa ule mlevi ndiye anakuonyesha sasa anakanyaka chini, paisa ine kiti imeenda. I'm so sorry to say that. Usiyai tarau mtu mwenye ako na roho mzuri ukifikiria utaweza. Hawa vijana, mtu kama Ndindi Nyoro, nasikia watu wanaongea sana. Ndindi Nyoro ni mtoto mdogo, amekuja siasa, hiyo ni mara yake ya kwanza ama ya pili. Ana histori gani Murang'a? Ana histori gani yenye ataambia wasee wa Kikuyu ama professionals ya Kikuyu amwambie hivi ndiye tunataka? Kina Alice Waome. Nashangaa Alice Waome nilikuwa na yeye na Kenya na Martha Karua. Na alikuwa anasema Ruto ni mwizi muuaji. Nikiangalianga Alice Waome nacheka. Ile maneno tulikuwa tunasema kwa na Kenya ilienda wapi? Rafiki yangu, Chen Kiara tulikuwa na viti. Mimi ni deputy women leader ya na Kenya National. Martha Karua is my chairperson. Nashukuru huyo mama kwa sababu hakupelekwa na tumbo. Nilimuuliza one day, mama, nasikia unaenda kukutana na Ruto. Akaniambia, Selina, mimi naomba kiti ya Kirinyaga. Na ninataka kushukuru Martha Karua kwa msimamo, kwa sababu hawa watu wengine leo Penat hakuna haja nikuite mwisi na jioni nikuje niseme wewe ni pastor. Kwanza wananchi watashangaa kwa nini kwanza nilikutusi. Alafu tena ni nini umepatilika nje nikuje niseme wewe ni mzuri. Haita ni pesa yako. Hiyo wamama yote wanapigania hapa, hakuna mama msee, ni wale wasichana wanataka jioni ile room. Nilisikia kuna room pale. That is, hiyo si uongozi. So mimi nataka kusema Kenya tunashukuru, tunataka kiongozi, tunataka ule atakuja kutanisha wa Kenya. Najua mumeongea nikienda out of point, ni vile nimefurahi. Tunataka kiongozi ataweka wa Kenya pamoja. Alafu kina PK wakitaka kusimama sasa kuomba viti, watakuta nchi yenye imesimama. Na shukuru Mungu kwa sababu vijana hawana ukabila, lakini still unakuta wanadanganywa. Kama mtu watoto yake wamesoma, wengine ni madaktari, wengine wameenda kwa oga huko juu mahali kuna pesa mingi huko Nigeria, si hata basi utoe mtoto moja patie hii watu ya wheelbarrow wenye wamefika university na hawana kazi. Promote moja patie mtoto moja aoe. Ila harusi ya kijana juzi ilikuwa jamani wa Kenya. Yani sasa hata hii vijana naona wengine wanang'ang'ana kwa hii hapa kwa hii rununda wakiongea mpaka wanataka kulia. Na pengine wanakasana sana. So mimi nilikuwa nasema sisi tunasema kama Raila ameitwa baba, Moi alikuwa anaitwa baba Moi. Raila ameitwa baba kulingana na mambo amefanya. Haisi kuja kuitwa baba bure. Atuoli saa hii ni msee na ameanza kuitwa baba huko Western. Kwa ile kazi amefanya, ile umoja amelete, si kwa sababu yeye ni member of parliament, lakini kwa hiyo kiti kidogo watu wamemsikiza kwa sababu wanapeana direction. Sisi wa Kalenjin, watu yote kina Henry Koskei, Sally Koskei, kina Kamar, wale watu yote walikuwa surrounded ya Moi. Mniambie mtu mmoja mumeona kwa hiyo viongozi ya Wakalenjin wanakaa na kijana yetu. Kwa sababu aliwaambia amchui, yeye ni mwenye kujua, yeye ndiye anajitairisha, yeye ndiye alitoa kisu, yeye ndiye anakaa chini, hakuna mtu anakaa kwa mkongo amsaidie, alijifanyia kila kitu. So hata saa zingine labda anachikata vibaya, lakini kama kungekuwa wasee na wamama ya kujua vile wanatengeneza mambo, hatungeharibika. Sasa kijana yetu ameshikiliwa na watoto wadogo na wamama. Sasa tuombe tu. Mimi Penat bado sijaongea, nataka tu niambie watu ukweli ya kwamba hakuna vile, hata kama wewe ni daktari, hata kama wewe umesoma namna gani, kama hauna msee ule wa kwenda shule, ule mama ako na wisdom, ule msee hata hakuongea mambo ya kitabu lakini anapima, hakuna mahali unaenda. Uhuru amenyenyekea, tunampongeza. Amedharauliwa, lakini huyo Uhuru tulikuwa na yeye KANU, ni mtu anasikiza na ndiye amefikisha Kenya mahali amefika. Mkutano moja tu akienda Central, hakuna siku kina Alice Wahome watatoka tena. Na hata hii uchaguzi ya August Penat, by April hivi tutakuwa tumemaliza. Tunangojea tu kucelebrate, tuende State House. Pia wale mtakuwa karibu na baba, msimwaribie, mtuchungie Kenya. Ile kitu tungetaka kuongea sahi ni kuambia wale viongozi wako karibu na baba wachunge, wasiharibu. Na nyinyi Penat, watu ya kanisa, tuombe tupate inji mzuri, alafu tutengeneze promises ile baba amesema. Msee amekuwa na baba sahi, ni baba ako na nyumba mingi na mabibi wengi na watoto ya mabibi wengi. Sasa ile kitu tunataka ni hii watoto ya hii mapipi wakuja wakae chini pamoja, na baba tu aseme leo hii pimbo inaenda kwa Penat, hii ingine inaenda kwa PK, hii ingine inaenda kwa Alex, hii ingine inaenda kwa Oria, hii ingine inaenda kwa Aaron na Mkenya. So hivyo ndiye baba atafanya. Ule mtoto ataenda kuchezea pimbo ya baba, huyo ndiye tutakimbia kama Wakenya na kumnyorosha. Otherwise, nataka kushukuru mwenye amesema ameona msichana ule amesimama, atasimama Westland. Tunasema pongezi, hakuna haja ya kupigana. Nyumba ya baba ina makao mingi, ina kasi mingi, bora tu tukue na msimamo, tusaidie baba aingie pale. Nyinyi vijana, kina mama, wale mtashikilia baba. We need a better country. We need a better country in Kenya. Hiyo 5 years baba tunaweza ambia endelea, ama anatuambia kwa hii vijana yangu yote, huyu kijana mkubwa ndiye ninamwachia achunge poma. Nyinyi mnajua kijana mwenye atakuwa mwaminifu ndiye atashika pimbo ya baba. So mimi nataka niwachie hapo, niendelee kusikia, lakini tunashukuru na wale vijana wetu wanakuja, tunakubali hao wakuja waingie kwa siasa, lakini wafuate wasee. Kwa hii kikao Penat, naona kuna watu wamekomaa, naona mna vijana wanakuja, muwasaidie, muwaongeleshe, kwa sababu hiyo degree wako nayo sio wisdom. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you Mama Selina. Tunashukuru kwa maono wasia wako na mwelekeo ambao unatuelekeza. I am sure that there is much understanding after listening to you, and even the people who are following are getting a lot. It's important that we accept, we say that they are one of the people that you can never help is the one who does not accept that he has a problem. And so when we begin to notice where our problems are, and now the journey to finding a solution becomes easier. But if we are in denial that we don't have any problem, everything is all right and all that, that's when they say in our village that the person who hides a sick person, that nobody is sick in this house, nobody is sick in this house. They say when that person finally dies, they scream will prove that there was a sick person in the house. So hakuna haja ya kuficha mambo, ni muhimu tuweke mambo wazi ili kila mmoja aelewe na tusonge mbele katika kuelewa ukweli wa mambo. Hey, so everybody's happy. Aaron, our own ancestor.
Yes, ndio hiyo sasa.
Vipi lakini?
Niko fresh kaka, niko fresh baba.
Karibu tuambie sasa. DAP mbolea inafanya kazi vizuri sana Trans Nzoia na Bungoma, na machungwa inaendelea vizuri Kakamega, Vihiga, Busia. Alafu Kilifi imeenda vile ilivyo. Jubilee inafagiliwa. Operation fagia wote.
Nimefurahi, by the way, nimekuwa nikifuatilia mjadala chini ya maji, nikasema wacha hawa ndugu zetu na dada zetu ambao ni wageni wabonge hivi kidogo, ndio na mimi ni join later. Unajua sasa sisi ni wakongwe katika hii station, so tunaachanga wale wageni wanakuja kidogo, they air their views, alafu sisi tunakaa kwa curtain kidogo. But sasa hivi vile nimeona wameondoka, nikasema wacha niingie. So hata mimi by the way nimefurahi. It has been a long journey for baba, lakini wakati sasa umechongea, wakati umekaribia sana. This is Baba Raila's time. Na nimefurahi, by the way, nimefurahi kuona Patriot akisema kuwa angesimama Dagoret North because Simba Arati anaenda pale nyumbani Kisii kusimama ugavana. So Patriot ameacha dada wetu Super Lady Beatrice Elachi, in fact, apate kutake over. It is very good. Nyumba ya baba iko na makao mingi mazee. So the likes of Stone BK, in fact, hawa ndio tutatupa, baba atatupa huko Washington, wakae maambassadors huko manze, na mimi nikitembea San Francisco, nikitoka hapa mahali niko nikitembea San Francisco huko manze, angalau ni salimie Stone BK anipatie angalau kopo la uji. It will be an amazing thing. So kwa mambo ya Kilifi manze, in fact mimi ningesema namna hii, William Samoei Ruto ile makosa alifanya kabisa, yeye aliassume nguvu ya governors na akaacha baba akatake over, baba akachukua over 30 governors, hata kama ndio kuna wengine ambao wanamaliza term mbili, but baba he did not shy off kusema I say I need your support. Ndio mnaona kuwa baba akitaka kutembea anywhere, kwa sababu governors wako pale, hata hitaji structures, hata enda kwa boma hata hitaji kwenda kwa boma ya mtu kwenda kujilazimisha pale ndiposa aweke tent ndio a hold rally. No, wale governors hata kama wanaondoka ama ndio wameserve term ya kwanza, in fact they will over service structures. Sasa William Samoei Ruto mnaona kule Kilifi ameenda kwa boma ya wenyewe, hata kama ndio hiyo boma ilikuwa na watu wengi, but William Samoei Ruto wakati alienda kuomba nafasi ya kuhold rally there, hiyo familia wote they did not agree. Mmoja ama wawili wali agree a hold rally there, wengine wakakataa, but yeye anaenda ahead ku hold rally wakati kuna conflict. It is not good. Ndio naona kuwa wakati unapoenda mahali uone kuwa kuna mvutano, as a leader you are not supposed kujiforce. Inastahili utafute another venue, but what ambayo nina advocate, we don't want in fact political intolerance. Tunataka hata kama ndio leader amekuja na amefanya makosa kama hiyo, msijaribu kuharibu vitu zake. What you are supposed to do ni kumwambia I say maybe hold, lakini next time don't hold a rally kama watu wa familia yetu sisi wote hatujafanya nini, hatuja come into agreement. And you saw in fact what happened even pale Kajiado kwa Paris Tobiko, that issue happened. Mzee wa Honorable Paris Tobiko in fact hakuwa anajua kuwa William Samoei Ruto angeenda kuhold rally pale, so yeye alikuja kushtukia mkutano ya UDA ndio imefanya nini, ndio imefika kwa boma na ikaleta ikataka kuleta mambo mingi. So I hope William Samoei Ruto has learned something kutoka kwa hiyo, na next time atarekebisha. Alafu jambo lingine kuhusu Bungoma, mimi nasema kuwa in fact Mudavadi na Weta. In fact waliharakisha, but inakuanga namna hiyo, asiyesikia la mkuu huvunjika guu, na haraka haraka haina baraka. Western in fact iko azimionated. Hiyo ni mibaraka kwetu, na tunashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa wao. Wakati walitoka Oka walifurahi sana, wakarusha cheche kwa Kalonzo na wale ambao walibaki, but now in fact wakati kuku wanarudi nyumbani kinaeleweka. Alafu about cleaning up of Jubilee. Safari imeanza ya ku clean up Jubilee, because ile parliamentary group yenye jana ilifanya nini, ilipata kuketi pale State House, waliagree kuendorse my lovely president Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta kuendelea kuwa the party leader of Jubilee. So in fact wakati William Samoei Ruto ameondoka na wabunge wengine, sasa huu msimu still Jubilee italeta viongozi wengine wapya. So Jubilee in fact itakam into life soon. Alafu na jambo la mwisho, walikuwa wanasema kuwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta ameisha nguvu. Mimi niliona Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta wakati alipokuwa pale Ruilu, in fact ile kushangiliwa alikuwa anashangiliwa. Nilisema huyu wakati siasa itakapoanza naende mlimani, I'm very sure William Samoei Ruto atapata hard time. Wakati sasa umefika, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta atapanda mlimani and he is going to take control of Mount Kenya, na I'm very sure pale Mount Kenya baba anaweza pata 50 ama 60%. Believe me, tuko hapa na mtakuja kuniambia. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Aaron Ancestor. We appreciate your comprehensive look on the issues. Bantu, umeinua mkono vipi?
La, asante sana Bernard, mimi napenda kidogo tu kuingia kidogo tu, utanipa ruhusa ndugu yangu. Alikuwa nataka kuongea tu kulingamana na His Excellency the President of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta. Mzee wake alituacha 1978, mimi hapo nilikuwa niko primary. Na Uhuru kuna tofauti, alikuwa ameinukia nyumba ambayo ni discipline. Si mtu ambaye alikuwa yuko barabarani usiku anaenda huku, alikuwa well taken care of. Kwa hivyo ni mtu ambaye ameinukia na discipline, kulingamanisha na huyo mtu mwingine ambaye ni naibu wake. Nafikiria sijui kama ameinukia sehemu gani. Ndio naona vile rais wetu anakwenda na hii miendo ya kuheshimu na kuwa mtulivu na kuendesha mambo kwa busara, sio kujibizana. Yuko well controlled himself kwa kulingamana na yale malezi ambayo alipatiwa na Mama Ngina na baba mwenyewe Jomo Kenyatta. Kitu nyingine ilikuwa nataka kuongea ni kulingamana na amateur na professional. Baba is another level, is a professional, na hao wengine ni amateurs. Unaona, sasa hapo kuna tofauti. Unaona vile baba anavyoongea na promise na ahadi, utamuona, you can see through his heart, kama wewe umekuwa na wisdom. utaweza kumwona huyu mtu, labda hawa watoto hawajui, lakini unaweza kumwona kwenye moyo wake kwa huyu mtu he has got something he want to do to prove himself. But mi naweza kumwambia baba hana haja kuprove kitu yoyote, he has already done so much, but the guy he want to do something so that for the future of our country is bigger than anybody else, is bigger than anyone. Baba, tuko na wewe na usichoke na uendelee hivyo hivyo. Na kitu kingine ya mwisho nitaka kuongea ni ile self respect. Hawa vijana wanaochukua pesa ndogo ndogo hawajiheshimu wa wenyewe, wala hawana respect, wanajidharaulisha. Unaona, baba hana haja ya kupatia mtu kitu chochote, kwa sababu yeye ana mengi atakutufanyia ambayo yatatusaidia kwa maisha yetu na watoto wetu na vijukuu vyetu. Lakini mi nawaambia hawa watu wanaokwenda kuunga line na wakipatiwa promises, watu wa bodaboda wanagombana, wengine mamama wanalia, wanapatiwa empty promises. Hiyo si kitu mzuri. Asante sana Bena.
Bernard, jambo moja niongee kuhusu Mwaura, just 1 minute.
Ati Mwaura,
kuna kitu nataka kuguzia Mwaura ya.
Thank you. Just before that, I wanted to play Mwaura's video with wheelbarrows.
Oh, okay.
Mboe hoya ukiruta wera na huru baro ino wohoere kura nigetha nduike mũmbunge wa Ruiru mwaka wa 20 na nĩtũingĩte mashinani mũno, tũraiga kaba Mwaura mũthũngũ mashinani, kaba Mwaura mũthũngũ, kaba Mwaura mũthũngũ. Ama namna gani? Hakuna mwingine, ni kijana mtetezi mũthũngũ wa Ruiru, si ndio? Hapo ndio tuko na haturudi nyuma, na nĩ moyo wega mũno Mwaura ndetigagĩra na ndarĩ guoya nĩguo na ndagũagũa. Nĩmũkũririkana wega hawa watu walikuwa wamerusha nje ya Senate, si mnajua hivyo? Tusikiza kidogo tafadhali hapo nyuma. Walikuwa wamenirusha nje ya Senate, lakini nashukuru mliniombea sana, nikashinda kesi na nikarudi katika hiyo Senate. Sio ni Mungu? Na leo ni Sunday. Na tu kuogopa. Kuna watu wengine wanaogopa kuonekana wakiingia UDA ama kuwa na deputy president ati ndio wasirushwe nje ama ati waitiwe KKA. Tukamwera atiriri, hata uhuru wa nchi hii ulipiganiwa na Maumau kwa sababu hawakuogopa kwenda msitu kupigana. Otherwise tungekuwa katika minyororo ya mkoloni, si ndio? Kwa hivyo raundi hii tunataka watu ambao wanaweza kusimama na ukweli ili watu wa Kenya waweze kufaidika na watu wa Kenya. Hiyo iko sawa kabisa. Katika hali ya makiria yogo, ndio kuna ndo agembe gukete mwe huru baro. Nigetha magasa magithie thande makihoe. Ngimwire Ngai amurathime na mwende, na tutakuja mashinani zaidi na zaidi kwa soko tukiongea ili tusonge mbele. Asanteni, na tena nirudie ni rais ni nani? Rais ni nani? Na mbunge wa Ruiru kwa unyenyekevu ni nani? Isaac Maigwa Mwaura, kijana mtetezi mũthũngũ wa Ruiru. Kaba Mwaura mũthũngũ.
Can we comment?
Starting with ancestor.
Okay.
Yeah. Asante sana. Oh my God. Mimi na hii kitu imefanyika tu, inaonekana recently, wakati huyu bana amekuwa reinstated by court, na walikuwa wanasema eti hawapeani wheelbarrow. Maajabu kweli. So nitoke hapo niseme kuhusu huyu Njiru Mwaura. Hey, mimi in fact wakati Njiru alipojiunga kwa hii station juzi, mimi sikuwa najua kuwa Njiru Mwaura in fact ni staunch supporter wa baba. I thought alikuwa mpita njia namna hii. Hey man, congratulations, cause ile passion alikuwa nayo, tulijaribu wenyewe kumpiga makombora hapa tuone msimamo wake na hakika vile nimemfuatilia sasa, nitamweka kwa nini, kwa group ya Njiru, alafu kuna mwingine anaitwa DKM. Na washukuru sana manzee, ndugu zetu ambao kutoka Mount Kenya mmeshikilia baba kwa hali na mali. Thank you so much. Na endelea kuongea na ndugu zetu wengi kutoka Mount Kenya waendelee kujiunga na timu ya baba hapa. By the way, Mr. Njiru Mwaura Uwanga, hata mimi ni mtu wa baba. Wakati nilijoin hapa ya kina Bernard hawa walikuwa wananinyorosha wakati nilikuwa naenda nje ya line kidogo, hata kama ya kina Bernard, ya kina Wekesa walikuwa nikiongea tu kitu ambayo ndio mimi ni mtu wa baba, lakini nikiongea kitu ambayo iko tofauti walikuwa wananileta kwa line. Mpaka sasa hivi nimeshika line vizuri. So hapa unaweza kuwa mtu wa baba, lakini as long as utaongea kitu ambayo haiendi sambamba, hatuwezi tukakuacha hivyo. Lazima tukuambie aise, hapana, hata kama ndio sisi ni wa baba, hili jambo ambalo umeongea si poa kwa country, ama si poa kwa baba. Hata at the same time ukiongea vibaya kuhusu William Samoei Ruto ni Mkenya, ni Mkenya mwenzetu, Uwanga lazima tukuweke kwa line. So Njiru, mimi in fact I thought Njiru vile tumemnyorosha hivyo mwanzo atatoroka, hata rudi, but nimeona hakika you are a good supporter ya baba. Mungu aendelee kukulinda. Thank you so much.
Can you get me?
Okay, thank you.
Njiru asikii.
Order everybody.
I'm here.
Yes, thank you. Asante Bwana Njiru, tunashukuru kwa kujiunga nasi leo katika mada ya leo. Naomba kabla tumsikilize Bwana Njiru, tutafute huyu anaitwa Kimere. Kimere, vipi?
Hello, Bernard.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Na kila mtu, habari zenu?
Fiti, karibu kwa show.
Wewe ulikuwa umepotea siku chache
Hii
it was kulikuwa na Wekesa alikuwa akiongelea and thank you, nimeona umeongeza nini, the Marsabit thing.
Yes.
So you managed to get it prolonged, right?
Yeah, we prolonged it. We are closing officially on Sunday so that we make the items ready.
That's a good thing. Okay, let me make my contribution. Hata mimi nitajaribu kuongea Kiswahili leo. Nimeona kila mtu anaongea Kiswahili, kwa hivyo pia mimi niende kwa lugha ya taifa leo. Nimeona hiyo nini, the meeting ilikuwa Bungoma, and actually ilikuwa mzuri kabisa. Going away from watu to play down Wetangula and Musalia, but it's the unity that I see. It gives me courage, really. Inanipa roho kuona vile watu, because it's not only, I think what we need to realize, it's not only about Raila as a man, but it's what we think comes with him. The experience, the resilience, you know, and I think kumekuwa na hii the thinking that for example the Mount Kenya people hate Raila, but I don't think it is. Ni vile siasa, as we say, since independence, kumekuwa every time there was
Who is talking?
From Mount Kenya. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can get you clearly. Just
yes.
go ahead.
Yeah, there has always been a candidate from Mount Kenya vying for presidency. Lakini
Thank
sasa
you
hivi
for
hakuna.
giving me
And
this
that's
opportunity. Yeah, I'm happy to be in this forum. I can see we are growing. Our content is increasing.
Order.
We are overlapping. We are overlapping.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Oh.
Can I go on?
Yes, go on, Bwana Kimeli.
Oh, thank you. So the thing is, watu wa Mount Kenya si ati wanashukia Raila kusema ukweli. Because I remember I voted for Raila once myself. I'm from Mount Kenya, actually I'm from Laikipia. And this time, no one will take me away from voting him again. Because I see what, I go beyond mtu, unaona? Unaangalia kile, because I think the only person that can save Kenya right now is actually Raila. Raila is, I don't believe ati akona ile ubinafsi ati anataka yeye mwenyewe ati kujifaidi. No, the man has done a lot for the nation. Mzee amejisacrifice. It's not about himself really. Come, if you want really to be realistic. But unfortunately, watu wengi wakona, they are so narrow-minded na wanasikiza wale politicians. Na juu politicians wengi ni ubinafsi wako nayo mingi. Yeah, people are ni wao wenyewe, lakini raia wengi hawaelewi hiyo. They just think that, okay, we got, like today, the video that you just played, the clip that you just played earlier on about the Mwaura. It's deplorable kuangalia hiyo kitu. Yeah, lining up the wheelbarrows and you know, the guy is actually in Senate illegally because hata itajui kukua kwa Senate, you know, because katiba yenyewe inasema wazi, kama wewe unapigia debe chama ingine ama you are thought to be promoting another party, you are not supposed even to belong to the party. Hawa watu wote wako kwa Jubilee, wanapata mshahara ya Jubilee, wamekuwa hapo juu ya Jubilee, and they are all on the other side. They need to be out, for example. Na mtu anaenda kupelekea watu wheelbarrow. What really? Wheelbarrow, I used to see wheelbarrows in 1970s. That was a big thing then. Now today you can't really go kupelekea watu wheelbarrow until you are trying to promote those people. What you are doing is just you want to bring people backward. Now, and that's the mentality. I believe your mentality, Ruto, is that one. If you keep people poor, obviously it's much easier to dominate those people. And that's the agenda. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't understand this. Juu tumepita hapo, we need to move forward. Na watu ni lazima wafikirie, lazima tuendelee mbele. See, that wheelbarrow thing really irritates me. So, mimi ningewasihi wa Kenya actually, and especially people who are in Europe now that we have this chance ya kwenda kuvote. US, I think in US, in Europe, in Canada, I think, in the Far East countries, watu wajitokeze waende wachukue kura so we can vote at least this time. We don't have to travel to Kenya, you know. I remember the 2020, was it 20, what was it? 2007, I traveled to Kenya and I voted Mwai Kibaki, I still remember. 2017, I voted Raila. And even 2013, I was to vote Raila, but then I was convinced by my family members not to. But, you know, because I already then, I saw the vision of the man at that time, you know. Kwa hivyo mi ningependa kuwauliza Wakenya wenzangu, let's look the vision, what the leader brings with. See mambo ya na what tribe he belongs to, what he stands for. That's the most important thing. And until we get that thing, yeah, I understand you belong. Like in Kikuyu, they say that first comes the tribe, then the clan, but the country actually comes first. So someone who has the interest of the country has to have the priority. Everything else is secondary. Kwa hivyo hiyo, and I like leo Mama Selina amenifurahisha sana. She has gone now, has she? Yeah. So, and everyone who has contributed today is, well, good. And Bernard, please, let's keep the conversation going. And to wahimize the young people also to register to vote. And also, even not only the young people now, what were diaspora, they're not young. Most of them are older people, but tuwahimize hata wao kwenda kuregister. Leo nimeona hapa London hawajafikisha even 500. I think they were aiming for like 7,000 people, at least the ABC, and they're closing on Monday, I guess. So people should just go out and register. If you're in London or if you're in the UK, try to go to the Kenyan High Commission and register yourselves. Yeah? Asante sana. That's it for now. Mama Serena, good.
Yes.
Yeah, what you said was very, very, very good.
Thank you.
Very true. Yeah. And Bernard, I know
Yes.
that's the topic. The other day was about security, actually, and there was a lady from Wasungishu. But I think I'll touch on that another time because there was a conversation I wanted to talk about that probably when that debate comes up again.
Okay, thank you, Kimere. We appreciate your contribution and your perspectives.
God bless.
Let us do our part and ensure that whatever that falls on our side is done to the best of our ability to secure the future of this great nation for the welfare of our children's children. I believe we all need to be arrested by the sense of the fear of our children's children cursing our graves because we did nothing in securing for them a great life. So whatever sacrifices we must make in order to secure that future, I think is worth it all. And so nobody should take these elections as a joke. These elections are historical and can mark either the security of this great nation or the doom of this great nation. So let everybody take their voting serious and think deeply about it. Go beyond the rhetorics, go beyond the persuasion of the politician and ask right questions, because we must ask right questions in order to get right answers that will help us make right decisions. And so let's not trivialize what I call a matter of life and death. This is a matter of life and death. Nobody should take it lightly. And the children that were born in 2013 are now grown-ups. So time is running very fast. And soon the same people you are supposed to secure the future to will be looking up to you and asking you questions. So it's time for all of us to rally ourselves together make this great nation a secure hub for every other life. Every other life. That is the only way. I believe that Kenya is only secure when every Kenyan is taken care of. No one Kenya should be left out. And the government should secure that for everyone. So let's vote in people that are going to make that a reality. One of the things that have eaten Kenya is when we use the government to build one section of the country or favor one section of a community or one section of a group of people and then marginalize against others. That way we don't grow. We just remove from the left hand and put in the right hand. That way it's not increase. So let's think deeply and make right decisions. Yes.
So
Kim,
sorry, can I say one thing, please?
Hold on. Let's finish with Kimero and then we come over to you.
Yeah, because something came in. I just remembered one thing. Yeah, because we also, these people that we want to vote in, because it came in my mind that I've been listening to people who are saying that they don't want to hear about history. And that came in my mind that history is important. We can't really, because what we are today is because of what we did yesterday. Yeah. And what we do today gonna determine what will be tomorrow. And because a lot of people from UGA, for example, and that's something that they are trying to inculcate in Central Province, that don't talk about history. And that just came in my mind. And if in 1992, for example, I lost 2 uncles, yeah, in Laikipia because of the tribal crashes, yeah. And that's still, that thing, every time I think about it, yeah, it's a long time ago. Well, not really long, but it's some time ago. But every time you think about it, it's like you feel like it was yesterday. You understand? And when I was in 2007, when we voted, because I voted that time, and then sometimes most of us, people who were in diaspora then, we were even worried that you won't even make it to the airport to go back to work or whatever you're going, for example. These things are important, but apparently a lot of people seem not to, either they don't remember or they choose not to remember. Others are so young, they don't know about these things. But I think it's important to talk about history, and that will actually help us to know what kind of leaders we want, because we must start now leaving out leaders that we know either were involved or the kind of mentality they have. And that's why, for example, all over the world, in Europe, for example, every year they celebrate the Holocaust every year. Why? It's not because it's a very good thing, because they want to make sure that that kind of behavior will never be repeated again. Yeah. So, but in Kenya, I don't know why we tend really to not to like to talk about history. But I think we must start talking about history, and that will actually filter even some of the leaders that we are having. Yeah. Because if you have dubious character in the past, those people should be filtered out. You know, we should stop this mentality of celebrating criminals or celebrating thieves. The more you steal, the more we celebrate you, the more we're gonna get you elected. That's wrong. So we must talk about these things as well. That's just something I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kimere. We appreciate your added information. Let us continue with the conversation. Njiru Maura, karibu.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate welcoming me here, and thank you for everybody who has contributed to our discussion today. First of all, let me begin with commenting on the video which you just shared with us. That video of my brother Maura. We share the same name, but I think we are very far ideologically. So, if we look at the history of political parties in Kenya, we have been having political parties starting all the way from KADU. KANU ilikuwa Jogoo, NAK ilikuwa Mwenge, ODM, Orange, DP walikuwa Kobole, TNA walikuwa na the DAP. So UDA wameleta hii Wilbaro. So I'm having a challenge here. When we were having NAK, sikuona wakituletea mataa. Sijawahi ona Orange wakituletea machungwa. So to me, what I see with this UDA jokes is delusion syndrome, whereby they are indoctrinating people into something of a cult type. When I talk of a cult type is, let's take them seriously. When somebody starts to come and giving you something which he is using as a symbol of his political party, he is trying to actualize it live and trying to give people wheelbarrows. Yeah, I don't deny wheelbarrow is a basic equipment as a means of production. But what does it mean? Is wheelbarrow the only means of production which can be given to people? I think there could be so many things which they could have given to people instead of idealizing and saying that wheelbarrow is just a symbol. So it is actually they are trying to show to us what they will do to us once they get power. To me, wheelbarrow signifies two things. Number one, a wheelbarrow, to me, it is something which doesn't have power. You have to push it. So to me, wheelbarrow means lazy. That is the first meaning of wheelbarrow. Because even in small industries work, we try to mechanize things. We try to avoid using equipment which somebody is using a lot of energy to push. So one symbol of a wheelbarrow is laziness. Then number two, another meaning of wheelbarrow is the other serious meaning of wheelbarrow is that is Stone Age, or something which are not in your generation. That is what wheelbarrow means. And whatever UDA is trying to do is that they will be able to escape out of the responsibility immediately they get power. And I think this is the high time when Kenyans should try and reason about them. Actually, today I was trying to research about our Kenyan political parties, and maybe if somebody has Google there, we can go through with you together. Because I always like commenting on the things which are already having information. So today I was in Google and I looked for information about ODM in Google. ODM, they have updated in Google. They are saying that, let me just read for you what ODM is. ODM is a Kenyan political party which has center-left political party. The ideology is center-left. I don't want to read all the others. So their orientation is center-left. When we talk of center-left means a political party which wants to remain with the status quo for the social justice. So if you can get time, you can read about center-left. ODM, the ideology is clear. Let's read about Jubilee. If you go in Jubilee, their ideology is clear. It's a right-wing political party in Kenya. If you read about there, you'll see right-wing political party. That means they are more conservative. They want things to remain the way they are, things like that. They are clear. Go to UDA, which is not a very new party as people are purporting. it is actually a reincarnation of another party, which was called the Party of Development and Reforms. And the only thing which Google is having about UDA, apart from saying it's a right-wing party, the only I want you see the problem which we have with UDA. Go to Google. That's what I want us to get. They are just saying the party is linked to William Ruto. I have no problem with that. Apart from the party, apart from them saying that the party is linked to William Ruto, there is nothing else. There is nothing else they are talking about the party. Like the information is very short. There is no information. So I think we are close to 5 months after UDA came into existence, and I think they have bloggers, they have people who are digitally enabled, people Kama Huyu Itumbe and the rest who they have been doing a lot of information update. Why is it that they are not giving us information about their political party so that we can be able to identify with this political party, other than just giving us the information that it is just oriented to the deputy president and that is it? There is no, there is. So you go to Google and see, you'll see. Then let me enter on this issue of these things which happened today, the Kilifi endorsement, the DAP-K defections. There was a lot which happened today. So there is one thing which I would like to say in terms of Kenyan perspective. A leader in Kenya, so far in Kenya, we have not gotten somebody who has gotten into power without being endorsed by elders of certain communities. We have not gotten a leader in Kenya. So we have 4 things which determine who is going to become a leader anywhere in our country. We have kingpins, we have elders, and we have political transfer. Mark, that's our African concept. When I talk of a political transfer, is people from a certain community come out and they say, so and so is going to rule us. Very important. When I talk of elders, majority of our community, we have elders. Elders come out, they say, so and so is going to rule us. When we talk of kingpins, kingpins are famous people within a community, they stand with you. So now, when I look at all these, and in Kenya, okay, let me first talk of tribes, although I know in Kenya, we have the 11 major tribes which determine which determines who is going to become the president. Kikuyu, Kalenjin, Luo, Luyas, Masai, like we have 11 of them, 11 major tribes. And if you look at the conformation of all these tribes, they do not just come out and just support somebody from the bruise. They look at issues. There is a lot of negotiation. There is a lot of agreement. There is a lot of background check. There is so much things which happen. So they don't just come out. Let me talk about the Kikuyu. So if you look at the history of the Kikuyus, Kikuyus are known as people who will always agree on something. I don't deny there were times, maybe in the 70s, when in the early 80s and the late 90s, when Kikuyus were a bit divided. But what I would like to talk about Kikuyu is that at the end of the day, Kikuyus have a way of agreeing on the person who they want to support. They have a kingpin. And I've not reached the level to see Kikuyus having a kingpin who comes outside their community. So, having said that, that means that there are people in the Kikuyu communities and they are known. And in Kikuyu, we have 3 serious people who you have always to look at and see their behavior. Number one, you have to know that close to the main infrastructure, which is in Kenya, the business infrastructure is owned by the Kikuyu people. So one community which I would like somebody to monitor is the business community, people with money, people with means of production. Then number 2, we have the elders, the people who congregate in the Mokoyo and Nyakazanga, the elders. You look at them, the way they are behaving, the way they are responding. Then the other class which you have also to look at is the political class. You look at the way the political class is behaving. So when you look at the political class, like for example now, the political class is divided. So maybe I would say majority, they seem to be supporting UDA, no problem about that. Business community, we know where they are. Elders, we know where they are. So based on that, I can give it two out of 3. They are oriented to Azimio. So political transfer, who transferred like this support which UDA is having in Mount Kenya, who transferred that support to them? Again, they are denying. They are saying it is generic power. I don't agree. Somebody transferred that power to them. So one thing which I can ask myself, can that power be taken back? Time will tell. But I believe that power can be taken back. So one thing which I would say that I'm a bit positive today is because of how Azimio politics is continuing to unfold. Today we saw a lot of good things happening. Kilifi people, through their power party, they are close to Azimio. DAP-K, serious defections every day. In fact, the DAP-K looks very enjoyable. I hope ODM and other parties which are in Western Kenya, they can be able to leave that area to DAP-K so that we don't have a lot of parasitic conditions which will be happening. I think DAP-K has reached the level whereby they can control Western very well. So I think DAP-K has dwarfed both Musalia Mudavadi and this other guy, Wetangula. It is evident we cannot, so, and they are moving very well, they are moving very strategically. So looking at all these things, and these defections will continue, and they will be moving. Finally, you even start seeing these defections even in Mount Kenya, Turkana, where you will finally see people coming home at the end of the day. There is one thing which I want to tell people here. The fact that personally, I was not very happy with what the president was doing, but I'm very happy with the... Sorry?
Time.
Okay, 1 minute, I finish. So,
please.
Okay, one thing which I've been very happy with is the fact that the president has shown all the signs that he wants to endorse Raila Odinga and Azimio. To me, I think Raila has gotten all the conditions. He has all the experience. He has all the best, which is for Kenya. And the age which he has reached, I think he wants to leave the younger generation and many of us in a better place. Thank you, and I appreciate. Thank you. Go ahead.
Bernard.
Yes, Alex.
Nimetoka comments, I was listening. I want my friend Njiru to recant his statement of 11 major tribes. I think while we are approaching elections, we cannot say 11 major tribes. I think that is going overboard.
Substantiate that.
You know, his statement is that there are only 11 major tribes which matter in the election. I mean, that is an overboard statement. An election is a Kenyan affair. And we cannot say there are minor tribes and major tribes. I think in an election, such kind of categorization is not right. It's tantamount to tribalism.
But Alex, I'm lost. Okay.
No, when you say, you know, when you follow what he said.
Relax. Maybe I missed the statement that he said.
Yes.
But tribalism is when you elevate a particular tribe at a disadvantage of another tribe.
And that is what he said. In Kenya, there are only 11 major tribes that matter when it comes to elections.
Sure.
Yes, he said that. Go to the comments and see what people are saying.
Njiru, is that what you said?
Go to the comments.
Okay.
Where people are refuting that.
Okay,
hold on, Alex. You have made your point. Let me prosecute it.
Okay. Can I comment? Okay, maybe I could have been misunderstood. What I said is that, or maybe I can put it better. I said 90%, close to 85% of the Kenyan votes belong to 11 tribes, and I mentioned them. So I did not say that the other tribes do not matter, but what I said is that I was substantiating that these 11 tribes, most of them reason according to elders and reason according to kingpin and the political transfer. I did not demean other tribes. I just said that these 11 tribes, they have affinity and they can be able to guide the other tribes on where to go. That is what I said. But I did not say that there are only 11 tribes. I just said there are 11 tribes which guide Kenyans on where to go. I think you can understand on that.
If that is not tribalism, I don't know what tribalism is. 11 tribes guide Kenya in elections.
Alex, you are being oversensitive.
No, it's not being oversensitive, Ben. Let's go step by step.
It's only giving an account.
I understand. And we are not saying that his account is wrong, but what we are saying
and advocacy.
Okay, go ahead.
There's a difference between giving an account and advocacy. If you are advocating that only 11 tribes,
if you check the comments, it says everything.
Hold on. If you say that only 11 tribes can produce president, that is now tribalism. You are using these tribes to marginalize against these other tribes, but you're giving an account of events as they take place historically. It's just accounting. It's not advocating. So I don't see how that is prejudice or tribalism. But I think we get too overconscious about. I mean, we can't deny that we are Kenyans and we are Luyas, we are Luos, we are.
Bernard.
Yes.
Ask Alex, what is tribalism?
Now I knew
you know, Themba. I know where you want to lead because I have known your pattern of thoughts and your questions, how they go. And I wish you understood what I was saying on the content and the context of what my brother said. And he said everything right. But when he came to this point, and this is where I'm executing my point. Because if we start in definitions, you will miss the content and the context.
Alex, relax, okay? What I'm saying is this.
We don't like people just trying to define things according to what they want. We were rebutting on the content and context.
Relax, let's communicate. Let's not argue. What I am saying is this. I know tribe is an emotive issue at this point in time, but our purpose as a channel and as a station is to sieve between the lies, the fears, and the truth. It is important that if somebody is oversensitive because a particular tribe is mentioned, it could be because of the past experience, like what Mr. Kemere talked about, his two uncles being wherever killed in Laikipia. That can develop a particular fear in somebody or a particular mindset in somebody. But that mindset doesn't now become the law or the reality of what should be. And so we should differentiate between, right, for example, you can be asked to mention the tribes in Kenya. Give us 10 tribes that are in Kenya. Now you begin to mention Luos, Kikuyus, Luyas, and all that. Does that amount to tribalism? I don't think so. But when we begin to use these tribes against each other, like, for example, we say the majority of the tribes can produce president, and so we will always use that as a guidepost of how to get a president, that becomes an issue. But as at now, from what you have given me, I don't think it amounts.
Njiru said this.
Get too oversensitive on the same.
This is what Njiru said.
Yes.
And he has come back to tell us that what he meant is the 85%. And you have seen how he has differentiated what he said before and what he has said now makes a big difference. What he said before was there are 11 major tribes that matters when it comes to elections. That is not being oversensitive. That is telling him that when you take that point of view, that is tribalism. That means other tribes do not matter. When you say there are 11 major tribes that matter when it comes to elections, I think that is overboard. But when you explain, say, historically, when you look how the voting patterns and the statistics and how it's voted, I think you make it better. The way he say now, when he puts statistics, that 85%, now that is facts. Those are facts. But when you put a blanket statement that 11 major tribes, then I think that is where I was disagreeing.
So they are not. So the really issue is elections or a matter or a tribes. But
Okay.
Okay, Alex. What
Yes.
what I get from Njiru without being too nini is that Njiru was talking about how they arrive on the decision of who they support as president, and from his statement, he's talking about the elders, the key leaders within the communities that determine which direction they take as a community on who they support as a presidential candidate. And that, to me, is just giving an account of how events take place or how decisions are made for different communities. There are communities that are decided following what the elders have said. Other communities, individually, everybody decides. The other one, they are key leaders. Let's say business leaders have a great say in influencing how they vote. And since I'm not the one that said that, Themba.
Bernard, you are elaborating on what you think he said. I am saying what he said.
Hold on, Alex. Alex, you raise your hand. You are given time to talk.
No, Themba, you did not raise your hand too.
I raised my hand. I've been given permission to talk.
I didn't hear that.
Now, you guys.
How are you supposed to hear a hand?
You
No,
guys.
I was here.
I've been here for 6 hours. Okay. I need to get out of here. Let's do this. Let's put that matter to rest so that we move on.
No, wait, Bernard. Wait, let me say something before you put it to rest. You see, it's okay for Alex to hold his views, which is respected, but I don't think Alex should be allowed to dictate on how we should understand a concept. He can understand the concept in his own way, which is something we respect. But I think when you describe a fact, or you describe, for example, if you say Luos are you say half or maybe 60% of the voters, that is a fact. It's not tribalism. Tribalism is a negative use of your tribe, you know, or basically what you call sometimes having an ethnocentric approach where you think you are better than others, or a consideration of it in making a decision, or even using it as in favor as opposed to something else, to someone else. So when we narrow our definition of a tribe to tribalism, I think that will be misleading the debaters. It's okay for in my view, for Alex to appreciate that politics in Kenya has always been about numbers, and not only in Kenya, the world over. If you look even at the developed democracies, they might not necessarily look at tribes. They look at races. Some of them will probably consider Hispanics. Some of them will consider probably the Jews. Someone is not muted. I don't know if it is Bernard. If you can mute. some of them, like they consider other, other demographics, in mapping out their strategy. So if you define that as a strategic approach to your goal, like we're in 2017, when Jubilee wanted to come out, they said, what are the numbers? Where are the numbers that we are going to get? It is not wrong to have those definitions. But now when you say tribalism, is where you're using that in a negative way to advantage your tribe over another tribe. For example, in resource distribution or in job seeking, you say, I'll only consider the Luos. But describing how many Luos are, that is not, in my view, tribalism. So Alex might have his own sensitivity over the concept of tribe and tribalism, but we should. One thing that has happened constantly for those people who have brought the negative aspect of tribe, they have even refused to celebrate. Why is it that we say that and we have Utamaduni Day in Kenya, where tribes are supposed to celebrate the good things about those tribes that endear them, that make even tourist attraction? Why is it that when we go to places, we even tell people, you find people coming with the Maasai regalia? In fact, to some extent, people thought that Maasai dresses are Kenyan dresses, yet it is just one community within the Kenyan, population. We got so many rich cultural celebrations that we can enjoy. But because of this kind of mentality that when you speak tribe, you say you're a Luo Kisi or something, only the negative aspects comes up because of the conditioning that has been done over time and disadvantage that has happened over time. So we are thinking tribe and tribalism is the same thing. I don't think so.
Okay, thank you, Themba. Where is this Mamo? Has he gone? He dropped out. He was the one next to speak. Princess Ziana, how are you?
I'm good. My gadget is disturbing me, so I don't know if you can hear me well. It's not working well.
No, it's now working well. We can hear you.
You can hear me?
Very clearly. You're welcome.
Okay.
So now, just before you make your submission, Mr. Themba, can I now leave this in your hands? I go.
Sure. I mean, umekuwa rubani hodari hadi sasa. So we will actually right now, Bernard, we go up to 8 hours. We don't go beyond that. So if you go right now, we have like 1 hour and 44 minutes. So we are good.
To Linda Nidamu, then let's protect one another and keep the facts going. And then Operation Operation Jaza Lori, I only received 1,000 shillings from Teresa Kimoni today. That means we have to keep the campaign on. We are closing officially on Sunday, so I think tomorrow should be the D-Day, which is today evening. We should dedicate the show to that campaign so that we raise something substantial for the same. Otherwise, have a great conclusion of the show, and let us make Kenya great by securing the truth in the midst of lies. See you later, guys. Thanks.
Okay, see you, Bernard. Ziana, go ahead.
Asante sana Bwana Themba. Siku hizi hata wewe unalala mapema kama mtoto, haina shida. Nikianza kuzungumza kuhusu juu ya Bungoma. Bungoma niliona vile ilikuwa nzuri sana. Honorable Oku Kaunya, MP of Teso North, alizungumza vizuri sana kule Bungoma. Kwa hivyo mimi nikiangalia Bungoma huwa inakuwa ni ngumu sana kwa Raila kuipata. Hiyo ndio inakuanga changamoto kule upande wa Western. Lakini wakati huu naona tuko kwa huo mzururo hiyo tuko pamoja. Watu wako kwenye laini. Kwa hivyo hii naona Azimio inang'ang'ana kweli kweli, wanaipata. Lakini kile naona kitatusumbua kidogo kidogo tu ni panapo uchaguzi mdogo, ile ya kufanywa kwanza alafu ndio tuende kwa ile kubwa. Chaguzi mwenyewe ile ya parties, hiyo ndio italeta shida, kwa sababu kuna wengine watakataa, hawataki kuondoka, ila hali ile bill iko, lakini sasa watang'ang'ana sana ili wasije wakawachwa nje, kwa sababu kila mmoja anataka. Hiyo ndio itakuwa shida, hata sio kwa Azimio peke yake, hata kwa UDA. Lakini ukienda upande wa Kajiado, Narok, niliona Raila anajaribu kuitatua, lakini Kajiado itakuwa ngumu. Kajiado itakuwa ngumu sana. Ulelengu na Ngandienya, hiyo hapo itakuwa ngumu sana, kwa sababu kule Wamasai hawampendi Ulelengu, lakini kuna kizungumkuti pale. Leo sikuwa na mengi sana Temba, wacha niwachie watu nafasi wazungumze nisikize.
Hapo sawa, asante sana Ziana kwa hayo mawaidha yako. Kimere yupo? Kimere hayupo? Stone PK?
Hello. Yes. I have 1 or 2 points because this it's been going on around very well. Yeah. One, let me comment about some. I think we need to begin to kind of demystify some things in this country, because as I keep on saying on this platform, we are acquiring very bad habits as Kenyans. Bad habits as we even are supposed to progress, the more learned we become, we are getting some retrogressing in terms of the way we are handling things. Why am I saying this? I've been in several forums now where some issues are blown out of proportion. Maybe before I say what I want to say, let me make it very clear that I, for one, are born and bred in Nairobi. I mean, in Eastland. Eastland is an estate of mixed tribes and including races. Born and bred in an Eastland estate, you've gone to school with almost every tribe in this country. And for us, as we were growing up, tribe didn't matter, but we were encouraged to know our tribe by our parents. Our parents have also lived in Nairobi for many years. They came pre-colonial, whatever. But one good thing is that even in school, primary school, we were doing Luo dances, Kamba dances. This was encouraged. But unfortunately now, it's our generation that is getting very allergic, to when a tribe is mentioned. This is ridiculous. I'm proud to be whatever tribe I am. And I'm happy for somebody to refer to me as a Mumbere from Embu County. So long as he's not insulting me, okay? And I'm happy when I'm told that Mbere population is 250,000. That is not demeaning. That is our numbers. I'm okay if I'm compared with, let's say, for example, the Embu, the upper Embu, who are 1.5 times bigger than us. And I'm happy when I hear like Luyas are XYZ. Luya is a combination of so many small sub-tribes, but they are Baluya. Okay, so again, we should now encourage people that these are used for planning, not discrimination. So there's nothing wrong when somebody says when you go to Luo land, they do XYZ, so long as you're talking positively. And for example, when we talk to elections, it is true. Our elections are influenced by numbers. Numbers. That's why you are finding UDA has done 10 times, not 10 even, maybe 100 times visits and rallies in Mount Kenya because they believe those are the huge numbers that mean a lot in terms of what achieving their end result. So let's not run away from our tribes. There's nothing wrong being who you are, where you are from, okay? And so long as we are not, let's say, for example, taking those numbers to try and curtail and demean others. Yes, there are big tribes, there are small tribes. That is not demeaning. Big in terms of numbers and small in terms of numbers. Not big in terms of, let's say, human rights and all that. No. When we stand, whether I come from Luo and Kikuyu, and it's a job we are applying, you have your degree, I have my degree, they look at our CVs. Yes, you could be having PhD, I don't have PhD, but what is required? We are tested, meritocracy takes place, whoever scores high is taken. That is okay. But if I'm discriminated just because I'm from tribe A and then tribe B is taken without meritocracy, then that is bad. And I keep on quoting Kagame. Kagame has come and instilled discipline. There are only 2 tribes which went against each other and slaughtered each other like never before. But now when he came, he told them there is nothing wrong with being a Tutsi and there is nothing wrong with being a Hutu. But what is wrong is when you become inhuman to your fellow. You are all Rwandese and we have to share and distribute resources, leadership and all that as one Rwandese tribe. And I think that is what we need to start growing for those of us now, because we are in the generation that is more educated, more exposed. We should not go into, kind of denying, unaulizwa wewe ni nani, at you don't want to say whichever tribe you come from. So let's not be a bit, extreme on wherever. Let's call a spade, that one, our politics in this country, and in fact all over the world, is guided by some things. In some places, it's ethnic, in others, it's races, just as you said, Pemba. And in some places, it will be class, wherever, more educated than others and all that. So long as it is not discrimination, I think we should be comfortable with that. So Njiru was trying to show that, of course, there are those that are a bit more organized than others. Again, that is not discrimination. For example, what the Luyas have done now, And for a long time, they've been, used as an example of a huge number of bloc that is disorganized. They have never said they are being insulted because they have been challenged. They are always being asked, you guys, you have the highest number of parties in your area, and they defend by saying they are more democratic than any other tribe in Kenya, which could be true. All right, they have allowed that, but again, when you allow that, they have also had their disadvantages, and that's why now they are resolving to behave like majority of those other areas. You go to Kambani, there is a kingpin. You go to Luo land, there is a kingpin. That's true. You go to wherever coast, there is a kingpin. Yeah. So that is not being negatively tribal. So basically, I'm just trying to say this so that we are comfortable when we are discussing here. For me, that is my personal feeling, that we should not feel like we are chained not to mention tribe and all that, because these leaders, Ruto knows he's rallying his UDA, his Kalenjin. That is the fact, but it's not an insult. Okay, so he goes to sell the party to the rest of the country, and then it becomes national. So this for me, it's comfortable. Some of us have worked in all over the country. We've lived in Kalenjin land, we've lived in Luo land. What we are saying is we want a country whereby it doesn't matter which tribe I come from. Nobody discriminates me because of my name or where I come from. And that's what Baba is saying. Okay, and I believe it will come to that level, because Baba has taken that as his objective number one in terms of bringing Kenya together, so that you don't feel uncomfortable, when that is said. I think let me leave it there for somebody else to pick. Themba.
Thank you so much for bringing that up. Stone PK, we have probably had a conditioning around our mind. The negative aspects of tribe are the ones that have come out quite a lot. So over time, can you hear me? Ziana, can you hear me? Anybody? Ziana, can you hear me?
Yes.
So Stone PK, maybe your gadget has issues. So we have been we have been given a lot of different aspects of tribe, so that over time we have been conditioned negatively to the extent that we are so sensitive to when we are given facts. You see, statistics and even census play that aspect to give us statistics in terms of what Kenya Demographic Survey does. It gives us the true picture of the numbers that we are having for purposes of planning, like health planning, resources planning, also even how they got resource distribution. You can't get that if you don't have the numbers across. And even telling us what are the things that you're likely to do. It also helps even the politicians with strategy, because when you're going to vote, it's about the numbers. Now, when we move from tribe, when you go to the counties, now the next thing that comes is the clans. Now clans start saying that this clan has more people than this one. So they kind of plan around themselves that. So they say, okay, fine, this time we are giving our person, we are going to align ourselves to our members so that we can get the power. Politics is about who controls the resources, who owns it, and how much do they distribute. So everybody wants to own that particular power, to distribute that resource, to own it. And if you can coalesce, use your numbers to get it, then you are able now to even own the resource and distribute it. So that's about politics and power. So if you are coming to say, if we are given that description of it, then someone says that that's tribalism, I think that's a clear misguided approach, because there's so many things about tribes that we can appreciate. Like if you go to different counties, they have rich tribe cultures. There are cultures that are very, very rich, that we can be tourist attraction. We can exchange notes, like issues. There are so many things that they are transferred from one generation to another, like maybe food,
medication, some of the things that they do, the tools, artifacts that have been transferred from one generation to another, can play a big part if actually they engage in even local tourism, where you're moving from one county, you're going to another, you want to learn about those people. The only people who have tried so much to do that are the Maasais. And Maasais in the world, you find they're really selling a lot, like their beads. You go everywhere, you find Maasai shoes, Maasai clothes, Maasai. To some extent, I said earlier, people are thinking that everywhere you go, Kenya is just about Maasais, and Maasais are not the only ones. We're in Kenya, rich cultural things that we can actually sell, and we have people coming in to visit and see. But now, if it's spoken and the only thing we are thinking about is negativity, then negative ethnicity is something that, you know, is so much, you know, related to the idea of talking about a tribe, which I think shouldn't be the case. Let's celebrate our tribes for what they are. That in no way should not disadvantage someone. The constitution is clear that you gaining any resource or being treated should not be a consideration like tribe, race, color, age should not be considered to deny you your access to that. That's protected. You have your rights protected in the constitution. I've been calling Kimere many times. I don't know if you are ready to talk now. You can unmute and talk.
Hello, Temba. Thank you for your submission, actually, and yeah, I'm gonna take it from there because I think it's very good that you have raised well, this argument about or discussion about tribes has come up, because I think we have a big problem about this, because it has become a no-go zone in Kenya. And that's wrong, because we need to celebrate our tribes, really, because there's a reason why we have a country with so many tribes, and no one should really shy from who they are, you know, because that defines who you are, really. You didn't choose it; it's there, and I think that there's a lot of benefits that comes with that. And I'll give you an example. You see. Most people think that there are no tribes in Europe, for example, or elsewhere in the world. There are tribes everywhere. Even in Europe, like I take example, Italy, for example. You know, they are all Italians, yes, but they don't call them tribes here, probably. But you have people from Naples, they speak different Italian than the official Italian. You go to Sardinia, they are different. They have, in Sardinia, they have totally a different language, similar to Italian, but it's really, if an Italian from North speaks with someone from the island of Sardinia, probably if they speak in their dialect, they won't understand each other, for example. But, however, they don't call themselves tribes, but there are those differences, and they appreciate what they are. They have different cuisine, they have different culture, different ways of doing things, and those things are celebrated. You understand? But in Kenya, I don't understand why we have criminalized this thing about you. Sometimes you are even ashamed or afraid of mentioning even who you are, because then you're going to be profiled, you know. So I agree with all of you when you're saying that it's something that we need to celebrate, because if you are Luo or Kikuyu or whatever, we need to get these together and enrich the country, because like you are saying, the only thing known about Kenya outside Kenya is the Maasai. If you talk about any other tribe in Kenya outside, no one knows them. But the Maasai, everyone thinks we are all Maasais. You are right about that. When you tell them, someone, oh, where are you from? Kenya. Ah, are you Maasai? No, I'm not Maasai, because they don't know any other tribe. And with this fear of mentioning who you are, has actually changed the way we have lost a lot of our culture. There are a lot of tribes in Kenya who have lost their culture, absolutely. And the first ones are the Kikuyus. I'm a Kikuyu, and I know that I can see a lot of difference when I was growing up as a kid myself, and the young people. A lot of Kikuyus can't even speak the language, leave alone everything else, for example. And that's wrong, because if they continue with that trend, in like 50, 60, 100 years time, that language will be gone. Is that good? I think it's not. You understand my point? But now, when you mention a tribe, you are always victimized or criminalized, but that you are being tribal. No, it's not being tribal. So we should, as you say, Temba and PK said, we should shy away from profiling people because of this tribal thing. We should embrace this and come together and try to promote even the cultures, different cultures, and the country will benefit the country as a whole as well. If we are brothers in our differences, provided we are respectful and we don't do things which discriminates others or affects negatively what others are, then I think that's a good thing. I think that's something that we need to speak about going forward. Well, when all this campaign is over, we need really to focus on that, because that's a very important thing that we should try to promote, really. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kimera. Yes, Harun. Is it Harun or Mama? Let me see who this is. Hold on. Mamo, Mamo or something. I hope I pronounced it right.
Yes, Mamo.
Okay, go ahead.
Asante sana Mr. Temba. Kitu ya kwanza, okay, mimi ni mgeni huku. Nashukuru sana lakini kwa kukaribishwa. So hiyo mambo ya kabila, okay fine. Unajua kabila Mungu ndiye aliumba, na kuna kabila mingi ama kabila ndogo. Kama kwetu unajua mimi nimetoka na Odhor. Hiyo ni kabila kidogo. Lakini in terms of vote sasa, unajua kuna kitu inaitwa 50+1. Kwa hivyo hata hiyo kidogo huo wanakuwa considered. Kitu ya kwanza. So yangu ni hayo tu, nilikuwa na contribute kwa hiyo. So asante sana, sasa tuko pamoja. So mtaendelea kuniona. Thank you.
Na Mamo, kwa mada ya leo ya KKA, Kenya Kwanza Alliance, DAP, Tsunami, Bungoma na Jubilee Cleanup. Wewe maoni yako ni yapi? Hebu toa maoni yako kwa hayo.
Thank you. So maoni yangu ni ya kwamba hiyo ya Bungoma, kitu ya kwanza naona DAP hapo ni chama cha kuangaliwa, kitu ya kwanza, because mimi naona hiyo defection ile nimeona leo hata jana sasa ilikuwa ni ya maajabu sana. Kwa hivyo mwenye na hofia sana hata sio Mudavadi Bungoma, sana na hofia mtu anaitwa Wetangula, because hata hiyo kiti yake ya Senate naona kuna dalili ya kukosa, kitu ya kwanza. So Mudavadi pia naona lilake sasa naona kama itakuwa ni kaburi za sahau, kwa sababu asipo support baba saa hii nafikiri itakuwa ni mwisho ya Mudavadi na Wetangula kusikika kwa upande wa siasa. Ile ya Kilifi, so hiyo nimeona tena hapo ni kazi ilikuwa imefanyika, ingawaje ilisemekana kuna wajamaa walivunja podium before sasa kitu ifanyike. So hiyo singefurahia kweli, lakini watu wangekuja tu, unajua mtu atoe tu maoni yake, na kama utaki kusikiza, unajua labda mkutano za watu, afadhali hata usikuje kuliko kuvunja podium ama kuleta vurugu, vitu kama hizo sio mzuri. So yangu ni hayo tu Mr. Temba.
Okay, asante sana. ningependa kuuliza na hii labda mtu yeyote anaweza kujibu, hata Stone PK. Stone PK, ama Mam, unafikiria kwamba hiyo podium ilivunjwa na enemies ama hao wenyewe wanaweza kuwa walikuwa na njama, walienda wakaitoa wakavunja? Ndio, unajua ni wakati wa siasa. Unakumbuka the reason why I'm asking that question, we had Sonko some time back saying that during the last elections they were paid and they went and they took some
walinunua t-shirt na wakanunua gari na wakachoma Gong Road.
Exactly, unaona. So is it possible that hawa pia walienda waka you know, because of any fear of what could happen, to get political mileage and them being who they are, wakaenda wakatengeza alafu wakaweka watu wakaenda wakabomoa, ndio sasa waje wa paint the other party as looking like hawataki, you know, hawataki any, because there's no way you can put up, in my view, there's no way you can put up ideas like they did, alafu a night before watu wanakuja hapo usiku wanaichomoa. Who are those people? You know, kuna something ambayo I had hapo. I don't know. Stone PK, Mamo, unaweza sema kitu hapo?
Asante sana Mr. Temba, nikijibu hiyo. Okay, fine. Anything is possible kwa politics, because unaona Ruto alienda Kondele akajipiga mawe. Kitu ya kwanza alijipiga mawe vipi? So sasa kama unasafirisha watu Kondele na already kuna watu Kondele, na wenye umesafirisha umewapatia pesa, na wenye Kondele hapo hujawapatia, so possibility ya kupigana unajua inaweza kuwa high. So kama hii ya Kilifi inaweza kuwa wamejipanga ili waseme the opponents ndio wamefanya, na inaweza kuwa unajua, because hata hiyo kitu kuvunjwa, I hope wenye wako panel hapa wanaweza sema hakuna mtu aliona imevunjwa ama walionyesha picha maybe imevunjwa. So possibility ya hawa kufanya hiyo kazi, ama wenye labda opponents zao, because wana complain juu ya paa, hata hawasemi ati ni watu wa ODM ama nini, because wanasema wanalaumu watu wa paa. Huyu hii chama ya governor wa Kilifi Amazon King ndio wanakuwa wanalaumu yeye. So it is possible any side zote inaweza kuwa imefanyika. Inaweza kuwa labda wamefanya hivyo kuharibu jina za opponents wao, ama labda kuna opponents wao wamefanya. Hiyo ndio maoni yangu, asante.
Yes, Stone PK.
Thank you, Manamamo, and thank you, Themba. This is something, earlier submission, I had talked about Kilifi in depth, but I avoided one thing. I avoided going to where now, Themba, you have taken us, because I didn't want to open another another discussion early that time. Okay, it is true. Right now, the intelligence has it that in Kilifi, things are very bad. For those of us who are following politics in this country very closely, you remember Aisha Jumwa went in quotes, aliingia chini ya maji. Well, ilikuja ikasemekana she was unwell and all this kind of a thing. If she was unwell, she also came and after some time and did a clip to tell people that she is recovering, rather she has recovered, and that she is not going to defect as people had thought. This is always what politicians say, and always if you follow politicians, these very wale ambao si integral politicians, they never admit. Hata kama mtu anavuka pande ile, they still vuka as they say, wakisema hawavuki. And the big question that we are supposed to ask as observers is, what prompts you to start denying? Hizo denials zinakuja kwa nini? So quickly, what I'm saying is that Kilifi is very, very hostile, even from the intelligence, hostile to UDA. Okay, hawataki maneno ya UDA. That one is on record. Even you go to the grassroots, they don't want. And it's because Kingi is very strong there. And Aisha Jumwa has been trying to dislodge him. Now, people from that region don't take it very, very kindly when, for example, respectable leaders in the name of Kingi, wewe usimame kuanza kuongea recklessly in the manner that Aisha Jumwa amekuwa akiongea. Because Aisha Jumwa alipovuka kwa UDA alikuja akapewa hiyo bangi wanakunywa, sijui ni bangi gani, they all start getting very excited, and become loose with words. Unasimama kwa podium unaanza kusema kiuno chako ni noma, sijui mnahitaji chuma kama ya Ruto and all those kind of things. Those careless things, there are some areas or communities that don't take them very kindly. So Aisha Jumwa has dropped so much so because wale kule wanasema anawaibisha. Once, I'll still talk about a tribe. Once a tribe or a community feels like you are becoming a burden, you are demeaning them by the virtue of how you behave and how you talk out there, when they would think maybe you should be their face at that national level. Where kwa TV ni kuzungusha kiuno ukisema vile we ni mnoma, you demean even the people of your tribe, the women in that community feel demeaned. So quickly, what I'm saying is that Kilifi is not friendly to UDA, and these people can go and check. So having felt that one of their leader who they believe in so much has been demeaned, and na ameanza chama chake. PA is ODM, for those of us who don't know. PA is 100% ODM. Hiyo si chama ingine, hiyo ni ODM ya Kilifi. Okay? na King ni Governor Kingi. All right? So they are not happy with Aisha, they are not happy with UDA. So anything could be happening. Now, when UDA realized this, lazima wangetafuta excuse, because that is typical of UDA. It's possible that they had to look for an excuse to abort the meeting there. Okay? And this is explained by mahali walifanyia hapa Mtwapa. They did it by the roadside, ile kawaida. It's a place that is not really meant for a meeting. So for me, I think is they wanted to abort it, but look for a reason, because they are that cheap. Unfortunately, I'll say this again. UDA ni watu wanaleta siasa very cheap, siasa ya 1963, ile watu walikuwa unasimama kutukana watu. I would want members here to go and run their clips, then you see, run 4-5 clips, you will see only one thing: matusi, huyo nini. So the moment it's matusi, you run out of ideas. Right now, people are, in the middle of their speeches, people are walking away. So yes, Themba, it could be true they had to re-engineer a way to abort. Hiyo ni ndege waliambiwa huku wezi land, waka engage aborting mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stone PK, for saying that. It also reminds me, if you can remember, Waiguru, before she gurad and went to UDA, I think a week or two before that, she took herself to what do you call, EACC, and she was when she was going there to EACC, when she came out, Savula was with her. And Savula said that, tunakuja kuongea na yeye, he had accompanied that to EACC. And immediately she came out of EACC, she said that, you see now, because of my stand the other day, now they have started following me. It was to find, and I think we came and said in this forum, it could be that Guru took herself to EACC so that she can now come with a narrative that she's being followed, and to find a reason to join UDA. Because it didn't last long after that, she joined UDA. What reason? That now, because I've joined UDA, is the reason why I'm being followed with the EACC. So this machinations by the UDA fraternity is kind of following a certain pattern that we can actually pick. I am believe I am going to the extent that I can bet on you that that was an internal arrangement, so that what we do, like you're saying, we abort this thing, but we have to have a way of aborting it that is going to be looking like it is very calculated. Look at that stand. There was no UDA, UDA for the material in that stand that was being brought down. Nothing was shown. It's just people say that hatutaki kitu iwekwe kwa shamba ya mtu. You can't put those things kwa shamba ya mtu and then come and remove them just like that. And if it was yesterday night that they were removed, what did you expect on a podium that is there yesterday night? It ought to have had all those, the way UDA, they put their things up. There was nothing. Tulionyesha tu chuma na watu wakivuta vitu, And then I think that was internal arrangement, and these are likely to happen a lot. And of course, now people expect that now the discussion will be, we have to learn to tolerate each other. I don't think is what we need to entertain as at now.
And then Themba, sorry to interrupt. And then you notice these things were not looted. I mean, who are these thugs who would come wanapiga wanachukua viti na chuma, si wangechukua kwenda kuuza scrap? Nothing was taken.
and Stone PK, if you don't want something to happen on your land, at what time do you prevent people from coming there? You would have had already, before even those things go up, kama hao vijana they can come at night, they would have been there to prevent those things from going up. They won't wait until you have raised your podium and then they come and take it. I don't think that is even logical. But UDA being who they are, and you could notice even the crowd wasn't responding. So and that is what we said, missteps in Kilifi, and they are constantly, experiencing that. They're now being exposed for who they are. Lack of arrangement. First, I don't understand. Maybe Stone PK, you'll tell me how Mudavadi and Weta are principals in that. Even the way they are talking, how they are principals in that Kenya Kwanza alliance. I don't understand. Probably as we move forward, you'll give me. My mind is still trying to understand how the two. What is the value? What is the value of buy Muda and get Weta free? What is the value? How do you call Kenya Kwanza alliance an alliance between ANC, UDA, and Ford Kenya? How? Are Kenyans fools? Do these people take Kenyans for fools? And Ruto stands up and saying that this alliance, Kenya Kwanza alliance, it is Ruto, and then Mudavadi, and then Weta. I mean, how? That's still, I'm still trying to comprehend that mathematics. But as we move on, maybe you'll try for me to make sense of all that right now. Yes, Njiru, as we also bring G, who is here.
Okay. Thank you. I wanted to talk about hiyo maneno ya podium kuharibiwa. In politics, kuna kitu tunaitanga accompanied narrative. So you see, UDA guys knew that today there was going to be a very big bombshell from the PA guys. So walijua watu wa PA watatokezea, and they will talk about their support to Azimio, and it will be bombastic. Yani itakuwa kitu kubwa sana. And then the UDA guys huko walijua hata watengeneze rally wasitengeneze rally, their narrative will not be able to match that. So what had they to do? They had to come up with an event which can have the same momentum, the same pace with kama hii sasa. Unaona sasa kama vile saa hii tunaongea story ya PA, tunaongea story ya podium kuharibiwa. So they wanted a narrative which is equivalent. So what happens in politics is all about if you don't have a narrative, you can either create a positive narrative or a negative narrative to counter whatever you want. And that is how UDA played it. And if you look at UDA guys, kuna kitu wanafanya siku hizi mostly in the country, wameanzia kuleta hii siasa ya sympathy sana. Unaona sasa kama saa hii na mostly in politics, ukisikia yule mtu analianga wa kwanza, huyo mostly ndiye anakuanga na makosa in a scale of 1 to 10. Yule mtu unasikianga saa zingine akitokezea hawa wananifanyia hivyo, huyo ndiye anakuwa na shida. So you know what happens, kitu nimekuja kunote with the majority ya UDA guys, unakuta wako na hii element, they want to swing on the masses, on the moods. Wanataka ku create mood, they want to create emotion. Now ujue, by the way, in politics emotions healed a lot. If you can be able like ku create emotion, unakandamizwa, unafinyiriwa, people are against me, and if you can be able to build that narrative na uijenge vizuri, and going forward, that is what you will be doing. And I think Azimio people need to be very careful so that we do not reach a level whereby UDA guys will be able to build an emotional level which will fool Kenyans. Because our chezi, they don't have policies, they don't have anything. Ukisikia hata deputy president tu akiongea tu pale, anaongea tu vile vile watu wanaungana, you will hear all what he is doing, he is creating an emotion. And in politics, emotions matter. So I think Azimio wing has to come up with something which has to look onto that emotional thing, because hiyo ndio ile tu kitu wanataka tu kuride nayo all through the time, na sio kitu mzuri. Somebody like me, I can get it, I can see it, but I don't see wale Wakenya wako huko chini, wale wanajiita mahasras na nini. Kama leo umesikia hata nani akiuliza huyu Beatrice Rachi leo ameuliza swali mzuri sana, I was even very happy. Amesema huyu hasra amekuwa anauza kuku, sijui anafanya nini, anauza mayai. Lakini sasa Andy akauliza swali, akauliza na nyinyi mtauza nini? Because for sure guys, tusidanganyane hapa, Mr. Ruto is not an hustler, and it is an insult to a common mwananchi when somebody who is a billionaire, somebody who has been in the political class, to come and build an emotion that at yeye ni masikini kama Wakenya wenzetu. You know, I think Kenyans are buying cheap politics, and Kenyans will blame themselves. If we are talking of hustlers, Ruto is not a hustler, Raila Odinga is not a hustler, Mulkomen is not a hustler, and all those guys who are vying for elective post, majority of them, they are not hustlers. So let them, hata history ya Ruto kufika level hata anajipea nickname hustler. Kama vile baba akiwa na nickname ya baba, that one I can understand. But can you imagine, can you try to imagine that Ruto the hustler? Guys, and you are buying that cheap politics? I think somebody is not reasoning well, and it is unfair. We need to start looking. We cannot call Ruto hustler. He is not a hustler, and I will never describe him as an hustler. You can tell me what you want to tell me. He is not a hustler. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Njiru, for that. And indeed, you realize what is happening in their crowd, and of course, for those of us following very closely, you realize that, like Njiru is saying, their narrative is getting lost now. You know, and they are now trying to kind of go back to where they have been. I think someone taught them that in propaganda you have to keep on repeating it many times, and you know, until it sinks. And even if people get it, repeat it again. If you could hear what someone is unmuted. If you could hear what Gachagua was saying, that hao watu si wameshindwa na hustler, si walinifukuza kazi, walitufukuza kazi sisi wote. That work, whom were they doing it for? Hizo nini committee chairmanship and committee membership, they are the ones who are getting the allowance, not their constituents. So why come to us starting telling us walifukuzwa kuwa committee chairman and stuff like that? That is something that they're just trying to take, you know, advantage of people's. But one thing I noticed, people on the ground have started noticing them, and they know Wakenya si wajinga. At least that one is something you can say. G, karibu, toa maoni yako.
Hello, can you hear me, Mr. Thimba? Thamba.
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Karibu.
Thank you so much. Nimeingia tu kidogo nikakuta, was it Jiro who was talking? And I heard him saying that that's one thing I will need probably aeleze kidogo, kwa sababu nimesikia akisema wale watu wanalia in a scale of 1 to 10. I think 9 ni wa kujifanya ama kitu kama hiyo. I don't know, yeye ni expert wa hiyo area, alifanya analysis. I don't know where he got that numbers. You know, it's always good kukuja kusema me, I do this. This is how I came up with this number. Now, also kuna kitu moja nimekuja kuelewa hapa, so I hope you guys understand. Hustler, I don't think anyone have ever said hustler means poor, or dynasty means rich. It don't mean this is just a movement. Unajua kama for example, like wale watu wanaendaga kanisa on Saturdays, they call themselves Seventh-day Adventists. It's just a name. People who believe in a particular what do you call it? Like in Kenya, there's one group that believe in political evolution. Wala watu walikuwa wanataka kuleta BBI, sijui tuongeze viti, sijui prime minister, sijui nini. And so those people who think the only solution to the problem facing Kenyans is creating position, those are the ones we call dynasties. But those who believe the first thing we need to do is to revive our economy, those are hustlers. Regardless of how the amount you have in your account, regardless of who your father is, you are a hustler if you believe bottom up, economic model. So that's one thing nilikuwa nataka tu ku make sure me understand hapo bwana what was his name, Jiro or Jero. So let's not make a mistake of confusing hustlers as meaning. It's like last time watu wanasa walikuwa wanasema wanaenda Canaan. Of course they were not going to Canaan. Ni siasa. Wanakuja sasa hapa tutaingia namna gani? Let's give people some kind of a hope. We are going to Canaan. It doesn't mean that they are going to Canaan. Canaan gani? Hakuna Canaan walikuwa wanaenda. They were just trying to take Raila to State House, which it didn't work. So when we say I'm a hustler myself, but it doesn't mean I'm rich or I'm poor. I just believe in economic revolution. To make sure wananchi for economy ya Kenya ndio ichukue juu. Hakuwezi kuwa tuna create position every day tuongeza MP mzigo. At one time Baba said hata Puda amechoka. Kwa sababu the more we create more positions, the more tunaongeza wananchi kazi mingi ya kufanya. Now Kilifi, mimi niliona mkutano hiyo. And again, I don't know why people are saying that we don't know who did this, maybe ni sympathy vote. Wale watu walifanya hii mambo yote, walitokezea na kakuja kwa video na anasema we did this because as a family, there seem to be divided in a family. And then it's very common, unakuta kwa familia, kuna huyu ana support huyu, kuna huyu kwa hii mlengo hii. It's very common. So most probably, hawa watu wa group ya Kenya Kwanza walipanga, maybe hawa wakasikia, maybe kuna kitu wale wamepata, sisi hatujapata. So what do we do now? Wakasema wacha tuende tufuruge. We don't know. But at least we had, I personally saw a video, a member of the family, si ati ni siri, akisema sisi ndio tumebomoa kwa sababu hatukusikizana. Hakuna sympathy vote hapo. Watu wamekuwa wakipigana huko for the longest time possible, especially in Nyanza. And I always challenge my brothers and sisters from Nyanza. And not being tribal, because there are some characters. For example, I remember when there was his kado ya NYS, kuna watu walishikwa, there are like 50 suspects walipelekwa, most of them from our region where I come from, out Kenya, all the suspects. But then all the lawyer, or most of the lawyer, came from Nyanza, na watu walikuwa wanashindwa. What's going on? It's because we seem to trust people. We don't trust ourselves, some of our own. Kuna weakness. Ati sisi mtu yetu ukienda mpea kazi kama wakili, anavochi tuna weakness ya kupenda pesa. Huyu mtu anaweza hongwa haraka sana. So that's why we decided most of those suspects wakasema, I would rather get someone from another place. The same case, why is this problem that everyone, someone with a different opinion, akienda Nyanza lazima achapwe na mawe, because it's very common. One of the show Kanini Kega alikuwa anakuja kuongea huko na vernacular, tukamwambia sasa you are supporting baba, very good. Kama wewe ni mwanaume, tangaza leo saa hii useme unasimama president na uenda ukalaunch hiyo kitu yako Kisumu. Tell me what happens, you know. And that's also at the same of the thing. Let's see what happened in Kibera the other day. We did a by-election in Kiaba, very hotly contested one. Si kuona mawe, si kuona hizo vitu. Why does it have to happen in particular areas? The same case, pesa yako huwezi, bwana Demba, kuna mtu huwezi trustia pesa yako just by the name, because those, it's not stereotyping, but that's a fact. So watu uchapwa na mawe na hiyo si mzuri, and it's unfortunate hii mambo yote inakuwa from one particular group, one political, you know, politics. Why does this have to happen? In my own opinion, I think Kenya will make a wise decision in August. I don't think Baba will win, because not until that one day atakubali kutuliza watu wake, waache matuzi akina Babu Owino, akina Junaid Mohammed. He had to renounce, venye one time alienda Kajiado akasema sijui hawa watu watoke, you know. Kusema mambo ya corruption, because watu wanasema huyu mtu akikuja atafai na corruption gani? Yeye akona skado kama 20, from molasses to Mumias to maize scandal, kazi kwa vijana, all this. So how is this person going to fight corruption? How? Juzi nisikia hata ile ya Dubai, ile gold scandal. How is this going to fight? So I don't believe he will win. I think he will lose terribly, and I think he will run again in 2027, and he will lose. Bwana Temba, mi wacha nifikishe hapo nisikie maoni watu wengine. Kama kuna mtu ana swali anaweza niuliza. And you're going to do a good job.
Okay.
Good job moderating, Bwana Temba.
Okay, thank you. Just mute. Now, I want to, if you can mute because of the echo.
Okay, sir.
There may be a quick question. I want to ask you, what position is the deputy president looking for? And when he's bringing the Mudavadi and Weta, what positions are they looking for? Or they are not looking for any positions? If they're not looking for any positions, you can confirm to us that right now. And secondly, secondly, when a constitution is made, when the 2010 constitution was made, did it come with anybody's name in it? And do you know the process of constitution making? So I just wanted to respond to those two, and then I'll allow someone else to ask you questions.
Thank you, Bwana Moderator. I think Ruto is trying to run for president, and he need 50+1 to win to win. And what a lot of those people do, they do their own internal pollings. Wanaenda wanaona kama sahi, how if election were held today, how much naweza pata gapi? And maybe he thinks I can get 47 by myself. I just need Mudavadi and Wetangula to come. Ajazie nifikishe 50+1. That's what I think. Constitution making, tumeona vile imeendelea. It have been declared unconstitutional, ile ya president kwenda kuappoint watu, kuwalipa pesa ambao hatujui ni ngapi, and illegally, and it continue to do it, and hoping, and I'm 99% convinced at the Supreme Court inasema that was wrong. We don't have to keep changing constitution every day. So that's my answer, Bona Demba.
So William Samoei Arap Ruto is looking to be a president, which is a position, right?
Yes, sir.
What position is Raila looking to be?
President.
So both of them are looking for a position, right?
That's correct.
Therefore, there's no difference between the two.
The only difference is they are past. I
No,
think one is a
they,
performer.
they're both looking for positions, right?
Yes.
So am I right to say that the concept of these people are looking for position and you guys are not, and the UDA is not looking for position? Am I right to submit that it's a propaganda to try and make, which is okay. I mean, you guys are pushing the narrative that you see we are looking for a position. There are ways. Okay, I want to submit to you. There are ways that you can change a society, not necessarily as a president. For example, you can start a foundation. There are people who are changing the society, like Manu Chandaria, who is not necessarily a president, but he has several, ways of either educating. They educate. There's some organizations that fund certain upcoming, people without necessarily going to presidency. Do you know of any foundation that one William Samoei Arap Ruto has started that is helping upcoming businesses as Ruto? Because he's not looking for a position. He's looking to start people from down. Do you know of any foundation? I know there's Raila Odinga Foundation. Do you know of any foundation that is being run by Samoei Ruto that is helping people? Or run by Mudavadi Foundation or something?
Of course, there is a Musalia Mudavadi Foundation. That one we all know. But even Ruto, we have seen him going to Mama Bogas, all these boda na wachia million.
No, my question was very specific.
Yeah.
Do you know of any foundation that William Samoei Ruto has created and has been running and helping people without getting a position? Stop mentioning, he's not looking for a position. He wants to help people from down. Do you know of any?
I don't think you have to have a foundation. It's not a must. You can go through different ways. There are too many ways to kill a cow and a cat.
Hana Foundation. Naseme tu Hana Foundation, then tuendele.
Okay, Hana Foundation, wacha tuendele. So the thing is, these two people are looking for positions. So Ruto is looking for a position called the President of Kenya. Raila is looking for a position called the President of Kenya. Both of them are looking for the same thing. So there's nobody who is on the ballot, who is going for the ballot come 9th of April, who is not looking for a position. They are both looking for positions. Number two, there's no constitution that is made with someone's name. The Constitution of Kenya 2010, William Samoei Arap Ruto voted no. But he is enjoying the privileges of that constitution. Any constitution that is going to come, it follows through the processes. There's nothing wrong in constitutional change. That's why in Constitution 2010, there's a place written amendment of this constitution. There's a reason as to why we have that law, that clause there, because they envisage that there will come a time that you'll be able to want to amend the constitution. But again, there are processes in constitution making. Everybody has a right to go to court. A robust constitution is made to work. There's nothing wrong in someone seeking an amendment, following the process, and there's nothing wrong in going to court to seek interpretation. If the court has interpreted it in a certain way, that is the court that has spoken. That means your constitution and your processes are working. It doesn't mean that someone is wrong or the other one is right. So this issue of coming to say if someone wakes up to seek an amendment, they are wrong people. No, that's your constitution. That's your democracy. That's why you pass the 2010 constitution, and constitution is made to work. It's a live document. It is not something that.
I think
wait, G.
Well, I think one thing you didn't understand.
Just hold on.
Okay.
I'll give you time to talk. The concept of coming in and you're saying that these people, they just want positions, as you want to even that economic development that you are saying that Ruto wants to bring across. The government, the constitution provides for national government and a devolved government. All those are constitutional, constitutional structures. There's a way it offers even resource allocation. I heard today the deputy president saying that I will not give you this money, you'll have to go to the wards. So there has to be ward fund. that has to require constitutional amendment. You know, so constitution being amended is not sin. It is not wrong. But I agree with you to the extent that for you guys, the narrative is let's paint these people as much as possible, that for them, they only want positions. And for us, we want economic development. Now, that is fair enough. At what point did the deputy president wake up and realize that people want economic development? 2013, 2014, 2015, 2017 is when he wakes up and they realize that these people want economic development. Followed by Gachagua, who many years ago as a DC even increased the levies in a local count, in a local place where he was a DC. You see, the narrative can be good for you guys, but it's good. Keep pushing it. Let's. I know there's a question, and then we'll give you time to talk. Just write that down, G. There's a question from Kimere, and then I think who else? Mamo also has a question that will allow you to talk. Kimere.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's the most absurd submission, but it's all right with all due respect. So, Gay, can I ask you for this thing about the Katiba, wanting to amend the Katiba for positions? Have you really seen what was in that BBI proposal? Can you take me through those proposals? Was it all about seats? Please, if you can explain that to me, then we can at least we see what was there, what was not, because we can't continue telling people about the whole amendment was about getting seats, while everyone now everyone is campaigning for those seats anyway, for political seats. Could you explain? There was nothing else in that BBI proposal, was there?
Okay, G.
And also,
I mean G.
And
okay.
also another thing, I'll take another thing so he can answer both. And also about this hustler thing, yeah, you told us that hustler doesn't necessarily mean poor, yeah, and dynasties doesn't necessarily mean rich. But the narrative about the hustler, yeah, the way it's being portrayed is about Watu wa chini, but that's its direct narrative that's directed to mean poor. We all see that, and that's what really it's all about. But the chief hustler himself is a billionaire, and all the people that surround him, they are billionaires and millionaires. Can you explain that to me, please? Thank you very much.
Okay, there's also a question from Mamo. Mamo, if you can.
Asante sana Mr. Themba. So nilikuwa nataka kuuliza kitu ya kwanza, nafikiri alikuwa ameongea mambo ya corruption So amesema Raila mambo ya molasses na sujui nini. So I think itakuwa mzuri at least akuwe fair, atuambie hata chief hustler ako na corruption gani yenye tunajua hata sisi tunaweza mwambia, lakini nilikuwa nataka aseme tu na mdomo yake chenye corruption yenye inasemekana yeye alifanya hivi na hivi. So ile ingine ni kuconfirm kwake, sio swali lakini ni confirm kwake juu ya mambo ya kutupa mawe na nini, because yeye alikuwa amesema hizo vitu ni kama kuna side moja ya watu siasa. So lakini nataka nimconfirmia kwamba wakati alikuwa Ruto alikuwa ameenda Jakaranda, kuna one of my friend mwenye ni supporter wa Ruto sana, lakini wakati mawe zilitupwa jioni, wakati alikuja, hii ni kitu yeye mwenyewe ameniambia, jioni wakati yeye mwenyewe alikuja akaniambia, nilimuuliza shida ilikuwa ni nini. So jamaa yangu akaniambia shida ni ya kwamba hawa walitolewa mali na Ishe Embakasi, wakaenda attend Jakaranda meeting. So it's like walilipwa waende huko. So wakati walikuja huko sasa, si kuna watu wengine wako Jakaranda. So ikawa sasa wana complain ya kwamba how comes unaleta hawa watu na mnalipa na sisi wenye tuko hapo hakuna kitu tunawapatia. So jamaa akaniambia vita ilianzia wapi? Vita ilianzia hapo. Na mara mingi huwa anamwambia hii jamani, ujipiga mawe. hakuwa anakubali, lakini dakika ya mwisho alikubali na akarudi mrengo yangu sasa. Asante sana.
Member, may I add to that, because he mentioned about the violence actually. I also want to add that about throwing the stones. Now we are accusing because now the thing in whatever he was saying is that the Luos throw the stones. That was the concept, yeah. But I want to ask him, 2007, yeah, leave alone the stones apart, because the stones is compared to what happened in 2007 was Sunday school play. So what would you say about the 2007 violence, all the people who are killed?
Pole sana G, sijasema Jaluo wametupa mawe. Please, unisikize vibaya, usinisikize vibaya. Sijasema Jaluo wametupa mawe. Sijasema hivyo.
Raila belongs to that community. So you don't need to pronounce it for us to understand.
I think Mr.
Mamo, it wasn't you. It is G who said that. So let's have him. Let's have him. Mamo. G, now you can respond so that we move on.
Thank you so much. So let me talk about the violence, because inaonekana inashika watu. So in Kibera, when there was a by-election, because according to Baba, he never thought someone would dare oppose him or his person in Kibera. So at one day, akina Babu Owino, Sifuna, Junaid Mohammed, they went to see Chebukati. And it was all over if you look on YouTube, akaambia, ama hiyo hatuta shida, hata wewe utaona cha Mtema Kuni. The crisps are there and nobody, hata hapa nimekuwa hapa kwa Mtembei for a long time, I've never had anyone criticizing. Walikuwa nasema sijui Faruku akikuja mchome, huyu akikuja mchome, huyu akikuja mchome. Why does they do all these things? We also saw someone like Sibarati. Kwanza aliambiwa na Sifuna, Sibarati, uende na wale vijana wako ukuje ufuruge sijui, and they did that to Didmas Barasa. Mariga mwenyewe alipigwa na mawe, Mudavadi alipigwa na mawe, Wetangula alikuwa na candidate akapigwa na mawe.
Hold on. Ebu mute.
Okay.
Kindly comment on Malala harassing an election official in Kakamega. You see, what you need, we need to be very careful about. And there is even a video around Alice Wahome harassing an election official in Kandara, where she was trying to tell this election official to pronounce. So what we need to, as a principle, we should not stereotype electoral violence, because electoral violence is wrong whether who does it or whoever does it. It is not a party thing. We've seen electoral violence across elections, across. So I would want a situation whereby we call out electoral violence, not to stereotype a group of people. When Alice Wahome was harassing an election official in Kandara, that was not in Siaya, that was not in Kibra, that was in Central. We have wait, G. Let me finish so that we do not stereotype certain things. We should be Kenyans enough. When we are Kenyans enough, we can rise up above certain electoral offenses that occur. You saw one Rashid Mohammed slapping an electoral official. That was in Western. That was in Western, and Rashid Mohammed is a UDA official. We saw election violence, which has taken this lady from Aisha Jumwa to court, where someone died, and she's in court for murder, which she keeps on, whenever it is mentioned, she says that she's unwell, so that it keeps, now I don't know, it will be hard what time. I think with this kind of mentality, when we are coming in and we are saying, violence is just crippling certain people or even certain tribes, That is stereotyping certain people. When electoral violence occurs in any form or manner and with any person, let's come out and say it is wrong if it was done by Rashid Mohammed. It was wrong when it was done by Kandara MP. It was wrong when it was done by Aisha Juma in Kilifi. When people abuse others in elections, we should not say that, oh, you need to tell Akina Junaid Mohammed and Babu Owino. Who are the highest number of people who have gone to the NCIC because of hate speech? You've heard what this guy Cherargei said. You've heard what the Madoadoa story. You've heard what the other guy, the senator from, I think, Nandi Hills or something. You've heard all those people. You know, even Sudi, the amount of abuses that has been hurling all across. I think we need to be honest when you are discussing. In spite of our differences, there are some red lines that should not be crossed. So trying to stereotype that it can only happen in certain places, that this is a person, even Ruto has people in his team that he has to control. So you and I, and I see that you look like someone who is very, very sober. As we push for a certain political agenda, we should be careful to not stereotype communities. During the election 2007, post-election violence, the highest place where people were even hit the most was in Rift Valley. But you've not seen us. You've not seen even anybody saying that these are people who are called, oh, they ban churches. Have you seen Ruto going anywhere being told that you guys ban churches? You don't see that. Because we want all of us to have a sanitized political competition. Stereotyping anybody. If an electoral violence has occurred, it doesn't matter who is it that has done it. There are bodies that have been put to do that work. Let them do their work. The police is there. They need to do their work. We should condemn any violence, but not stereotype that, oh, until Baba decides to do this, he cannot be. How about we say until Ruto repairs the Kiamba church that was banned during post-election violence, he cannot be president to this country. Let's be honest, G. I see that you're a very great supporter of UDA, but you can still support UDA, but not propagate propaganda, not stereotype communities, not call people stone throwers, not call people church banners. Because if you are to be called by that, like you're saying, people to be stereotyped by what the people, one way guru, they have stolen. So we can call you thieves. But we don't want to stereotype communities because communities don't steal. Communities don't steal, people steal. And everybody should have an account for what they have done. If someone has engaged in political violence, they should be held accountable. And there are bodies that do that. They investigate. If they find them guilty, they take them in. That is what I needed to say, because I don't like the way that we don't mind people pushing for politics about competition. We come to this platform not to propagate propaganda. I think those people who come here imagining that this platform is for propagating propaganda, get it wrong. We come here so that we can help the person who is listening. They are not necessarily to buy in the same propaganda that is put in those political podium up there. You help someone to understand the truth and let them make decision. But let's not push our propaganda. Stereotyping a community, I will not allow you to do that. We don't want to stereotype anybody and any community. Talk facts. If there was, in fact, Boni Halwale there was a photograph of him holding stones. Is that a lure? Let's be factual, please. I'll give you your time to finish that before I bring in Ziana, because we have about 30 minutes to finish. G.
Yes. First of all, I think you misunderstood me. I never said whatever you are saying, stereotyping. I just say the fact. And let me ask you a question, Bonathemba. If right now, if you're a CID officer or a terrorist, anti-terrorist police, and you are told, we are looking for a terrorist, like 5 of them, or people who are likely to be terrorists, and you have 4 cities to go. Either you go to Muthaiga, or Kibera, or Isili, or Kitengela. Of course, when I say that, you know, where are the most likely to find those people? Why? It's not, I'm not stereotyping them, but you know who can do this and who cannot do this. So I'm not stereotyping, and I'm not. We only talk about Kiambaa. We all have Naivasha. Our family was born in Naivasha, and we all know who did that. People who did that in Kiambaa, we don't know, because some of the witnesses are not in the country. What I heard that time, and we don't want to keep going about 2007.
No,
You know,
we should, because that's why this narrative keeps going, because we always escape from where it's uncomfortable. We should go talking about Kiambaa instead. You understand? Because as long as, and that's the submission I made earlier on, excuse me, Temba, when we talked about what the Jews always, and the whole Europe, recalls the Second and the First World War, it's because they want to avoid that repeating again. In Kenya, we have this mentality of always trying to avoid remembering history because it's uncomfortable to certain quarters. And that's wrong. We should instead be talking about Kiambaa, because we know the culprits. We know them. We know the people who are on the front line. But now, that's so uncomfortable to talk about. But because we can talk about how much about people throw stones or they threat to do violence in Kibera, but there's a difference between a threat and actioning. So let's make that difference. It's so very comfortable, really, to just discuss on whatever is more comfortable for us and just put aside what is not good for us. And I'm a Kikuyu, so it's not that, just to make that clear. Thank you.
And I don't mind Wanakemere talking about Kiambaa, because it happened, people died. But like I said, because I live out of the country, most of the witnesses were hidden close to where I am. And 4 of the witnesses from Kiambaa said we are transported. They confessed to us. They were transported from Siaya all the way to Adolet, and they went there. And they live around here.
Okay,
So it's not Ruto. And I did not mention anyone. So you can be from Siaya, but you can be Mkamba.
Hold on.
So let's talk about what happened in Naivasha.
Hold on.
Okay.
I think, unfortunately, I will not allow you to proceed on with that line of thought, because you seem to be bent on stereotyping. Like, I mean, how do you come up with a claim that people were transported from Siaya? So, according to you, the only violence that can happen anywhere in Kenya can only happen from Siaya. So, even right now, you're almost likely to tell us that Ruto was stoned the other day when he went to Central Kenya. People were transported to Siaya, from Siaya, to go and do that. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to proceed on that line. I would wish, therefore, for that reason, we let that rest. We've had you. You don't have to keep on. We've had you. You support Ruto. So if you can make just your final whatever submission. My point is, and I think you don't seem to get that, is we don't need to stereotype communities. Election violence. What you're even doing even further, you're telling me an interesting scenario. If you are told to go and look for terrorists, you only go to Isili, according to you. So if you look at someone and you see this one looks like a Somali, then that one looks like a terrorist. That is the most absurd thing that I've ever heard, is stereotyping. Is when you hear someone is with a Kikuyu name, you think of that one as a thief. That one is stereotyping people. We don't allow people to be stereotyped. And that is exactly what you're trying to do right now. And now when someone raises the issue of Kiambaa, you're saying, let's not go there. Let's not talk about that. And then you come with this interesting scenario that they were transported from Siaya. That's the most absurd thing I've ever had. But it's okay. I mean, if that's the direction you choose to follow, it's okay. What we want to promote here as Kenyans is that we don't mind which side of divide you go to, whether it's UDA, whether it's Azimio, whichever side. Just try and make sure that you understand that all these people are Kenyans. If there's election violence, let us castigate it. If there's anything that is wrong, we hold people accountable by their names. Not when Waiguru took from NIS, she didn't take to the community. It is her and her family that benefited. If anybody is corrupt, is that person corrupt, not a community. If the law should follow its course. When Rashid Mohammed was beating someone, so the lawyers who were beating someone, it was Rashid Mohammed. So the law should be allowed to take its course. But now when you are coming in, and we think that now for us who are probably a little enlightened, you're still coming in to have the same ideology, to push it so that you can allow other people, to try and say that, we are disagreeing with Raila because those people are violent. That's the same propaganda that is being sold out there. Unfortunately, in here, we try to make sure that as much as possible we remain factual. Say why you think Ruto will win, why you think your candidate is the best. Those are the things we are saying, but not the same propaganda that is propagated out there. We have about 22 minutes to go, and because we are 6 of us here, I will allow us to give our final submissions, at least 3 minutes every person. I want to start with Mamo, then I'll come back to you, G. Then I'll go to Stone PK, then Kimere, then Ziana will finish. So let's do our final submission. We want to close in the next about 20, 21, 22 minutes. So Mamo, kindly, you are closing submissions. Ziana, relax. I'll give you time.
I'm just saying that.
Thank you.
Let him bring the clip. The clip. I would like to see those clips.
It's okay, Ziana. Okay, Mamo.
Thank you, Mr. Tembo. Asante sana kitu ya kwanza. Asante sana. Hata nitachukua less than dakika 3. Asante sana kitu ya kwanza ku clarify hiyo mambo ya G, kwa sababu mali alikuwa anatuelekeza sio ati ni mahali mzuri vile, because hiyo topic tafadhali ishe, then tutaendelea tu na vitu zingine baadaye. So yangu closing remarks ni ya kwamba okay, kitu ya kwanza okay, tumekaa na nyinyi vizuri, tukaendelea vizuri, tukasema mambo ya siasa vizuri, haikuwa na kitu mbaya chochote. So ile iko ni ya kwamba kila mtu ako na mrengo yenye anaweza support, na ni mzuri at least usupport mtu na facts, na ujue ya kwamba okay, huyu namsupport because of this and this. So sio atile blindly tunafuata tu mtu, lakini tukisema okay tuna support Azimio, tuko na sababu ya kusupport Azimio. So yangu ni hayo tu, asanteni sana, shukran, tutaonana baadaye. Thank you.
Asante sana. Naomba mkae tu hapo nyinyi ambao mko hapa, so that at least everybody gives. Ziana will be the last one, at least msimwache akiongea peke yake. Haya G, dakika zako 3 za mwisho.
Asante sana. First of all, I want to clarify one more time that I was not trying to stereotype, na kama mtu amenishika hivyo anielewe bwana moderate. I was trying to lay facts that what I believe in and how, according to my own analysis, this is how I see things. But to 1.2 nikubali niseme, because you asked me this question first time about positions. What I meant that the BBI was trying to create more positions. Like I am from Kiambu, we were to get an extra 6 members of parliament. We don't need them. Economy doesn't have to be, for economy to be fixed, we don't have to have more seats. So that's what I meant. And I don't have problem with Baba running for president. He has a constitutional right. I just don't believe in him and his ideologies, and I cannot vote for him. Same as someone else cannot vote for Ruto or Musalia. But other than that, I think it's a good show. Maybe next time nitakuja. This probably my 3rd time on this contributing. Maybe nitakuja nielewe to the rules and regulation. Maybe next time I'll be different. Nitaframe maybe point zangu in a different way. Thanks so much, guys. We will talk later. But I'm here.
Okay, thank you, G, and welcome back next time. Stone PK.
Thank you very much, Themba. I'm only going to make 2 points. One, I've always said repeatedly here that it saddens me that the more exposed Kenyans become, some of them become retrogressive in terms of the way we look at things. Because, for example, when you are exposed, you are learned, you know that what you may be calling facts, they may not be facts to other people. Yeah. What you believe doesn't mean it's necessarily a fact. It's your own beliefs. And then, you know, because I find the UDA side of people, their argument is really wanting. You tell somebody, can you explain the difference between a bus and a car? Then somebody tells you a car is a car because it's not a bus. Sincerely speaking, there's no, I find them not logical. They're just emotional. Because when you ask them to come and talk about their candidate, I don't know why they bring in the other candidate. If you are talking about your candidate as Ruto, what has Raila to do with Ruto? Concentrate on the merits that you think. What makes you really support Ruto or makes you support Raila? So I have a problem, and that's why I had declared here from next month I will not be discussing anything to do with the UDA, because they should stick and say Ruto is very qualified because of ABCD. Yesterday we had one guy here, and he was hit very hard because he was told, go to Google Raila and Google Ruto. Tell us what you read from Ruto side about politics and his achievement, and the guy couldn't say anything. Yeah, so people are just emotional. The UDA guys are emotional. You ask them this, they get emotional. They start telling you, you know. And I think most of the time is we should just leave them, let them, you know, stick to their whatever, to their candidate, because we can't teach them. You know, somebody has his own hate for Raila, so that person will not even be able to actually debate, because the debate is you are supposed to give merits and demerits, or rather why you think your candidate is the best, without having to bring those other candidates. Thank you.
Kimere, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I will try to take less minutes so that Princess can talk a little bit more. Two things. One is, as PK was saying about the candidates. Let's talk. If you are supporting one candidate, actually support why say why you are supporting that candidate, other than attacking the others. And something I would like to mention about the BBI thing, because I think that's a recurrent issue. It is just to mention what Guy was saying. It's not about possessions, because what was intended is equality, which is a completely different thing. It's not about the seats. He said that they don't need the 6 extra seats in Kiambu or whatever. But the most important thing actually is not the seats. It's about equality. People should be treated the same. We can, instead of increasing those seats, we could have decided also to remove them. Yeah, where you have, if you have like in Northern Eastern, where you have 20,000 people represented by one MP, they could have combined maybe 3 or 4 constituencies to be represented by one person, because what we are looking for is this one person representing the same number of people, because it's not only about the resources, it's also about representation. Because when you represent 20,000 people, someone from Roiro, from Kiambu, is representing a constituency with 100 or 200,000 people, you have the same vote in parliament. That's what we are fighting for, not only the resources, but also representation. And I think that thing should be understood. Okay, going away from there. The other thing is, we dismiss, or the UDA people dismiss Raila. I will vote Raila because, one, he has done much more for the country. He has much more experience. And actually, the guy is I believe he's gonna do a lot of things for the country, because of his age, because of his experience, and because of the passion and love he has for the country. If we talk about the other candidate, I really, seriously, I don't see what he brings on the table. Well, apart from his personal ambitions. He has been there since 1992. Those are many years. What's the track record we have, really? There's no track record. Even now, he has failed in these 10 years. He had the chance to do something, but he decided otherwise. Come on. Okay, Princess, I'll leave the rest of the minutes to you. Thank you very much and have a good night, everyone. I'll be here to hear Princess.
Thank you, Kimere. Princess, dakika zako 3.
Oh, asante sana Bwana Themba. Mimi hata unajua tu dakika 3 sitamaliza labda. Lakini nimeshukuru sana. Popote mlipo, wale wako asubuhi, kwa wale wako jioni. Bwana G, hii sio mara yake ya kwanza kuja hapa, lakini amebadilisha jina ili ionekane G, na nilikuwa nadhania atakuja na mambo mazuri kama anamu support mtu wake. Hapo ukija unakuja na clips kama uko nayo, ndio uonyeshe watu ya kwamba hii ilikuwa siku fulani, lakini ukuji tu na mdomo tupu. Unakuja na kitu ambacho kitaonyesha watu ya kwamba kilitendeka. Sasa hata kiwa kama ile ya Alice Wahome kuna clip. Kwa hivyo ungekuja na clip hiyo ya Kibera.
Iko wapi hiyo ya Alice Wahome? Umeona huku kuja nayo?
Iko? Sikujua utazungumza hiyo hapa. Iko.
Hizo tuliona mapema, Princess. It was here. It was here.
Ilikuwa jana hata.
Princess ilionyesha yote hata hiyo.
Themba. Kesho nani Bernard alete ile alileta jana.
Mwambie G arudi kwa debate ya jana, ataona hiyo clip ya Wahome iko hapo. Endelea Princess.
Haya. Ukiwa unakuja na clips kama uko nayo. Kuna siku nyingine ulikuja hapa, badala ya uzungumze juu ya candidate wako, unazungumza juu ya mwingine. Hakuna mtu anakukataza kuzungumza juu ya huyo mwingine. Bomoa kabisa, lakini bomoa na vitu ambazo zinajulikana. Ndio wale wanaomuunga mkono nao pia watoe kwa nini wanamuunga mkono. Na tukiwa tunakuja hapa, tunakuja kufunza wenzetu. Hapa tujakuja kusema mambo mengine yale yatakuwa hayana nini nzuri ya kuonyesha katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Manake hii inaangaliwa katika ulimwengu mzima. Sasa ukianza kuzungumza kuhusu hivi na hivi, watu wengine watakuja kuuliza, na nyinyi wa Kenya kwani mko namna gani? Kuna kabila moja mbaya? Kwa hivyo ukiwa unakuja zungumza vizuri ndugu yangu. Ikiwa una chuki, siku nyingine nilisema ikiwa una chuki ukaniambia wewe hujasema chuki. Lakini ukiwa na chuki na Raila unajitokeza tu wazi, unasema mimi namchukia na simpendi kwa sababu ya hii na hii na hii. Lakini sio ati unakuja unazungumza ukisema mambo mengine. Lakini ninawaomba nyinyi nyote wa Kenya tuwe tu na umoja, amani na upendo katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Mimi sina mengine mengi ile naweza kukuambia. Naomba tu tukiwa tunakuja hapa tuje na sababu ya kufundisha Wakenya wetu, ili siku wanapoenda kupiga kura wachague wale ma MCAs, MPs na senators, wale watawasaidia, si ati kuchagua kwa sababu ni ndugu yako wala nini wako. Kwa hivyo mimi naomba tu umoja, amani na upendo katika nchi yetu ya Kenya.
Bonatemba, can you give me 1 second?
It's okay. It's okay, G. Just wait. We are almost done. I mean, it's okay. You take note, and the good thing is we are here every day. So if you come in tomorrow, you'll have more time to prosecute your whatever it is that you feel you need to respond to. And just a pointer: the constitution that BBI already liangusha na koti, we are waiting for, as the president said, that it is a dream deferred, and Baba said it is reggae just is on a break. It will come back. And the other thing that you quoted about Kiambu, it was more about representation, because they're saying that you can't have someone representing 20,000 people and another one representing 120,000 people, and all of them are receiving the same CDF money. One person is probably going to give bursary to 20,000. You can pay for them even a whole 4-year school fees. The other one, 120,000 people, is probably going to give CDF to only 5,000, maybe 5,000 shillings or 2,000. So they have to struggle. So those are some of the things that we need to probably debate. And there's a day we actually debated here issues of bottom up. I think you can go back to our debates and you'll be able to capture that. But anyway, for today, we are coming to the end of our debate. Kindly remember, everyone, that we are still giving to Jaza Lorry campaign. It is there, and tomorrow is our deadline. Today in Kenya, that is, it's the last day. We are going to have a final push in the evening, and all of us, you are invited to come in. If you have 10 shillings, 100 shillings, 50 shillings, whatever you have, kindly show up today in the evening, because we'll have a final push to our Jaza Lorry campaign to see how much you can be able to raise. In the meantime, the numbers are scrolling on your screen, the till number and the M-Pesa. You can send the monies to that. Kindly, everybody, try and send something small if you haven't sent as yet. If you are new here today, kindly check that out. Operation Jaza Lorry, Marsabit, drought donation, and M-Pesa buy goods still number 920-585481, and of course M-Pesa is 254-718-454-585. Bernard Ingozi, that's the number that will, the name that will come in. Let's contribute. Let's give to that cause. We say humanity unites all of us. It doesn't matter whether you are UDA, whether you are Azimio, chama cha kazi, or whichever Jibebe party. Humanity is what unites us. Major thing is that this Motembei forum is for us to interrogate. We want to interrogate the policies and politics of our leaders. We want to hold them accountable. We want to come here and think about the leaders that we are going to have. Inform the masses. This is called public participation and civil education. So we are civic education. We are engaging in educating those who are listening, so that as you go on 9th of August, you are going to make an informed choice for the leader that you want. The most important thing is to remember that at the end of the day, know who your MCA is, your MP, your governor, because those are the people who are going to influence the development that is going to help you the most. So don't just go vote for people because of emotions, or don't vote out someone because you hate another person. Vote for someone. Don't vote against someone. Have a positive vote. A positive vote is I'm voting for PK because I know it's going to bring development. Don't vote for PK because you hate Ziana. If you vote for PK because you hate Ziana, it will mean, therefore, that PK might be the bad leader. But because you hate Ziana, you vote that bad leader. Now, who is going to suffer? PK is having he'll go back to his work and all, but you'll have been left for 5 years with a leader who cannot perform for you. So don't vote because of hate. Vote for someone. Have a positive vote. And let's all take our votes so that we can get out that day and vote for our leaders. Finally, you need only 4 things to come here. That is your phone or a computer that is working. You need a connection. You need something to share and a willingness to learn. Those 4 things are the only thing you need. Let's meet here today later at 8 Kenyan time. And global time, you can always check. You can always join in and out. Ukipata kuna watu 10, know that the studio is full. Subscribe to Motembei channel and also share so that many people can learn. Go back and watch these debates. You'll learn so much from what has taken place. You'll see what was said and you'll see how best to argue next time when you come here. Get information as much as possible before you come to the forum so that we are able to help each other. Have facts with you. Come campaign for your candidate. Finally, I have my own personal channel, Themba Ondiege TV. Kindly go there also and subscribe. Hit the notification bell so that every time we drop a video, you're able to see it. Kindly go there and push me. Go there and subscribe. We normally finish with a prayer. And this prayer is, we say the first answer of our national anthem in Kiswahili. And today I will want Stone PK to say the prayer for us. Stone PK, are you ready?
Today you've caught me.
Haya, twende kazi.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu. Sorry, let me start again. Let me sing. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, kwani wengao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Raha tupate na
Ukenya, let us go and learn.
Umetuangusha hapo.
See you guys tomorrow.
Themba anatuweza.
See you guys tomorrow. Those who are on the comment section, asanteni sana. Alex, Lama, Alice, Gitash, thank you so much. See you tomorrow.